know who built them and how long ago. Tell us about the structures on the moon. Tell us all we have a right to know. Will we ever get to know?
How did you and Bob Dean actually meet? What were the first words that you guys said, or where did you run into each other for the very first time?
Out in the street in front of his house or mine, he said, I understand you're Air Force. I said, yeah. He said, I'm Army. And he said he was retired, and I was retired, so we got to visiting each other.
When I retired from the military in 1976, I bought a house in Tucson. I retired from the Presidio of San Francisco, where I had been a command sergeant major there at the 6th Army headquarters. Bought a house in Tucson, moved to Tucson, so help me. The house I moved into was directly across the street from Wendelle Stevens. Talk about coincidence. So, you know, our friendship blossomed more.
At that time I was working for the sheriff's department. He was the deputy sheriff, and he was bringing a staff car home at night, parking it in his garage. But he fascinated me because he had been to Japan and he got interested in the Japanese swords. He had a nice collection of swords on the wall in his house. Got by, we used to just get together and drink beer in either his yard or mine and talk.
So whenever we were together, when we were in the same town, we would share information. As I said, we were both part of APRO for many years, until Carl and Jim died, and we had to put APRO to bed. We both had learned the reality of the extraterrestrial presence, and I think that's kept us good, close friends for years. And I've known him and considered him a good and dear friend for many years. We have a lot in common, particularly this interest in the phenomenon, as people would like to refer to it, so-called alien presence. I hate the word UFO. I just don't like to use it because it's so silly. It doesn't really say anything. We're talking about a presence of extraterrestrial intelligence on planet Earth. And Wendelle and I share that view. His mail, as you probably have heard him say, was monitored very closely. Mine was too, as a matter of fact. His telephone line was bugged. My telephone was bugged. Just being members of APRO, I think, being on the board, we attracted attention from whoever shall remain nameless, but somebody bugged our phones, monitored our mail, and let me tell you something. They attempted to threaten me a number of times over the years, particularly when I came out of the closet, so to speak, and again speaking publicly and openly about what I had seen and what I had learned. There were attempts to intimidate me and threaten me. And I threatened right back. Wendelle was an officer and a gentleman. I had been a commissioned officer for some years before. When I was in Korea, I was an infantry officer. But after the RIF in 1956, reduction in force, I reverted back to enlisted grade and worked my way up to command sergeant major, and I was a grunt. I was an infantry officer. I was a field soldier. And I carried a gun, and still do. I don't have one on me at the moment, but, you know, I carry guns. And when I was threatened, I threatened right back. And I think my first marriage went on the rocks because of my involvement with the UFO field. My first wife, my son's mother, was scared to death of the whole subject. Because I said we had our phone bugged and our mail was disturbed and we were followed in traffic many times. And, they had a repertoire of little processes where they intimidated you. The phone calls probably were the worst. As I said, my first wife, I think our marriage went on the rocks because of the UFO field. But I was not easily intimidated. Having been an infantry soldier and being a grunt, both in Korea and Vietnam, I was not the kind to take kindly to someone trying to threaten me. And I put it out publicly. If you mess with me, bear in mind that I'm packing, I carry a gun, and I'll defend myself.
And the government is not going to open the files. We have people, prominent people, that know all about what the government is sitting on. Dick Cheney, vice president, was photographed at level 2 of S4 looking at one of 7 crash disks.
I had sat on the information for a long time after I got it because I never knew whether it was a disinformation ploy or not. And then I had decided to accept the speaking engagement in Australia, an invitation, and as soon as I did, they asked me what subjects. I told them I was going to introduce a new subject that hadn't been published yet. A day or two later, I got a telephone call, a surprise telephone call, an anonymous voice that says, "Stevens, be damn sure you know what you're doing." So my feeling at the time was, I got to risk it sooner or later. It was 10 years after the fact. The man was gone. I thought if they attack it and discredit it, well, if they don't, I win. If they do, I still win because they now have confirmed it. I did get a call when I got back warning me that I'm going too far with these. That convinced me that maybe it wasn't a ploy, that maybe there was something to it, and I decided to release it here after that, and I did at the conference, and nothing happened there. But then I began to think that maybe I had acquired a stature that they began to fear doing something to me. They knew what I knew, that to confirm the story by doing something to me would only activate a whole bunch of other investigators that would want to know what happened to me and why. Kind of the safety that Bob Lazar had. I got a call one time from, I get a lot of calls, and this man said that he'd like to come over and look at pictures. I usually discourage that. And he said that he had some pictures for me. I said, "Oh, to trade we can exchange?" He said, "Yes, we can exchange." And I said, "Well, okay, come on over then." And he said, "I'll see you," and he hung up. And about an hour later, I got another call from him. He said that he had checked out of his apartment, gone to the bank to get some money, and when he put his card in the teller machine, it came up account sealed or account frozen or something like that. And he said, he said, "I got money in the bank." He said, "So I just went to another machine and used another card. That one was frozen." He went to the bank to draw it out over the counter, and they told him that his account was frozen. He couldn't get any money out. So he called me back. He said, I fear something serious. He said, "I can't get any money anyplace. All of my accounts are frozen. I have $300,000 in the bank." I said, "Well, what do you want to do?" He said, "I want to come over and show you and trade some pictures with you." I said, "Okay. How much is your bus fare?" He was calling me from the bus station. He said, "It's about $100, but I can't get any money to cover it." I said, "Okay. Is there a convenience store around there? I'll wire you enough money for the bus fare. By Western Union, you can go over there, give my name as control, and draw the money out," which we did. Money transfer, where I sent money for him to buy the bus ticket to come over and see me. He said he had something for me. This is a follow-up. When he said he didn't get it, I went back to Western Union, had to make me a copy.
And he got the money, and then he called me and he said, I'm a little worried. He said, I see the same man wherever I'm going, reading a newspaper. And he said, this is suspicious. So he said, but I'll see you, and he told me when the bus would arrive. When he got there and I picked him up at the station, he said, I didn't bring the pictures. He said, I got a little worried about possibly being followed. And after he got the ticket, he thought he saw the same person standing behind the newspaper watching him, and later reading a magazine at the newsstand, always within sight of him, and he got a little paranoid about that, and the fact that he had the pictures in his pocket, and he thought he ought to safeguard it somehow. So he went out behind the bus station, got a hard box, a car starter box, a good sturdy box, put the package in the box and put rocks in it, took it in and had the station wrap it and address it to ship it on the bus. And he said when they got it wrapped and I tried to pay for the shipment, they collected for the shipment, they said it couldn't go on the same bus, there wasn't enough time. It would come on a following bus. So he said I had to get on it and come on. He said, but it'll be in behind us.
So to separate himself from the photos is not a very bright move. It doesn't
Well,
make a
he
lot of
thought he
sense.
could get him on the same bus with him, and he took the box and had the bus station wrap it and address it to me at Tucson for delivery. And he wanted to get it on the same bus with him, and they said they couldn't put it on the same bus. It would go on the next bus, being the following day.
And he allowed for that because then he's really separated
They were
from the
loading the
photos.
bus already, and they boarded him, and he got on the bus and came out. Picked him up at the bus station. I brought him out to the house. He was tired from traveling, and he laid on the sofa in the living room there, and I went to sleep. So we had the station check to see if they could find a record of a package that was en route on the next bus. They didn't have any record of it. But they said that's not normal. They usually don't in advance anyway.
And at what point did Bob Dean get to meet him?
Well, I was anxious to tell somebody, and Bob was my next door neighbor, and I knew that I could depend on him to keep the secret. We were afraid that we were being watched by 4 men in a white carryall that circled the block. But he was living around the corner from me the whole time that Connor O'Ryan was there. He was keeping an eye on the house to see who else was hanging around or trying to look over the wall or anything.
Had Bob ever let you know about the details of S4 at this point in time?
Discussed it.
Never discussed that at that
I
point.
was still keeping my oath of security, which I swore to.
Right.
But in '91, I gave that up. I said, "To hell with it! I'm going to tell it."
Let them do what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Now, at what point did Bob find out that Connor O'Ryan was over at your house?
Connor was sleeping, and Bob came by in his sheriff's car, stopped in front to say hello, and I said, I got to tell you something. I've got a man in here says he was a sentry at level 2, and he's sleeping on the sofa now, but I don't know what to do with him. He said, well, just listen to his story, see what he's got to say. We don't know anything about that. And so we waited for him to wake up. And Bob had to go out back to duty. He got back in his patrol car and left. Came back again later that evening, stopped again. And it was the next day, wasn't it, when you came back about the third or fourth time, Connor was up, and I said, he's in the living room, but he's a little gun shy. If you want to take a look at him, that's what he looks like. I'll introduce you in a couple of days. Wasn't that it?
I think so, yeah.
And what was your impression? Did you get a chance to meet Connor O'Ryan, Bob, and what was your
I think
impression?
I met him briefly, didn't I? I can't remember.
Just to shake hands. Connor didn't want to talk to anybody. He was scared, and Bob didn't want to get too involved in it. Bob was in uniform, and that was kind of scary to
I
Connor.
think that was wasn't that the time you asked me to take a video or something?
No, that was a little later, but
Yeah.
we can go into that. He and his co-conspirators decided they would have to find somebody that they could trust. And they knew that all clubs, UFO clubs, were infiltrated by agents of one kind or another from the government that were controlling them. And so they went to the public library to look up UFO personalities, and they rejected them one by one until they got down to me, and I found that I was not affiliated with anybody else. I wasn't a member of any group.
First of all, what's your background? Can you tell me something about your background?
Okay, well, I joined the Navy in the early 80s. I went into the Naval SEAL program and became a SEAL. I've been attached to the Special Forces and Special Operations Department of Naval Intelligence for approximately 8-9 years now. I've been on a number of covert operations, and just recently, well, about a year ago, I was assigned to a place in Nevada, which most people know as S4, as a sentry, which all sentries there are Special Forces personnel from all 4 military branches. I've been there for 9 months. I was there for 9 months. I've recently been discharged for medically, which I'm still checking that out. While my tour of duty there, I was a sentry in the complex, which is an extremely sensitive complex, which they have discs there. I have positively identified 7 of them, and I've also identified 7 humanoid creatures with like grayish skin. I don't know if that's because of the being in the tubes and the solution that they're placed in right now. Right now I'm basically on the run there. I don't want to mention any names or colleagues. I don't know what basically my destiny holds for me at this moment. I know that this has to be said and brought out, and I've made contact here with Mr. Stevens because I feel has adequate connections to someday bring all this out in the open.
He was a sentry from level 2 of S4. There were 8 of them on duty at a time, 8 of them, and a sergeant in charge. The sergeant sat at a desk that overlooked the patrol area. They had to walk a beat inside of level 2. They were supposed to be walking it at attention. They weren't supposed to be looking around. They were supposed to, they were there to arrest intruders if they came in. There were visitors that came from level 1 down to level 2 to go to levels 3 and 4, and if their right eye retinal scan and palm print and card didn't all match at the elevator, a bell would ring, and their job was to arrest and hold them until somebody came down from level 1 and carried them away.
And what was his name?
His name was Derek Hennessy. He used the name Counter Orion at my house.
I don't know why I was picked for it. I have no idea at all. I've never expressed an interest in those or flying discs. I mean, publicly, you know.
So, when you were first informed that you were going to be doing guard duty on a secret base, were you given any kind of written military transfer orders, or
No.
How did
I went to
that come about?
I got off a submarine in Holy Lock, flew to Charleston, to Pensacola, to the Navy, San Diego. Went to 32nd Street, Naval facility there. I was briefed that I was transferred to a sentry duty in Nevada somewhere, which I know that everybody's pretty much aware of all the facilities out in the southwest region, out here in the Secrets of. I've already had a security clearance for entering some of these facilities. Nothing like this before. I had no idea that I was going to be involved in anything like this. I mean, when I first walked in, I was convinced that they were American prototype vehicles the Americans were having until I viewed the bodies. Then I knew, something was a little different.
So Connor O'Ryan starts telling you, Wendelle, that he's been to S4, that he's been a sentry at level 2.
A sentry at level 2 of S4, and he told me that they live at that level, they have barracks facilities, they sleep in, their meals are catered into them. They're told not to talk to each other at level 4 except in front of the television set watching ball games or at the table where they're eating. Otherwise, they're not supposed to be talking at all. Their names were taken away when they got the jobs, and they were given numbers. They were supposed to address each other by number. They wore number tags, not name tags.
He'd been in the service for over 10 years. He was assigned to Delta Team 6, that was a special security team that was called together when they needed them. He said he'd been on patrol, perimeter patrol around the base and other things like that with his team, Delta 6 team. And that they did, that was their outside activity mostly. All the rest of his service was inside in level 2 of S4.
Did he answer to the service commands?
He said that they had a direct line, a separate line of command that they responded to. He thought it went directly to the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Had you heard of anything like that before?
Never heard of direct lines before. He told me that they weren't allowed to socialize inside. They weren't allowed to know each other's true identity. They all arrived alone, and apparently they all arrived at the same time because they all had numbers in serials. 121, 122, 123, 124, and 125. He said that they worked regular shift, 4 hours on and 8 hours off, round the clock. He said they weren't allowed to do anything but check people using the elevators to go down. He said they didn't look at their cards or anything. They had a right eye retina scan, a palm print, and a card, a plastic card. And if they didn't match, a bell would ring when their duty was to arrest them and hold them until somebody came down from upstairs to take them away. He never got below level 2, never knew what was going on down there. He said that there were separate elevators down to level 3 and a separate elevator to level 4, and they heard strange sounds coming up from the lower levels sometimes up the shaft, but they were driven from their S4 facility to Nellis Air Force Base in a bus with blocked out windows that went right into the back of the Imperial Palace to a secure facility maintained by Wackenhut. And they got out of the vehicle in the hotel, and they got in the vehicle to leave again in the hotel. Nobody ever saw them outside. When we returned from their rest and recuperation leave, they were given a hypnotic regression to see shortly, and he didn't know what happened during that. They never knew what took place. But he told me that they were given an annual physical every quarter. And during the annual physical, they were given a full annual physical, and the last part of the annual physical was a 1-hour induction. They didn't know what took place at that time because they were not allowed to remember any of it.
So this was a hypnotic session?
It was a hypnotic induction, and he didn't know. He worried about him probing his subconscious because they weren't allowed to remember anything that happened in the induction. Sometimes they were strip searched, but not always. Yeah, up to a week before he came to my house, he had just gotten back to Los Angeles to his parents' home and had just rented an apartment in town there. And now he's out, and he's afraid for his co-conspirators inside. And so he decides to come to me to hold the story for their safety in case something happened to them. And they had already prepared these stashes of pictures, and he was going to give me one of them to hold. And he wanted me to tell the story, and the rest of the people holding would refer to my stature in reporting these sort of things.
There's 15 sentries there that live on the base. We live in level 1. There's a barracks there, which gives us TV. The food there is alright. It's equivalent to being on a submarine, basically, the barracks quarters.
Of course, you had experience on a submarine.
Yes.
In preparation for this kind of isolation.
Yes, I've been on a 688 class submarine. I did 3 tours on it. We wore hats like this, but they were just all black. This is this old set of black uniform fatigues. The shirts were just the same, just like a regular camo fatigue jacket. We carried Glock 9mm, which is a European-made 9mm, and sometimes we were distributed M16s, and sometimes we were distributed Ingram Mac-10s, 9mm.
What would be the occasion for changing the weapons? Anything in particular?
I think if they feel that there's an outside threat on the base, I don't know if that's just information that they're receiving, or a sensor's been breached like the night before, and maybe an M16 would be better for a long-range weapon, but a MAC-10 would be used just for in case somebody was going to sabotage the plant from inside personnel, like, or an overrun, because a MAC-10 is excellent for an urban warfare, an urban weapon. An M16 would be a good long-range shot. There's no identification worn at the facility. No people walking around with identification cards.
No name tags, nothing.
No, but the sentries, there's no name tags on our uniforms. No. We don't wear no military medals. We don't. No stripes, no nothing. We wore black uniforms at night, and during the day we wore a brown uniform. No names were ever discussed. We called each other in the barracks just, by our ranks. We used rank only. And, we were ranked, individually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Detachment of 6 guys. At any given time, it was an actual detachment of 10 people, but in my detachment, we had all got there at the same time. We're all briefed at the same time, so I guess that they had relieved the whole complete detachment. But the other detachments, I know, were there for a little bit longer. As I say, we were on 4-hour shifts with an 8-hour off, 4 hours, 8 off, 4 on, 8 off. When we're off our shifts, we don't know what happens on other shifts. We're not briefed in any way whatsoever on anything that happened the night before or anything. We're told not to talk with any security personnel during any of our duties at all. We're not allowed to say one word. We're supposed to use peripheral vision at all times. We're not allowed to discuss any duties while we're in our cubicles at night, our barracks, as you could say. That's just the way it was.
There were audio pickups all through the place, and if they talked to anybody else, they were called in and treated.
Our sole thing to do is just to be a sentry, an idiot, a grunt. You're just standing there. And we don't hear knowing where everything's need to know, and we don't need to know nothing, so that's the way it was. None of the chain of command was ever discussed. Our boss was the man, the watch commander out front, which was in charge of all security. I have no idea who was in charge of the facility or who even ran the facility. And I've been in the Navy, so with the Special Warfare Department so long that you know better than to ask questions by now. The questions you just don't ask. As I said before, I've already been with the Special Forces for so long. I think that they really trusted me. I think they trusted everybody because we're basic grunts and everybody's expendable to an extent. And we can be written off very easily, like, hey, these Special Forces, you knew that, tell me your parents, he was in Nicaragua, he got shot, that's all you need, or you know what I mean, he died in an accident. Parents are going to accept that because they've already accepted the fact that you're a Special Forces personnel and high risk job.
He was a strong, healthy young man, robust. He joined the Marines and then stayed in the Marines, and he kept training up to a SEAL status and then a Black SEAL status, and which is the highest ranking or the highest trained level a Marine can reach. But when I found the W-4 in his wallet while he was taking a shower, he was drawing $72,000 a year on a commission from the CIA, which is about equivalent to a colonel grade. He had sparse blonde hair. It wasn't not real shaggy hair, He was, he stood very erect. He looked like a Marine, like a soldier. He had the blue eyes. He'd answer questions, but he didn't add a lot. If he didn't ask the question, you're not going to get any information. He had a tattoo on his right arm that he kept covered up, and he got a mark for each special mission carried out. Now, to him, his special missions were terminating enemies of the United States government. If they were characterized as enemies and they didn't want them to go to trial because the information might come out that would be of a sensitive nature, they would just terminate them instead, and he understood that that was what he was doing, and that was his job. To me, it's murder. To him, it was a mission.
He was also living the life of a government assassin. All the special troops there apparently were being used for the same purpose. And they thought those assassinations were called missions, special missions. They got a special bonus for each special mission and a hash mark on the arm. And these young men were selected when they were in their high teens, very impressionable age, and they looked for people that already were patriotic. And they worked on the patriotism in boot camp until they became so patriotic that they would weep when the flag would go up and down the flagpole. And they were training to take out America's enemies. And so for them to carry out one of these missions, all their leaders had to do was characterize somebody as a traitor or an enemy of the United States or a spy, and their job as top Marines was to take out the enemies of the country, and they would do it with no compunction. Even if it was a brother, they would do it, or a sister, a close relative, because they were trained to implicitly believe their leaders. Their leaders could not err, and so these missions were simply missions to kill spies, internal spies within the system, and they thought that's what they were doing, is ridding the system of its betrayers, of its traitors. So it didn't bother him at all about murdering people. These guys were exempt because they were carrying out a special mission, and they really believed this. They didn't feel bad about their hits, because they sincerely believed that they all were traitors and enemies of the country.
He'd gone to take a shower in my shower, and he laid his keys and wallet on the coffee table in front of the sofa where I was sitting when he went in to take his shower. And I thought, oh, I'll look in his wallet and see if he is who he says he is. And when I did, I saw there's no Connor Orion in the wallet. All the names in there were Derek Hennessy. So I looked a little further. I took out a group of credit cards in an envelope, in a pocket in the wallet, and folded in between the cards, folded four ways so you couldn't see it. And when I separated the cards, there was this piece of paper folded tightly. It turned out to be a W-4, which is the employer's statement of withholding, salary base and withholding, and it showed that he was earning $72,000 a year. Well, I didn't want him to know that I was snooping in his wallet, so I folded it all up carefully, put it all back exactly the way it was, and put it back on the table. He did not know that I had discovered this. I had to kind of bait him to get some answers. I asked him what he was doing, and he said something about a special mission. I said, what's a special mission? He said, taking care of government business. He said, we're trained, recruited and trained to take care of enemies of the American government. He said, if they're spies, they're spies. They're enemies of the government. That's our duty. He was also drawing a sergeant's pay, and he told me that he was drawing special pay outside of the country, was deposited in accounts outside of the country. He said he had $300,000 saved up. He said, I got $5,000 bonus for each special mission. I said, what's a special mission? He says, that's carrying out a mission for the government to terminate a person that they can't afford to bring to trial because it might reveal too much. So they terminate him another way so that the secrets don't get out. In the same cards, folded the same way with the W-4 statement, was a copy of a hit order and a mug sheet. The mug sheet showed a front and face photographs of the hit, the 18th hit, handprint and fingerprints for all the 10 fingers, and a name and an address. And I folded that the same way and put it back, all back in his wallet, so he didn't know that I had seen it. But later I got him to tell me about his special missions, and he told me about the 18th one being his last one. And I fished a little bit and got more information, but I never did tell him that I'd looked in his wallet. I don't think he ever knew that.
When you took it out of his wallet, did you go over and scan it on your copy? Is that how you got
copier
copies?
and made a copy, yeah.
Okay.
This is the hit order that he received under his, in a valise with his clothes was the hit order and his instructions to report to, says, Ghostwalker, you are to report to the American Embassy in Budapest, Hungary. You will be received by S.A. Grey Wolf. As a unit, you will proceed to terminate a ex-S.A. David T. Johnson. That's the hit order. And there's David T. Johnson. He was a Army Green Beret, staff officer in the American Embassy in Budapest.
Murdered.
Murdered.
By Connor O'Ryan.
By Connor O'Ryan, and his partner, they both put bullets in him. His partner was S.A. Grey Wolf.
Zoom in and you can see it's the CIA.
Connor O'Ryan was Ghostwalker. When they were on missions like that, they were not allowed to exchange names. He never knew who Grey Wolf was. He was in level 2 of S4 when he found a note under his pillow after he'd gone off shift. Report to his sergeant. The sergeant handed him an envelope and told him the car was waiting and they'd drive him to Las Vegas to the bus station. When he got to the bus station in Las Vegas, he knew, having done this before, that he would look for a key taped to the back of the locker. So he felt around the back of the locker, so he found a key taped there. It had the locker number. He opened the locker and took out a valise, a traveling valise, nice one, with a suit of clothes, shoes, socks, shirt, tie, and everything for business travel. And he put those clothes on and put his clothes back in the locker, his Marine clothes back in the locker, and took the bus down to Los Angeles and the airline ticket to Budapest. And had a schedule and everything else on, so somebody had already coordinated. He didn't have a long wait anyplace. The last one, the 18th one, when he was sent to Budapest, Hungary, he was paired with another CIA agent, or another agent like himself, who was another Special Forces troop. And they were given Hungarian clothes and Hungarian weapons and ammunition, shoes and everything to do it. Mugshots of their hit, and where he lived, maps of where he lived, his routes that he traveled, where he went to church, where he went to the grocery store and everything. And they took him out together, one on each side of his car. When he came out of the grocery store with his groceries, putting them in his car, they hit him from both sides with his 2 teenage kids in the car. And they put 7 or 8 bullets in him, and he died. See, and they just pocketed their weapons and walked away in the crowd. They looked like everybody else there, and they went back to the American Embassy, reported to the attaché, who gave them the clothes and the guns and the money. The attaché gave them their clothes, but traveling clothes back, and drove them to the airport, and they went home. Now that's what a mission was. And they were given back their American clothes and money to the airport right away in an embassy car to put them on an airplane to get out of there. And he said, right back into S4. And I said, what a marvelous way to cool somebody who's just carried out a hit. He said, yeah. He says, nobody can get to us. Nobody can investigate anything. In my mind, it was the most secure facility we had. Nobody can get in or out. I said, do all of you carry out these special missions? He says, we all do special missions, yes. That really is frightening to me because we don't know how long this has been going on. He told me he didn't have a chevron mark for this. I never did get a count on the mark, but he had a lot of chevron marks, vertical marks in a certain part of the shield.
And the Army Green Beret sergeant who was the target of their assassination in Budapest.
That's what it turned out to be, and that worried him some.
He was, why?
Because he was a senior special service officer himself, and the Green Beret was the same as him. He was also a special officer, special services officer in the Army. they were about equivalent status, and he thought maybe this guy was like him and just happened to know too much after he'd already carried out the order. He didn't question it until they killed him, and then he began to have some remorse about it. They killed him in front of his teenage kids sitting in the car. And he began to wonder what he had done to become such an enemy of the American government. Then he began to think about his own career and thinking that maybe that guy was just like him. So I said, don't you think you might become vulnerable here someplace along the way, that you know too much? He said, I think that's what's happened now.
What's the purpose of this? Why is this in the file?
There was a helicopter crash in the S4 area that he told me that the crash was that the government sacrificed an airplane to dispose of 6 people. And these are people that the government killed off in Area 51 for reasons of their own. And they sacrificed a helicopter, sabotaged a helicopter, and killed them all on it. 3 of these workers were targets. The rest of them were accidental victims.
Wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
Do they sometimes accident whole groups of people together like that?
I don't know. He told me one time he was on a hit was partnered with a Vatican hitman on a hit. I didn't know the Vatican had hitmen. Did you?
I had heard that they did, that they had their own secret service, but I didn't know that they put out hits. But they control so much wealth, and they're so powerful within the scope of the planet that it makes sense. I mean, the leader of the Catholic Church right now is an ex-Nazi, right?
Yeah.
Pope Benedict what's his name? Pope
Ratzinger is Benedict XVI, yeah.
Benedict the 16th or whatever. He's ex-Nazi.
Yeah, he was in the Nazi youth, yeah.
Yeah.
This appalled me to understand and find out that we are executing our own American citizens with other American citizens at American money for nefarious reasons without the justice system that protects us all. And it's run by the government and ordered by higher authorities. The government knows what they're doing. When I asked him about his salary, he said he got $5,000 bonus for each special mission. And he had just finished his 18th. And by now I knew from seeing his papers that his special missions were murder, government executions.
The pay we got was I have always gotten demolition pay and jump pay being with the teams, but when we go on a covert out, we get hazardous duties pay. Now being with this detachment, we got hazardous duties pay too, which is extra.
So we are still paid to normal U.S. Navy.
Exact. E6. Petty officer first class pay rate with I got jump pay if I made so many jumps in a year's time. Demolition pay because we're demolition experts, being with the team UDT, and hazardous duties pay when we are on hazardous operations, any kind of covert operate in a country that the American government considers hostile. You get a hazardous, like Nicaragua.
First of all, it's the Atomic Energy Commission area. The Navy had a Navy auxiliary airfield there that had arrestor gear on the runways that they practiced carrier landings on. And that's all it was. I used to stop there and get gas when I was ferrying aircraft across the country because the gas trucks were always sitting there and they were not used very much, and I could get gas immediately. There was a little snack bar right at the operations center where I filed my flight clearance, and I'd take off and leave in a short time.
Was that Groom Lake?
That was Groom Lake Auxiliary Naval Airfield. And the last time I stopped there, I was coming from Troutdale, Oregon, going to Oklahoma City with a small trainer, a fixed base operator, about 10 of them from the surplus from up there. And I was ferrying it through, and when I landed, they wanted a copy of my special orders. I told them, what special orders? They said, you can't land here without special orders. And I said, well, I've always landed here for gas. They said, well, you have to have special orders now. And they did give me gas, but made me leave right away and made me understand that I can't come back.
What year was that, roughly?
That was in the early 50s. Later, I began to hear about a Project Red Light going on at Groom Lake. And when I tried to get information on Project Red Light, that was so secret that nothing was available. But I was doing a lecture at Oakland, California, when I mentioned Project Red Light, and the fact that they closed the base, nobody knows what they were doing there. And a guy came up out of the audience afterwards to talk to me. He said, I was a technical sergeant in the medical corps in the hospital detachment. He told me that when Groom Lake Auxiliary Airfield was closed, they brought in the reinforced CB battalion. They closed everything but the base engineers and the hospital. And the hospital served the reinforced CB battalion until they were almost through working, and then they brought in a hospital team to take over the hospital. But during the 2 years that they were servicing, they heard scuttlebutt about what they were doing. They took up the runway, they took down buildings and put up camouflage netting to make it look like nothing had changed. And when they got through, they put the buildings and the runway back. And that sergeant thought that they had only put extra facilities under the runway and some under the ramp, the parking ramp. But he never knew how big it was or anything. And that's all I had for some time until I found at another lecture like that, a man came up to me, said that he was working in the CB battalion. He was a tech sergeant engineer, project engineer, and he told me about digging the 4 levels. And then they started putting the runway all back together again above. But he said that within those 4 levels, they prepared a habitat that had a controllable atmosphere in it. But he said that the CB battalion only dug the hole in the ground and laid some foundations. Then they brought in other contractors to put the facilities in on top of the foundations and finish it and put the runway back. So nobody ever had the whole project. It was always parceled out like that.
Now that was the Groom Lake project, Area 51.
That was Area 51.
The most infamous and notorious secret military site in the world, Area 51 at Groom Lake, Nevada. A restricted government site that guzzles down black budget funds, hidden in plain sight, exotic, dangerous, highly classified. Parts of the complex require Q-30 clearance or higher. Above top secret and deadly, and may be controlled not just by human beings. Testimonies suggest that beings not of this earth may even share control of the base. Area 51 was originally constructed in 1955, 1 year after the Edwards and Holloman treaties in 1954 were arranged, clandestinely in utmost secrecy, between officials in the U.S. government and off-world beings who possessed highly advanced technologies that lured in the lusty, weapons-minded military brass. Originally known as Watertown Strip in 1955, after CIA Director Allen Dulles' hometown, the growing base was later dubbed Paradise Ranch, now simply the Ranch. The 575 square mile rectangle of land was officially designated Area 51 outside the control of our 50 states by the Atomic Energy Commission in June 1958. The Area 51 control tower identifies itself as Dreamland in radio communications and warns off all aircraft from flying over the box, its forbidden airspace known officially as R4808N. Some insiders have even dubbed Area 51 the dark side of the moon. The town of Rachel, Nevada, with its population of just around 200 people, is known for the Little Alien restaurant, complete with its own UFO video and book library for patrons and visitors from all corners of the world. Just to the west of Rachel, is a backgate guard entrance to the Nellis Bombing and Gunnery Range, 8 million acres large, inside whose boundaries is Area 51. The townsfolk of Rachel can see the 9,000-foot bald mountain peak just to the south, which is capped with an observation and communications facility directly connected with Area 51. Highway 375 runs through Rachel and along the northeastern perimeter of restricted land, which was officially dedicated in the mid-1990s as the Extraterrestrial Highway, a twisting 98-mile stretch of single-lane road, absent of gasoline stations anywhere. Amid the Joshua trees and cactus and tumbleweeds of Tikaboo Valley lives a generations-old cattle ranching family. The ranchers are known for their famous black mailbox, which marks the commencement of a dirt road between mileposts 29 and 30 that leads toward their ranch, and also towards Groom Lake just beyond to the southwest. A little farther southeast on Highway 375, between mileposts 34 and 35, Groom Lake Road begins its trail across the desert floor of Tikaboo Valley toward Jumbled Hills. Almost every morning, buses with blacked-out windows carrying Area 51 workers speed along to the top-secret facilities by way of the Groom Lake Road. The perimeter of Area 51 shares a border with the Yucca Flat region of the Nevada test site, where over 900 atomic tests have been conducted since 1951. Beginning in July 1962, all its atomic detonations were exploded underground, but for what purpose remains unclear. The Area 51 land is managed by the 99th Air Base Wing at Nellis Air Force Base. However, Area 51 is also an adjunct to Edwards Air Force Base Flight Test Center, which appears to have control of operations at Groom Lake. And just 40 miles southwest of Groom Lake is the Yucca Mountain Nuclear Storage Facility. Groom Lake is a dry salt lake located in Emigrant Valley, north of the Papoose mountain range, and Area 51 is on Groom Lake's southern shore. In 1995, federal land grabs have expanded the scope of the base and eliminated certain mountaintop viewing spots for civilians, including Whitesides Mountain and Freedom Ridge, despite substantial public outcry. Intruders are subject to the use of deadly force, which was supposedly authorized under the terms of the 1950 McCarran Internal Security Act. Enforcing security are hired personnel from Wackenhut and Sandia security companies, along with a contingent of Navy SEALs and Delta Force. Black Hawk and Sikorsky helicopters, Jeeps and Humvees patrol constantly, seeking out intruders using every technology at their disposal. The ranch, as insiders know it, is the most protected known base on the planet's surface, and its personnel are required to take a lifetime oath of secrecy. Area 51 is likely run by the United States Navy, even while it appears the Air Force maintains operations out of Edwards Air Force Base in California. The radar facilities always have at least one radar pointed straight up to monitor the skies above, as it is well known that modern satellites from foreign nations can see through topsoil with synthetic aperture radar and infrared imaging to detect tunnels below the surface. Strangely, due to the Open Skies Treaty of March 24, 1992, member countries signing the treaty are allowed to use satellites to take photos of the Area 51 base in exchange for the U.S. being allowed to spy on other treaty-signing nations' top-secret facilities. Participating countries include the Soviet republics, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, the United Kingdom, Turkey, Ukraine, Norway, Denmark, Poland, and Romania. Ironically, the American taxpayers that foot the bills for Area 51 are not allowed any information regarding Area 51, even those Americans who have suffered chemical contamination working at Area 51 for court cases seeking due compensation for their injuries. Incoming flights come from several key installations, all directed by the control tower, situated about 1/4 mile northeast of an enormous 100-foot tall hangar, suspected of housing a giant elevator that can lower heavy tonnage aircraft down to a vast underground complex below. Along with Area 51, Bechtel controls Los Alamos, Lawrence Livermore, and a host of the most sensitive nuclear weapons facilities for the U.S. Department of Energy. Defining the word cronyism, the Bechtels have lorded over White House political decision-making for decades, especially administrations headed by Nixon, Reagan, Bush Sr., Clinton, and Bush Jr. It was Bechtel that was awarded the no-bid contract for Hurricane Katrina relief. Bechtel is where our tax dollars go to die. George Shultz and Caspar Weinberger are Bechtel alums, and so are former NATO Supreme Allied commanders. Among Bechtel's many major construction projects are countless oil platforms, refineries, and pipelines, including the Alaska Pipeline and countless tracks of railroad, including the entire BART urban transit system in San Francisco. Bechtel and its partners built the Hoover Dam project and the ARCO experimental breeder reactor, which produced the first ever electric power from a nuclear source, leading to Bechtel gathering the largest contracts for the biggest nuclear power plants worldwide. Unfortunately, numerous hazardous waste violations, ballooning profits in Boston's Big Dig, outrageous behavior in the reconstruction of Iraq, inciting Bolivians to riot against Bechtel, which was trying to privatize the water supply, and membership in the Trilaterals, the Council on Foreign Relations, and the Bohemian Grove has not endeared Bechtel to the vast population of tax-paying Americans. In terms of financial transparency, Bechtel is not. As a private, multinational corporation with a jaw-dropping list of subsidiaries, Bechtel is much more opaque than all publicly held multinationals, having no need to go public for money. Only big oil money like Avery Rockefeller's money is capable of behaving like this. Now Bechtel wants control of the world's fresh water supplies. Bolivia told Bechtel, no way in hell. The control tower ushers in the Janet facility flights operated by EG&G from Las Vegas' McCarran International Airport, but personnel are also purportedly brought in from Lockheed's Skunk Works facilities in Palmdale, from Lawrence Livermore Laboratory in San Francisco, and from Los Alamos National Laboratories in New Mexico. Area 51's main runway is 30,000 feet long, nearly 6 miles, which when compared to runways where the space shuttle lands, which are barely half that size at 3 miles, makes Area 51's runway seem extreme. Area 51's southern hangars have held the A-12 Oxcart and the SR-71 Blackbird, and likely craft much more exotic. The northern hangars, or Red Hat hangars, house what is dubbed captured foreign technology, which is disassembled and blueprinted. Other buildings and facilities allow for on-site avionics modification, but below the buildings is a deep underground tunnel complex with tunnels 30 feet high and 70 feet wide, and what goes on there only a few brave souls have ever shared publicly. Most personnel choose to enjoy the privileges of a top-secret base. Key personnel are spoiled with lavish meals at Sam's Place, a recreational facility for members of Club Fed. Worker housing buildings are on site for lower-level personnel that live on the base. The most insidious of the dangers for the lower-level Area 51 workers was the chemical contamination from waste burned in open pits and trenches at Groom Lake. In 1994, law professor Jonathan Turley of George Washington University represented Area 51 widows of government contractors Walter Kazaa and Robert Frost and sued the Air Force and Environmental Protection Agency. Professor Turley demonstrated in court that high levels of dioxin, dibenzofuran, and trichloroethylene led to skin, liver, and respiratory failures and death in numerous Area 51 personnel. However, the United States Air Force responded by classifying all evidence of contamination in order to skirt the lawsuit, according to Congressman Lee Hamilton. Furthermore, the federal government invoked the state secrets privilege, citing the lawsuit as a threat to expose national security secrets. U.S. Judge Philip Proe rejected the government's argument, so a Majestic 12 lapdog, President Clinton, issued a presidential determination exempting the Air Force's operating location near Groom Lake, Nevada. Clinton's action forced Judge Proe to dismiss the case for lack of evidence. Turley appealed to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals on the grounds that the federal government was abusing its power, but the Ninth Circuit refused Turley's appeal, and the Supreme Court refused to hear the case. 60 Minutes ran their investigative inquiry on March 17, 1996, in which Congressman Lee Hamilton stated, "I'm not personally prepared to take the word of a person who has, or an entity which has, a huge financial stake in the outcome here, that this information needs to be classified." Professor Jonathan Turley added, "The question is whether they are going to be held accountable, because ultimately that is what this case is about. Whether there is something unique about the United States government that either makes it accountable or exempt from its own laws." While Area 51 has produced aviation advances for the U-2, SR-71, F-117, B-2 stealth bomber, it has also secretly produced the still unacknowledged TR-3Bs and Aurora spacecraft. And besides devouring hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe even trillions, for its projects, the federal government is also turning a blind eye on billions of dollars of fraud and tax evasion by selected government contractors who are not claiming the true taxable value of their facilities to the Lincoln County tax assessor, who is not even allowed into Area 51 to perform his county's tax assessments. Area 51 has claimed only $2.5 million of property value to Lincoln County, even while accepting annual budgets in the billions of dollars from us, the American taxpayers. Dangerous underground atomic detonations, nuclear storage and waste concerns, the use of deadly force against civilians, lavish treatment of high officials, uncompensated chemical contamination of its workers, abuse of the law and its own power, tax evasion, and evidently secret extraterrestrial alliances. These improper government practices should impel Congress to hold open investigations into the nearly 60-year history of corporate and federal abuses at Area 51.
Area 51 is a big area. It has the Groom Lake Naval Auxiliary Airfield in the valley with a long runway in the dry lake bed, but through the mountain in the next salt valley south, and you got there's a mountain range in between, and between there's a tunnel now that runs all the way from Groom Lake through to S4. It's about 8 miles through mountains. That tunnel is over. The tunnel is over 100 feet wide, and nearly 100 feet from top to bottom, and that's where super secret aircraft are stored. It becomes a huge hangar. And the vehicles can be taken out either the S4 end or the Groom Lake end. S4 is where the hangars were built at the end of that tunnel on opening into the valley is where S4 facilities were built, and they were built into the mountain, but they were camouflaged. They had a side of the mountain slid aside and to make the doors, it rolled away and opened the facility, and that's how they took the captured vehicles in and out. Was they'd roll the door back and take them out, and when the Russian satellites had already passed or were not due, they bring them back in before the satellites were due again.
Did you ever hear talk about S4?
Let me explain something about Area 51. It was, at the time, simply a range as part of Camp Mercury. When you look at the map, you had areas such and such, 49, Area 50, Area 51. These are all part of the original Camp Mercury atomic test site facility. So 51 was part of Camp Mercury initially. And while I was there, I was at Department of Energy School in 1979. And the weekend in between, and some of the contractors who dined with us in the mess hall, we'd gotten to know pretty well. They were instructors as well. They said, look, let's all hop on the bus after breakfast on Saturday. They invited us to hop on the bus. We're going to show you guys something. So away we went on this fairly rickety old bus, it wasn't one of the more modern, more comfortable ones. And down the road we went over a pass into Groom Lake from the other side, from the rear. I never went through the mailbox out on the roads kind of garbage. We came in from the back over to Groom Lake. And they took us over to one of the facilities, and we got out of the bus. And anyhow, never made it to S4, but I heard the contractors talking about it. And some of them were contractors who were involved in the construction. They said that S4 had 30 levels. You take a 30-story building, put it in the ground, and that's where apparently the aliens were. And some of the contractors had seen them.
What were their
But
descriptions?
they had not got very close to them. Well, they appeared to be kind of like grays, but not the little ones. These were 5.5 feet tall, or 6 feet even. They were grays, and they had a fairly large eye, but they were not the little guys with the wraparound eyes. I was to learn later that those little dudes are laboratory products.
Organic robots.
Yeah, they're organic robots, I guess is the best description. At the very bottom of this thing at S4, there was a gate. A retired bird colonel shared with me. He said, I went down to level, the lower level, the third level, 30th floor. He says, they told me to put on a summer uniform, and it was wintertime. He went down, they had his luggage and suitcase and his briefcase and all. And he stepped through the doorway, and he came out, and he was at, what's the middle of Australia? Pine Gap.
Pine Gap? Mm-hmm.
He went through a door at S4, and on the other
came
side
out
was
at
Pine
Pine
Gap.
Gap.
Australia.
Yeah.
So they already had teleportation at that point.
Which we were to learn later, it was just a mile and a half from one of the major UFO ET installations on the planet. The ETs had had a facility there from apparently over 100 years. The retired colonel told me, he said, you know, I was in a state of shock. He said, I didn't feel a thing. He says, I went through the door, I'm in S4 in Nevada. He says, the next thing I'm coming up, being led off to a private set of quarters in a facility that is in Pine Gap, Australia. And he says, it took me a while to adjust to it, he says.
When we were sitting down together with Bob Dean says he heard that S4 had 30 levels, which are 3 sections of 10 levels each, coded green, blue, and red. But I gather from your 10 days with Con O'Ryan that he only knew about 4 levels.
He only knew about 4 levels.
And
He never saw anything at 3 or 4.
do you subscribe to Bob Dean's description from somebody?
I don't have any information on the other levels.
Do you think they exist? Or do you think there are only 4?
I don't know. If they exist, they would have been dug after the initial red light project that set up the facility there, the first 4 levels.
I think one of the things that impressed me the most about what the contractors would share with us is that they were in the tunnel building business, and they were digging tunnels all over the damn place. And they had these big 40-foot tunnel boring machines, you know, on railroad tracks. They'd go into the side of a mountain, literally, and they would go down and then out. And they were laughing one time. They said they were digging a tunnel and they ran into another tunnel, which they didn't know about.
Really?
And they said the tunnel they ran into was better than the one they were building. And all our ears perked up. And I said, "What?" He says, "This thing was beautiful." He says, "It was big and it was smooth, and the walls were like glass." And he says, "We built this damn thing. The ones we were building were, rough and not too ready, and we had to plaster them and, finish them up a bit, cement and all to make them livable." But he says, we ran into a series of tunnels that were incredible. And what we were going to do is we were going to get a Jeep and load it up with, spotlights and water and whatever, and we were going to explore. And one of our senior supervisors, he said, found out about our plan and threatened to court-martial or put us all in jail. And he said, "You stay the hell out of those tunnels." Those are not ours. Those are not for you to look at. You leave them alone. And they said, all among themselves, who the hell built those tunnels, you know? Well, who had the technology to build those that good? And here we are digging these things in. When I retired, we knew officially, at my level of security, that there were 4 different groups that we were interrelating with. They were all humanoid, but only one was human, or at least so much like us that you couldn't tell the difference. Technologically, they are so far beyond us that we can't even imagine it. And I think spiritually they are so far beyond us. And I think those are the ones that are really calling the shots. I think those are the ones that are really in charge of the program. And you see other aliens, you see little grays, you see tall grays, you see tall whites with no hair at all. You even see, some of the people have described seeing reptilians. I don't deny that. I don't doubt that for a moment. But I've concluded that the one group that seems to be running the program, at least on planet Earth, are the Anunnaki from Nibiru, our cousins, our forefathers, as it were.
So it's possible that they had built those tunnels.
I think so. They said that there were tunnels all over the damn place. There were tunnels going from Groom Lake to Nellis, which is what, about 10 miles?
Yeah.
20 miles, or something like that. There were rumors that some of the tunnels went over to Fort Huachuca, which is in southern Arizona.
And you had been stationed there at one time.
And I had been stationed at Huachuca. And I knew there were some, mysterious goings-on there, but anyhow, they said that there were tunnels all over the place. So when I hear these rumors about tunnels across the continent with high-speed rail, yeah, I'm not surprised.
So the Phil Schneider reports about underground tunnels and some of the maps that he provided, that kind of thing, do you guys have problems with that?
It makes sense to me.
I know the chemical structure and the application of construction value explosives. I earned a reputation on it. I helped hollow out over 13 deep underground military bases in the United States. I worked on the Malta project. I worked on West Germany on its military bases, in Spain on its, and Italy on its. Anyway, of these 129 bases, they've been building them day and night unceasingly since the early 40s. Some of them were built even earlier than that. The average depth of each base is roughly a mile deep. They are basic whole cities hollowed out underground. They're somewhere between 2 2/3 cubic miles and 4 1/4 cubic miles hollowed out underground. These bases comprised basically of large cities underground. They're connected by high-speed monorail magneto-leviton trains that can go up to Mach 2. Books have been several books recently have been written about this activity, all of which is verifiable through bibliography. Richard Sauder's book, he's a PhD architect, and he alone also is risking his life by talking about this. He worked with a number of government agencies on deep underground military bases. I have helped build 2 main concerned bases within these United States that have some significance as far as what is it called the New World Order. Number 1 is Dulce, New Mexico. I was involved in 1979 in a horrendous firefight with alien human type, whatever you want to call them. And I was one of the survivors. I'm probably the only talking survivor you'll ever hear. 2 other survivors are under close guard somewhere in these United States. One is not in very good shape. He's living in Canada. So I'm about the only one around that knows the firefight, that knows all the detailed files of the entire operation. 66 Secret Service agents, FBI and the like, Black Berets died in that firefight. I was there. My father, Otto Dr. Schneider. There's an interesting story about him. He fought on both sides of the war. He was originally a U-boat captain. He was captured, he was captured by the French. He was turned over to the United States Army, turned over to the United States Navy. He was repatriated here to Cocoa Beach, Florida, and Fort Lauderdale, and taken up to Philadelphia Navy Yard thereafter. And he was a master machinist as well as an MD doctor. He later became an MD doctor and never did anything with it. But basically, he was involved with different kinds of concerns, such as A-bomb and H-bomb and Philadelphia experiment and these other kinds of projects. His groundwork, he invented a camera, a high-speed camera that took pictures of the first atomic tests in Bikini Island on 12th of July 1946, to which I have original photographs of, which show unidentified flying objects fleeing the bomb site at a high rate of speed. Bikini Island at the time was infested with the thing in various depths of its waters. The natives always saw them. The natives had problems with their cattle, basically pigs is what they raised, and other things. Though this story has never come out, this is basically what happened. Maybe somebody knows a senator or a congressman or has had help by such. There's one outstanding in Oregon. His name is Mark Hatfield. That man helped me fight the federal government. See, my father left me these pictures of what he took at Bikini Island. Operation Crossroads. And I'm going to have this one out on the table. It's the original. I'll ask you please carefully handle it and try not to put too many fingerprints on it. Right over here, and I'll point to it, and I'll point to it. Hey, Echo, is a structure that's an unidentified flying object. This was taken 12th of July, 1946. Federal government at that time knew all about flying saucers, what they were and what their agenda was, and how they want to control us by world domination. Without question, they knew about it. UFOs really wasn't my bag until I started work at Area 51, which is in the Nellis Air Force Base north of Las Vegas, Nevada. The Guardians of Stealth. There are over 3 distinct classifications of special police used to guard one of our most well-kept secrets. Number 1, this is the most disturbing of all. The MJTF, and that, by the way, that stands for Military Joint Tactical Force, otherwise known as the Black Berets. Some people call them the Delta Force, and there are other names for it. A multinational tactical force primarily used to guard the various stealth aircraft worldwide. Stealth aircraft, for instance, the F-117A, there's 157 of the son of a guns going around. You know their sole purpose is? They're all loaded with LIDAR, L-I-D-A-R, and SEER, computer-enhanced imaging radar. They can fly over your house. They can see you walking from room to room. They can tell if you've got an old antique rifle on your mantelpiece. They can see objects in the house with a variation limit and capability of 1 inch to 30,000 miles. That's how accurate this is. Is this the proper use of our tax money? I would say not. The Black Budget is a secretive group, basically a secret budget. It garners 1/4 of the gross national product, the entire gross national product of these United States. At present, the gross national product is around $5 trillion. So 1/4 of that's about $1.25 trillion per year. At least 1.023 trillion, and I say at least, is used in black budget programs like deep underground military bases. Presently, there are 129 deep underground military bases in these United States. Bill, 68% of the U.S. military budget is directly or indirectly affected by the black budget. Star Wars, otherwise nicknamed Star Wars, Strategic Defense Initiative, relies heavily upon stealth weaponry. By the way, none of this would have been available without us taking apart with a fine-tooth comb crashed flying saucers that either we downed or they crashed themselves into our deserts. None. Budget from U.S. Congress 5-year plan that we're told about is $247.6 million. You couldn't buy the spare parts of all the black helicopters and the F-117As and the B-1, the B-2 bomber, and all the other 20, 24, 25 prototypes. Couldn't even get the nuts and bolts for that. So we've been lied to, folks, and I know we can do better. Black budget garners this figure, roughly $1.25 trillion every 2 years. Trillion. I'm not talking billion, folks. Trillion. If you don't know what a trillion is, it's 1,000 billion. It's a big number. If you were to regard that in dollar bills, it would be 11 tons of dollar bills. That's how big a trillion is. Okay. The black budget literally means hidden budget. The U.S. Congress never sees the books of this clandestine pot of gold. Contractors of stealth, and I've listed quite a few here. UG&G, Westinghouse, McDonnell Douglas, Morrison Knudsen, Wackenhut Security Systems, Boeing Aerospace, Lorimar Aerospace, Aerospatiale of France, Mitsubishi of Japan, also Mitsubishi Heavy Electric Industries, Ryder Trucks, Bechtel, IG Farben, that's a chemical company, plus a host of hundreds more. Now, I've talked about a number of topics that are rather controversial. I'm not advocating the overthrow of any government. I don't believe in such for the main reason. The number one, it always kills the wrong folks. But I believe if I have the chance to tell people about these atrocities, I think that there will be some serious letter writing, if not letter writing, some serious conscientious voting done in the very near future on various elected government officials, if not the whole category of elected government officials.
Now, the construction of S4 happened then after the construction of Groom Lake.
S4 followed Groom Lake, yes.
Okay, so describe what you know about the construction of S4, how that occurred.
Well, they started tunneling from Groom Lake back into the mountain for secure facilities. And they kept tunneling. Over the years, they kept tunneling till they came out the other end down there. And that's where they put the captured alien vehicles, but that's where our most secret aircraft were stored too, is right next to the captured vehicles up the tunnel towards Groom Lake.
There's 4 levels in Site 4, excluding the top level, the surface, which is basically a hangars with the satellite. There's really not too much to it, but the levels are all operated. There's the first and second levels are all elevator where they keep the flying disc, ships, whatever you want to call it. They bring it to the surface. Right when I was there, they were trying to operate the disc, but to my viewing, unsuccessfully. There's scientists there. I've personally witnessed White House officials being there.
Well, is there any reference to any of those dry lake beds?
No.
By name?
I didn't hear any. I mean, we were just, as I said, I was just being the sentry there. You didn't hear nothing.
Was it called S4 or A4?
S4.
S4.
We called it, it was called a museum.
So for you to actually leave base or get on base, they would take you down in a government vehicle and drop you off, what, in Las
At the
Vegas?
Tropicana Hotel.
The Tropicana. So that was the pick-up and drop-off point?
At 12 o'clock on a Thursday evening at the end of each month. If it fell on usually it was on the last Thursday of each month. And they would rotate. Every week they were taking somebody for the weekend. They were rotating their sentries. Yes, they dropped us off at the Tropicana, on Tropicana Boulevard, right in the back. And they just dropped us off.
And we had to stay with your group of people? Or?
No, we could venture off and do what we wanted to. Like I said, if you can get me in view of the facility itself, or get me in the thing, I could recognize where I'm at and get on with it. Because I mean, we could see through the front windshield driving, but you just didn't. I mean, there was like a cover gate, you know, like a boot in a camper.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like a little gate, and then the guy could shut it and open it at any given time. Most of the time, it was open partially. You don't know where the hell we're going. I mean, my first thing, I thought, you know, that I was going to a secret Navy base myself, and then we got out, and that was it. My first visit.
But how long would you ride from you left from Nellis, did you?
Vegas.
From Vegas. How long would you ride from Vegas until you got to this facility?
Well, we'd ride to Nellis, and then Nellis we'd ride for about another hour, stop for about 20 minutes, ride for another half hour, stop, ride for another hour, stop for about 10, 20 minutes to relieve ourselves, which was in back of the van. Then the guy would come around and empty the thing. I think that they drove us around endlessly sometimes, you know.
Because it was different times.
Different times. Sometimes we'd be there in 4 hours, sometimes it'd be, you know, 3 hours, sometimes it'd be 6 hours. It was, I mean, the security for the place for arriving and getting there is extremely strict. They don't...
So you couldn't sit down with a map and try to trace the route. It'd be impossible.
Yeah, I mean, even if you were sitting there, even if you're not allowed to have a pad and pencil in the van going there anyways. You're not allowed to, they take your watches, so you lose track of time. I mean, you get your watches and jewelry back when you get onto the facility itself.
You're not allowed to carry a pen?
No.
So they didn't get to see the routes to and from as the transportation came and went. They weren't able to look out once they were in the bus. The facility, the doors were closed and then the windows were blacked out. Nobody could look in and they couldn't look out.
Whack and Hut intelligence people controlled
The Area 51 area.
They were driven in by Whack and Hut, and they were watched by Whack and Hut. They could leave the facility, but they couldn't. Nobody could leave alone. They had to leave together at least, and they were required to watch each other.
Has any employee of Whack and Hut ever come out and described being a guard and what their duties were around Area 51, Groom Lake, or S4?
Yeah, I don't know of any.
So they're able to keep those people fairly quiet compared to some of the military people.
The business they're in, I guess they're scared enough, so they keep quiet. They drove them all the way back to S4, and it drove into a covered facility where they were taken out and went right into the reception room for level 1, which is all they ever saw.
We didn't discuss nothing, absolutely nothing. I mean, it was how the football team's doing, and you know, basic talk. We didn't ever discuss. We get picked up in the van, we took sit in there, nice comfortable ride. We get to the gate, and that's it. You know, that's the way I always got there. I never personally drove there. I mean,
was the gate an external gate? Was outside where the
van
went through?
You drove through and went into this little like overhang, like an inspection center.
Oh, okay.
You know, you get out,
walk through a door, and you're
thumbprint, and then once that passed, present identification, and then they take you to the other gates, and they take you into the infirmary room, where not the infirmary, but where the watch commander is, and they take us in and they individually polygraph us real quick. We had to sit in room. We couldn't go anywhere to your bond, to your cubicles or anything
until after you'd been polygraphed.
After you're polygraphed, you went into another room. You never were told if you passed or whatever. If you passed, I assume you just went back to work. Like they had posted a watch schedule where you're going to be, and that was it. I don't know of any, well, how would you say, interaction between any of the agencies that are involved. To be honest, I don't even know who's really running the facility. I've heard it was ONI, but I don't think so. The sheriffs have strict, that's all government land. That there's absolutely, if a sheriff comes on the land without authorization, then we have orders to shoot. There's no question, no badge. I mean, there's no limits to what Now, if a sheriff catches anybody, I don't know, because I've never been there when a sheriff caught anybody or anything like that, you know what I mean? But they're not called out. We don't call out outside, any kind of outside law enforcement intervention whatsoever. They usually deal with security all by themselves.
How many people do you think are on the facility code?
The levels 1 and 2, and the ground levels, I'd probably have to say maybe 75. Levels 3 and 4, I believe there's a whole new set of barracks down there. As I say, we see people coming and going. As long as they get through that elevator, they come up to it. We don't ask no questions. If that light hits red, then we detain people. I mean, believe it. I've never detained. We've never detained me. I've never witnessed anybody being detained at the facility.
Okay. Do you want to talk about any of the base security systems, detection equipment?
Yes, I know a little bit about it. Within a circumference of 200 yards completely surrounding the facility is all completely mined with explosives, what they call a C-26, which is a really super high and intense plastic explosive, a lot different than C4, a lot more dense. Then there's an infrared systems around, but there's 4 snipers on duty at all times with starlight scopes. And then there's laser setups all around, which presented a problem a lot of times because of the vermin outside would penetrate it. I believe the last 2 months I was there, they upgraded it so it had to be somebody walking on 2 legs to completely tow it. It had to be an upright walking person to penetrate it instead of a 4-legged. I mean, I guess these things, from what I've told, can determine weight when something walks through it, which are, I believe, are about 2 feet off the ground, which are disguised, I believe, in cactus. I've never seen anything out there, but that's what I've been told is out there. I mean, when we go out on a search patrol, they'll turn it off on the search patrol. So if anybody was going to penetrate the base, if you're looking at a search patrol, then you know it's all right to get through the laser system, to get through that security type of blanket. To get through the mines and stuff, you'd have to be an experienced. You're going to have to crawl on your belly for at least a half of a mile and jab and move before you can get through it. I mean, if they go off and you're within a 10-foot vicinity, then you'd be dead. You'd be very fast, because that C-26 is a classified. I mean, it's supposed to be classified. I don't know what too many people know about it, but it's a high-grade explosive. It's a lot more volatile than C4. As I say, satellites pass over that area, especially, I mean, Eastern Bloc satellites used to pass over. I don't know about now, but in the last couple of months it's pretty I don't know, but I assume they're still passing them over. They pass over pretty periodically, and they shut that place down. There's one satellite, I don't know the name of it, but when it passes over, we shut it down completely until it's completely off, then they open it back up again.
They bring everything inside when
Everything.
the satellite is due.
It's like once every 2 days or something like that. It'll zip around. I know I assume it's a Russian, or it might even be one of ours that they don't want ours, with a high sensitivity to see, you know, some guy at the National Security Agency pretty much controls with Cheyenne, you know, they jointly control those satellites. So.
He knew that sometimes the craft from level 2 were taken up to level 1 and taken out. They had to wait for the Russian satellites to pass. They'd get them all ready, so as soon as it passed, they could take them out and work on them until it was due again. They'd bring it back in and close the doors once more.
Okay, this is the dirt road comes on in. This is guardhouse 1. You have to drive into an enclosed building, a little one. Guard comes out, you go over here for a thumbprint check and your identification. There's 2 other gates you got to go through, but being security personnel, we never had to go through that. We would just go straight through. Now the facility here is the ground level facility where they bring the disc up themselves. There's a door right here that completely opens up. There's a big satellite and kind of in the rear here, and there's one in the front over here. It's usually pointing straight up at all times. The mess hall is over in this corner. There's a door to the parking lot, which is a wall, and you can come right into the mess hall. It goes around, which is a hallway. Over here is, what do you say here? CIC Center, like on a ship, you know? Where they monitor satellites and anything that's, if anything's moving over the facility, then they'll shut it down for a while. I've never been in it. I've looked inside it, but I've never walked in and looked in it. It looks like a submarine controlled CIC room. Over here is a big access door. Now they bring the disc up one at a time. They never bring up more than one at a time. These are like the platforms that they bring them up on. They move it right on out, bring it on outside if they're going to try to activate it in some way or anything like
So
that.
this is like an open hangar, elevator platform.
Yes.
From the lower compartment.
A big open hangar. Yes. Not big. It doesn't look very big from the outside. I mean, it's because the discs themselves aren't very. I mean, you know, they're. I mean, yeah, I would say it's about 30 feet, 35 feet to the top. This is all open right in here. This is, there's a lot of equipment laying around. I don't even know when I begin to explain what it is because I have no idea really what it is. It looks like a car tune-up garage. I mean, with all kinds of computer diagnostic stuff. And
That's under a roof, though.
that's all this is under a roof, except for the parking lot over here.
Okay, how about a runway? Landing or taking off airplanes?
I've never seen airplanes land or take off. I've seen helicopters come and go, which is a pad about half a block back. It's like a little helo pad.
This is his sketch of the layout at level number 1, showing the disposition of the facilities on the floor. He does not show the bays there over here.
Yes, level 1 is basically your living quarters. There's 4 security detachments. All each has their own thing. One security detachment takes care of complete exterior of the facility around it constantly. One security detachment is gate and entrance. One security detachment is the levels, what I did, which is 2, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And detachment 1 is your snipers.
Compartmentized pretty well.
They keep everybody compartmentalized. We're not allowed to interact with any other security detachments whatsoever. We're not allowed to talk to them. We can talk to the people in our detachment only, you know, for a ball game, because regular shop, no shop talk or anything like that. And then back here, right here is like, this is not very good drawing. Right here is a medical infirmary that they do. There's a naval corpsman. They give us physicals once every 3 months. Right here is another security office where we go through light polygraph examinations. Right here is pictures of everybody. It's like an office break room, like, but there's pictures of everybody. There's pictures of everybody in the facility, with the exception of the people in level 3 and 4. This is all open right here, because it's all you see is a brick wall, a block wall. Okay, first thing we do is we go to gate number 1. We all line up, which is usually 4 of us at the same time we picked up. We all subject our thumbs to a print, taken into a back, ushered through the next 2 gates, taken into level 1. There's an office there. We go through a polygraph examination. After the polygraph examination, if your results were bad, which I've never heard of anyone being bad, I mean, or flunking your polygraph thing, I don't know what happened to you. I mean, no one's never just disappeared from the security detachment I was with. But you're subjected to a polygraph examination every time you come back from your 1 weekend of leave.
How is Bob Lazar connected to S4?
Bob Lazar was hired to do some back engineering on a certain disk. He called it the space sport model. Was when we got to look at the outline of the disk, it was very close to the shape of the version 2 flying disc that Billy Meyer was photographing in Switzerland. Bob Lazar said the seats were smaller. They were for smaller people than him. There was only 3 seats. Billy described 3 seats aboard the craft. The outside shape was very much the same. Led us to speculate on where that craft came from.
In 1988 and 89, a nuclear physicist and propulsion systems scientist named Bob Lazar got several months of hands-on experience working on a classified top-secret engineering project for a covert branch of the U.S. military aerospace program. Lazar's work included examination of extraterrestrial spacecraft recovered relatively intact over the decades by Central Intelligence, Special Air Force and Navy operatives and personnel. After telling friend John Lear about his experiences within a secret lab inside Area 51, Lazar found himself at the end of a gun in the secret Nevada facility, and his job at S4 was terminated shortly thereafter. Fearing the worst, Lazar went public with his claims of working on UFOs for the government, and television investigative journalist George Knapp, now a Peabody Award winner, reported the story to the general public through KLAS-TV in Las Vegas. Did you meet Bob Lazar before Lazar went out to Area 51?
Yeah, he was sitting right there. Goof on, Gene Elf was sitting right there. We were talking about UFOs. They took their tape, they did their measurements, and we talked more about UFOs, and Bob told us we were nuts. And that's when I first met him.
How did the meeting go when George Knapp and his KLS-TV news director, when they came out to your house to meet with you and Bob Lazar?
We sat right there, and when the other table was there, and Bob strolled out, just asked question after question after question after question, and because George Knapp wanted to do a series, and he needed Bob Stoldow's permission to go ahead. It was at that same meeting, Bob Stoldau said, "Go ahead and do it."
Lazar and S4 became the object of intense scrutiny by UFO research investigators and reporters for the next several years, and his claims and evidence were presented by filmmaker and real estate appraiser Gene Huff in the film Excerpts from the Government Bible, The Bob Lazar Story. Many of the following statements by Lazar are from that film. Lazar says, "In May of 1987, some scientists took an antimatter reactor to an underground blast facility on the Nevada test site to perform an experiment. Unfortunately for them, their experiment required them to cut the reactor open, which resulted in their deaths. I was hired," says Lazar, "in December 1988 to replace one of these men. I worked in a number of scientific programs, some of which required top-secret and above top-secret security clearances, of which the most easily verifiable is my 1980s job at the Los Alamos Mason Physics Facility in Los Alamos, New Mexico. While working at Los Alamos National Lab in 1982, the local newspaper did a front-page story on a jet car I had built. Coincidentally, Dr. Teller was giving a speech in Los Alamos that same day. We met and had a short chat about the jet car, and I later listened to his speech. I never met Dr. Teller again, but in 1988, when I decided to re-enter the scientific community, I sent him a resume and inquired about a job." And did Lazar investigate a classified library at Los Alamos and discover that Project Grudge was still ongoing?
I don't know whether he did or he gave the job to a friend of his. because there was 4 questions that needed answers to. And one was YY-2, what that meant, the classified library, and there was 2 other questions, and I forget what they were.
Dr. Teller responded by telephone and told me that he was no longer active, but just functioned in a consultant capacity. He gave me the name of a contact to call in Las Vegas. I made that call, and things progressed from there until I got into the program. I never got a chance to ask Dr. Teller if he remembered me from Los Alamos, so I don't know if that was a factor or not. Why did Lazar decide to try to get employed at Area 51?
Because we gave him enough information that he thought, you know, maybe there is something to this.
And how did Lazar get the job at Area 51? And please describe specifically the interview testing process that he went through.
He called, and I thought I was there. He says I wasn't. I thought I was there when he called Dr. Teller. And Dr. Teller said, Bob, do you want to work in Livermore with me or out there in Las Vegas? And Bob said, I want to work at Area 51. And Dr. Teller said, let me see what I can do. And so the next phone call, he was given a number to call, and they asked him out for an interview. And he got 3 interviews, and at the end of every interview he'd come over and say, I aced it. And on the second interview, he said, guess what their first question was? And I said, what? He said, what do you know about John Lear, and what's your relation with him? What's your relationship with him?
So they already knew you were connected to each other.
Yeah. So he said, I believe that John Lear sticks his nose into places where it doesn't belong, but what I didn't tell him was that I also like to stick my nose in places where it doesn't belong.
Do you still point it in places it doesn't belong, or you has age mellowed you a bit?
Age has mellowed me a bit. I mean, tracking down this moon stuff is so much fun because all you have to do is sit at the computer and look at the moon.
How do you think Area 51 already knew that Lazar had a friendship with you, and why do you think that was important to them?
I don't know.
Yeah, why would that be important to them?
And if I ask you on camera if you know Bob Lazar, can you just say no?
I will sit silently.
The first night Lazar got back from S4 in Area 51, what did he talk about to you? That must have been a pretty dramatic night.
Yeah. And
did he talk about discs or aliens or?
He came, he sat here and he said, I saw a disc today. And I said, what? He said, I saw a disc today. And I said, theirs or ours? And he said, theirs. And I said, what are you doing here then? They're going to follow you here. They'll know you. You're telling me. He said, John, let me tell you something. I've seen you take so much shit over this. I wanted to tell you I was there. I touched it. I saw it. It's real.
Wow. Lazar continues. Between December of '88 and April of '89, I worked as a senior staff physicist in what has to be the most secret project in history. My place of work was a facility in an area known as S4 on the Nellis Air Force Range in central Nevada. Area S4 is located approximately 15 miles south of the infamous Area 51 installation at Groom Lake, where the U-2 and SR-71 spy planes were developed. For the duration of my employment at S4, I was paid by the United States Navy. When I went to work, I was flown from McCarran Airport in Las Vegas to Area 51, which is a highly secure government base on the Nevada test site. From Area 51, I was bused to an even more highly secure facility located about 15 miles south of Area 51 called S4. S4 is situated at the base of the Papoose Mountains by the Papoose dry lake bed. The airspace over Area 51 and S4 is highly restricted, and any pilot or aircraft that may stray into sector R4808 is subject to pursuit by jets scrambled for intercept or subject to outright destruction by surface-to-air missiles. Tell me about the overflights over S4. Is that allowed by any pilot?
No.
Not even red-blue teams?
No, Bob says that there's an automatic ground-air missile that nobody has the power to stop. That if you fly over S4, it goes immediately.
The S4 installation is built into the mountain, and the 9 hangar doors are angled at about 60 degrees. These doors are covered with a sand-textured coating to blend in with the sides of the mountain and the desert floor. The hangar was equipped with typical tools and extensive electronic equipment. It also had a machine with an X-ray emblem on it and an overhead crane rated at 20,000 pounds. Equipment in this hangar was marked with a black number 41 with a white circle around it, asserts Lazar. It was outside of this hangar that I saw the sport model tested. The program out at S4 consisted of 3 projects: Project Galileo, Project Sidekick, and Project Looking Glass. Project Galileo dealt with gravity propulsion. Project Sidekick dealt with a beam weapon that had a neutron source and was focused by a gravity lens. Project Looking Glass dealt with the physics of seeing back in time. I was not personally involved with the hardware of Project Sidekick or Looking Glass. Regarding Project Looking Glass that Lazar was briefed on, what was Lazar's understanding about time and time compartmentalization? This is Project Looking Glass.
All he told us was that the paradox of if you go back in time and kill your father, will you still be here? He said, yes, you will still be here because time is compartmentalized.
As part of my indoctrination into the program at S4, I would randomly be taken into a small room which contained a table, a chair, and 120 or so briefings in blue folders. I'd be left there to read for varying amounts of time, usually about half an hour. Describe some of the information Lazar got from the blue folder briefing documents.
He said, just mostly talked about the nasty things we did around the world. And I said, like what? And he said, oh, you know, like starting wars. And
these briefings contained a wide spectrum of information, mostly relating to aliens and alien technology. These reports appeared to be an overview of alien information which could be used to brief scientists from any field about the scope of the whole project and not just their specific field of endeavor. The overview of Project Galileo was accurate. I read the overview and later witnessed evidence which proved it to be accurate. He also got to see a holographic book of some kind where it was comparing civilizations, Earth civilization and the Reticulan civilization. And when he looked at the book, he would see Earth history, and when he flipped it over, he would see Reticulan history.
yeah, actually what it was is on one side of the book, you had a book like this, and this would be our civilization. You look through it like that, and the pictures were three-dimensional, and that he could move it like that, and he could see inside, back, forward, outside, like that. And then if you turn the book over like this, then the same thing with the reticulans.
Interesting that the book you're holding is Alice in Wonderland.
I got this because the new secret base up in Nevada uses a lot of Alice in Wonderland terms. So I got the book to read all the terms that they use.
I know you probably can't say who, but how did that information arrive to you that they were using Alice in Wonderland terms for the new base?
Because either Bob or one of the people that worked up there said that when you went in the door, of S4, and there was a rabbit with a stopwatch up there. Somebody put a rabbit with a stopwatch up there.
There's a new base being created in Nevada that's moving away. Are you saying there's one that's going to move the strategic operations that go on at Groom Lake and S4 away from that location to another facility?
Yeah, there's some at both those facilities that are different.
And where in Nevada are they located?
They're oh, here it is. Right. No, that's where it is. I don't know where it went. If I come across it this evening, I'll show it to
Well, what area of Nevada?
you. Northeast.
So towards the Utah border.
Yeah.
My job in this program was to be part of a back engineering team. Back engineering is the act of taking a finished product and tearing it apart to find out what makes it tick. The goal in this program was to see if the technology of the disk could be duplicated with Earth material. I had at least partial view of 9 different disks out at Area S4. Lazar describes the interior of the flying disc he nicknamed the Sport Model, in which he was allowed to go inside. I not only saw 2 of the 3 interior levels, but I also saw it fully functional in flight. And no, unfortunately, I didn't get to go for a ride in it. This particular disc appeared to be in excellent condition, and because of its sleek appearance, I nicknamed it the Sport Model. The Sport Model is about 16 feet tall and 40 feet in diameter. The exterior skin of the disc is metal, which is the color of unpolished stainless steel. The Sport Model sits on its belly when not energized. The hatch is located on the upper half of the disc, with just the bottom portion of the door wrapping around the center lip of the disc. The interior of the disc is divided into 3 levels. The lower level is where the 3 gravity amplifiers and amplifier guides are located. The gravity amplifiers of the disc can be focused independently, and they are pulsed. Well, describe the time Lazar had been inside the flying saucer for work, for the propulsion systems for element 115, for 2.5 hours, and when he came out, hardly any time had elapsed, and so Lazar had concluded the saucer was time shifted.
Well, that's weird. I hadn't heard that time. I hadn't heard that story in years. I've forgotten that story, but I remember it now. I remember he did say that. 2.5 hours. Wow. God, it's been a long time since I heard that story.
Is that accurate? Is that what he told you?
Yeah.
So what does that mean to you now that you're remembering that?
I don't know. I just remember that before he went in, he had to take off all his watches, rings, everything, bracelets.
The space-time distortion around the disk achieves maximum distortion and is folded up into this heart-shaped form. The disk can't be seen from any vantage point, and for all practical purposes is invisible. All you can see would be the sky surrounding it. I was never given access to the upper level of the disk, so I can't enlighten you as to what the porthole-like areas are, other than I can assure you they're not portholes. The center level of the disk also houses the control consoles and seats, both of which were too small and too low to the floor to be functional for adult human beings. The walls of the center level are divided into archways. At one point in time, when the disk was energized, one of the archways became transparent, and you could see the area outside of it as if the archway was a window. After the panel had been transparent for a while, a form of writing which was unlike any alphabetic, scientific, or mathematical symbols I have ever seen began to appear on the transparent archway, and I was never informed as to how all of this was achieved, not that any of that would have required alien technology. The reactor, explains Lazar, is located directly above the 3 gravity amplifiers on the center level and is, in fact, centered between them. The element 115 is machined into triangles and is then inserted into the reactor. This piece of element 115 is the source of the gravity A wave, as well as the target, which is bombarded with protons to release the antimatter. Dr. Edward Teller was the key scientist who determined that fusion, as opposed to fission, could be used to create a nuclear bomb that would be even more destructive than the bombs dropped on Japan. Teller is known in the scientific community as the father of the hydrogen bomb. Teller's hydrogen bomb fusion process releases vastly more energy than fission and results in a much larger explosion from the identical amount of nuclear material as that within the bombs dropped on Japan. "We never dropped the hydrogen bomb, and," quips Lazar, "Dr. Teller's been in a bad mood ever since."
Is there any other nuclear reaction besides fission and fusion that you know of?
No.
Is there anything such?
Look, please, you try to explore the things about which I only will have to tell you it is not interesting, it's a waste of time.
Plutonium or
Look,
uranium?
it is, in my opinion, not interesting. I don't intend to answer it. If you ask me that question on camera, I will shut up. I will sit silent. You're not going to get an answer out of me on that.
Okay.
Teller refused to even acknowledge antimatter on camera, and in excerpts from the government Bible, Bob Lazar clearly explains the enormous destructive power of antimatter. The older atomic bombs, like those dropped on Japan, would create an area of total devastation only several miles long caused, says Lazar, by a fission reaction in which less than 1% of the nuclear material is converted to energy. But if a hydrogen bomb containing the same amount of nuclear fuel as the Nagasaki bomb were to explode, the area of total devastation would be approximately 20 miles. Now, if a bomb was made with the same amount of nuclear material as the Nagasaki bomb, and that material was antimatter, when that bomb exploded in Baghdad, says Lazar as an example, the area of devastation would include parts of Africa, Europe, and Asia, with the exact area of total devastation being very difficult to calculate. Besides the devastated areas, an antimatter explosion would wreak nightmarish consequences upon the Earth's atmosphere and ozone layer, as well as producing poisoning effects of tremendous nuclear clouds circling the Earth. This, says Lazar, demonstrates the enormous amount of power released when you totally convert matter to energy, which is what happens when antimatter and matter are combined. The potentially devastating consequences of an antimatter experiment gone awry now becomes painfully obvious. These are the real dangers of letting secret military scientists experiment with flying discs gathered in secret from UFO crash retrievals, without necessary and vital congressional and civilian oversight. Do not forget that Lazar was brought to S4 to replace scientists who died due to an antimatter reactor experiment gone horribly wrong. Says Lazar, there's a small segment of the United States government that makes scientific and technological judgments from a knowledge base that is not available to the general public. If the following information is true, the United States government also makes judgments on a historical, philosophical, and even theological level from a knowledge base that is not available to the general public. This technology was brought here by some alien beings from the Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 star system. These stars are located in the constellation Reticulum, which can only be seen from the southern hemisphere. Zeta Reticuli is a binary star system, which means that it is 2 stars and is located approximately 30 light years from Earth. These beings are from Reticulum 4, which is the 4th planet out from Zeta Reticuli 2. The beings are 3 to 4 feet tall and weigh 25 to 50 pounds. They have grayish skin and large heads. Not only did Lazar see discs there, he also saw aliens. What did these alien beings look like? He saw several different types, or one type, or?
We saw the single type, the little gray, 3 times. Once through the door, once when he was taken the drugs, the pine-smelling fluid, and once when he went to the MGM for the lie detector test, when he opened the door for this room where they were going to take the test, there was a desk and a chair and a setting that reminded him of the incident at S4 when he saw the alien, and he nearly fainted. Gene Huff was there and said that he nearly fainted.
These beings said that man was the product of externally corrected evolution. They said that man as a species had been genetically altered 65 times. They referred to humans as containers, yet I don't know what we are containers of. As I'm sure you know now, it was impossible for me to corroborate the information. Was Lazar purposely brought to S4, do you think, to leak information?
That's always been a possibility. It's always been a possibility to leak information to John Lear, false information, to lead them in a different direction. And I've never denied that. That could be true.
John, that March 22nd tape with Lazar, why is that important in the history of ufology?
Because that's the first time that Bob took us out there knowing ahead, a day in advance, of exactly the hour and the minute when that flying saucer would fly. And we saw it at that time.
And how many minutes did you get on camera?
Nothing on camera. The camera was on the bumper wheel. I forgot to take a picture.
Because you were so caught up in the event at that time. Did you ever get any photos of UFOs that you took yourself? Have you ever taken
No, but Bob or George Knapp did the next Wednesday night of it going around.
Now, have you ever had an experience with Wackenhut security? I know you and Bob and Jean and some of your wives went out one time. It's a famous story where you went out to film and were...
Yeah, and other than the thing out in the desert, no experience.
What was your feeling when you guys were being held by the sheriffs there at that time? Were you feeling in jeopardy at all, or fairly cool-headed? You've been through combat and a lot of different things. How does that rank as far as stress levels?
Well, you know, S4 let us go, and then when we got out onto the highway, that's when Doug, what was his name?
The sheriff.
The sheriff. That's when he stopped us, and he knew all of us. And he said, okay, hands against the car, you know. All I want to know is two things. Why are there 5 guys in this car and there was only 4 on the test site? And where's the 9mm? And we just didn't say anything for an hour. And then pretty soon he said, I don't know why I'm supposed to tell you this, but what I'm supposed to tell you is to get out of here and never come back.
How was Bob Lazar treated by the FBI agent on the debriefing the day after the night, viewing objects above Groom Lake with you?
I don't know. You know, Bob said it was pretty rough.
What did he say happened?
They took him out of the car with a gun in his ear and then said, now Bob, when we gave you this clearance, it didn't mean you were supposed to tell all your friends about the flying saucers.
And what did Bob do after that in regard to disclosing information?
Well, he didn't make up his mind then. He said that he didn't clearly say he wanted to stay or didn't want to stay, but eventually he decided not to stay.
And eventually he left S4.
Yeah.
So is it possible Lazar was given false information in hopes that he would spread it, do you think? Or do you think this is what he discovered was actually what was going on? Where are you today on that?
I think he discovered what was actually going on, but I do admit the possibility that it was, bogus.
Well, do you keep in contact with Gene Huff and Bob Lazar at all? What's Lazar's stance on everything these days in regard to S4?
He doesn't want to talk about anything about it.
He's still involved in the nuclear industry, is that right?
Supposedly.
But he doesn't want to publicly come out or discuss it anymore because he feels threatened, because he doesn't want to be discredited.
Well, he got his clearance back, and one of the promises when he got his clearance back is they said, "Now, Bob, you're not going to give us any more trouble, are you?"
Obviously, if this information is true, the ramifications are far-reaching, and you don't have to be a nuclear physicist to figure that out. Lazar summed up his feelings when stating, "The hardware and technology that I was exposed to should be placed in the proper hands of the scientific community, and it is the right of every person on Earth to know that there is physical evidence which proves that there is life elsewhere, and that at least one form of that life has been here."
I began looking for sketches done by Bob Lazar over various interviews. Here's some of the sketches done. These were done for Best Evidence, a video documentary Best Evidence. And he made other sketches for other presentations. He eventually sketched all of the craft at level 1. And there were some that were quite different. These are images that it came from various interviews with Bob Lazar. This is an interview for a document drawn by Bob Lazar also. I don't know where he got the image of the alien. I don't know that he had any contact with aliens. So there's the last sketch by Bob Lazar.
Do you think it was possible that Orion was a CIA disinformation agent who was posing as a S4 sentry to discredit Lazar's testimony or confuse Lazar's testimony?
He didn't seem to know anything about Lazar's testimony.
I've personally heard of Bob Lazar, but I personally just heard of him in the last 2 months I was there. We were never told anything about him. As I say, I think when they transferred security, I think they did it complete detachments to completely eliminate, and I don't know what they do with the rest of the personnel because I've never got to that stage. I was discharged for medical reasons because I'm basically medically unfit to perform my duties anymore. Bob Lazar, I don't know too much about him. I know I can't say for sure if he was a resident there. I've never seen any photographs of him, but they keep all that under wraps. If there have ever been security breaches, they're not going to tell you. I've never heard his name mentioned at the facility. But from what I hear, he describes the facility very good in detail.
He was only hired by the Atomic Energy Commission people to do some back engineering because of his engineering expertise. Others later, Huff and John Lear, went to where Bob Lazar lived in Los Alamos, and they got pictures of his house. They got a telephone book with his address at that house in it and his telephone number. They even found a picture in the newspaper of him showing his home-built jet car. So that made Edward Teller the liar in the whole deal. He knew Bob Lazar.
What else do you know about Ed Teller in connection with Area 51, Groom Lake, and S4?
Well, Edward Teller was the head of the Atomic Energy Commission and was therefore the overall head of all of the Groom Lake operations. S4 and Area 51, all of them. They had Edward Teller, for instance, one time, who was the head of all of the Atomic Energy Commission facilities, which included Area 51 and Los Alamos and all the big, most secret facilities this country has. He said he told them he didn't know anything about UFOs. At the same time, we know that a few years before that, in 1968, he held a conference in his center facilities there at Los Alamos for 18 people, a progress review conference, to find out why we hadn't solved the technical problems on an operational UFO that we had recovered, and one of the alien occupants of that UFO is sitting across the table from my friend Bill Uhouse, an engineer, a simulator engineer there, who was working with the alien on trying to bridge the technology between their technology and ours. And from
54 to 68, they hadn't succeeded in making any real significant progress. And this is what the meeting was all about. Why aren't we able to do this? And the alien indicated that their technology requires a certain amount of mental input that we have never learned to do, to impart.
So maybe it has to do with a certain type of brainwave activity,
Well,
and
it
you
might
have to be in
require
a certain
brainwave pattern too that we
Right.
are not familiar with. And here's the same guy that sitting at the head of the table with all of his scientists around there. Years later, is lecturing in Dallas for MUFA and says he doesn't know anything about UFOs.
And Ed Teller, isn't he also the one who Bob Lazar claimed hired him to work at Area 51 and S4?
On crashed UFOs.
Right. But he doesn't know a thing.
Said he didn't know anything about UFOs.
And was Edward Teller involved in the program as far back as the initial beginnings of Project Red Light?
He had to be. He was there during the. He took over after the atomic bomb project was finished and we began manufacturing bombs in quantity. He was still the head of the Atomic Energy Commission, had the most secure facilities in the whole United States. So that's why the crashed UFOs were taken to Atomic Energy Commission property, where they had super secret, secure facilities. The only other place that housed a lot of this stuff that was being recovered was the White Sands Missile Test Range, which was equally secure in the mountains behind our White Sands desert. Freed and cleared in, they were taken down the elevator to level 2.
Walk in, all the bays are over here. This is a very vast complex.
Big place, huh?
Big place. The elevators are right here. There's 4 elevators. 3 and 4 are extremely security. There are no sentries down at 3 or 4. And the levels of 3 and 4, I don't know what goes on down there. I heard something about an Abbey or EB down there. I'm not too familiar with what it is, but As you get off the elevators, you get off, and this is level 2. You walk in, the bays are over here. They're all separated by like an automatic doors that open and close each bay. Walk down, there's 5 on each side. There's a hallway right there, and each of these bays have elevators. It'll bring them all the way to the top. It'll bring the whole floor all the way up with a hydraulic system. Now, as you walk down, there's a lot of machinery right here, which I have no recollection of what it does. I believe I've never been in that area. My job was to be a sentry for these 3 gates and up above in the level complex, and sometimes I would be walking down here escorting people. This is all machinery right here. This, I believe, is a computer. I believe it's like something that's preserving whatever, these gray humanoid people in here. This right here is shelving in a desk area. It's occupied with TV. There's a back hallway right here. I've never been back there. There's 4 snipers on duty at all times. I don't know. They have their own sleeping quarters.
This is a further sketch of facilities, living facilities in level 2. He was sketching the map of the layout of level 2, and he showed me their patrol area. They were not allowed to look around. He showed me where they slept and where they ate. And he said they were not allowed to talk except in front of the television or at the dining table. They were not allowed to talk to each other in the dormitory. There were audio pickups all over the place so they could be detected if they tried talking. He said we learned not to do it. Their food was catered in. They slept in the facility for 28 days, 4 hours on and 8 hours off around the clock. The place was popularly regarded as a museum internally. And he says, why all of this security and the expense of running it if it's only a museum?
You say the security levels 1 and 2 have sentries, guards.
Guards.
But there's no guards below level 2. How?
Sentries aren't allowed down in guard. We guarded the elevators for 3 and 4. You have to have 3 keys, a thumbprint, and a retina print to get in.
3 keys?
3 keys.
3 keys, a thumbprint, and a retina?
And a retina print, which is like a
you look at a
camcorder, like you look in and they stick their right eye up to it and their left thumb at the same time.
At the same time?
After they turn the keys. They stick the keys in, pum pum, which is on a row, 2 inches below. And then they look, the doors are open, they get in, and I don't know where they go. I assume that there's 2 more levels below too. I could not be for sure, but I know there's 3 and 4. I don't know because there's 3 and 4 elevator.
They don't use magnetic cards?
No.
Keys are metal keys. It's like a house key.
Yes, just a regular house key. They go in. I heard in level 3 that they had what they call a EBI, or an EBI, which I don't. Mr. Stevens described it a little bit better, but I don't know what it looks like. I never viewed it.
They said it was dead or alive?
They never said. Nobody never said. I just heard, through gossip talk sometimes you hear, as these guys were coming out of the elevator and stuff like that, you'd be sitting there at your post and you just, go along talking, you could hear what they're saying about something about EBI, which is a biological abuse. Now, when you're in level 2, every once in a while, as I was saying before, that there's some screaming that is a part of a cross of a chimpanzee and I know it's not a chimpanzee. It sounds, I don't know how to describe it. It's extremely. Blood clotting, I guess you would say.
screaming, how would you describe it again?
Yeah, it's... Okay, it's a cross between a chimpanzee and maybe and it's kind of ridiculous, but an elephant. I mean, like how an elephant roars, but it's like he's got a vocal cord that's kicking, that's, you know what I mean? It's... I never want to hear it again. I mean...
And you hear that on level 2. And
you hear that on level 2 if you're down there long enough, during the day, during working hours, during when the people are down there. But there's always 10 to 12 people down there on level 3 and 4. It seems like they would have a better system of knocking out this screams. I don't know if it's just the extremely high octaves of what they are working on or what they're doing.
He told me his name was Connor Orion, and I didn't question it at the time. Saw 7 ships stored at level 2 of S4. 3 of them were identical, and the rest were all different from all the others. I remembered Bob Lazar saying that he saw 9 bays in a row and different craft in each bay. They were not allowed to look directly at the cadavers pickled in vertical cylinders. There was about 5 or 6 of them on one side, and they weren't allowed to look directly at this craft in the 7 of the bays available there. He said it looked like all the craft were stored on separate mobile bays that could be rolled out and down to a big elevator, like a carrier elevator, that took them to level 1 where they could be taken outside. And he knew that they always had to wait when they got to level 1 until all the Russian satellites were below the horizon before they would take them outside.
As far as the disc craft and other craft over in S4, are they all captured alien vehicles, or are they also Nazi-engineered vehicles that we took over? Oh.
Yeah, those are in another part of S4. When we were out in the desert at the high point interviewing Connor Orion, we had him sketch the craft that he saw in the 7 bays of the bay facility there. And he said that there were craft in 7 of the bays. 3 of the craft were identical. All the rest were different.
What was your main focus in doing the interview?
To let him say what he could say as much as we could get from him. I didn't want to be leading him or introducing anything, changing the subject. I wanted it to be his testimony. This is his sketch on the notebook that we were using at the recording site of the ship in Bay Number 1. He's doing all the sketching in ball pen in blue ink.
This one is this one's got the legs and all. I mean, I don't know too much about this one. I've only seen this one twice. It has like a hydraulic system in here that keeps it up off the ground. The legs kind of like they got joints in them that move. There's 4 legs on this one. I mean, I believe this is an older recovery. There's no...
Is this a smooth curve up here on the top?
This is a smooth curve. And there's some kind of a white crystalline substance right here.
Crystalline substance.
Crystalline. Looks to me like a diamond, but I mean, it's about 8 inches wide. I don't know what it is or what it's for. I've never seen it activated. This is of a low priority vehicle. This one is mostly covered all the time, and this is in Bay 1. And I think
1, 2, 3, 4, and 6.
Yes. And this is, I mean, it's like they don't pay no attention to this one at all. This is mostly covered all the time. I've seen it uncovered once.
What kind of testing are done on the craft that you besides radiation testing? That kind of stuff?
Well, I know there was, I mean, there's I guess what you call a metallurgist at the facility that's there all the time. I mean, he was always constantly trying to get some kind of, I mean, they were trying to scrape it, but a couple of them would produce some kind of residue formed this grade. Some of them wouldn't. I mean, as I say, when somebody was there on the ship, we couldn't get a view at all. When they were working on the vehicles, we couldn't. If we turned around and looked, we were reprimanded immediately in the body. So it was best not to observe. You just walk back and forth. I mean, you can kind of look out a corner of your eye, but that's about the best you can see. I mean, they had machines they'd wheel in there, and I just couldn't make it out because everything was so tight. When they were working on it, it was tight. I mean, they didn't trust us. They trusted us to know. I mean, we knew what was there, but it was like to know what's going on. It's a whole different story. It's a need to know, and that's basically all there is to it.
Did you ever overhear any of the scientists discussing any properties of the metals or magnetic fields?
I heard one time about they were trying to figure out how many times that this metal was laid or something, laid upon each some kind of a process that they didn't know what kind. I mean, that's about it. They were trying to figure out, and they were talking about how many times it was laid, like 1,000 times it's been laid to produce this kind of a metal or something. But that's about it. I didn't.
Nothing about conductivity or magnetism?
No.
Never overheard any of that?
No. I mean, I've read books about, geomagnetic repulsion and stuff like that.
Were you guys ever briefed on radiation hazard areas or magnetic, electronic hazard areas?
Yeah, just a little bit though. We were told that the machines themselves were high in radiation, not to touch them. I don't think that's true. I think they just didn't want us near them. I mean, the people that were working around them always had a suit on. They were always dressed up appropriately. On the new one, they were.
Does the first one there look like any other ships that you've seen or photos in your catalog? Or
in Bay 2, 3, and 4, there were 3 identical ships just like that. That's a sketch of the Bay 2, 3, and 4.
What's the rectangle you just sketched on the bottom? Is that what they sit on? Or
this is like what they sit on now. I have personally witnessed when they somehow activate this vehicle and a bottom pops out, and then it kind of pops out a little bit and comes to about right, I'd say maybe a foot below the vehicle, and it sits on a cushion of air about 2 inches. When you're near the vehicle, the static electricity is extremely intense. When you put your face up to it, breathe up against it or anything, there's no fogging of any sort at all. And I also found kind of peculiar is there's no dust ever on these, and I don't never seem to see anybody wiping them off. There's no residue of any kind on any of these vehicles, on these 3.
what's this? Is this retractable?
This part right here comes down. It's retractable.
The bottom.
It sits on the ground, and when they activate it, it seems this part pushes it like a hydraulic mechanism, brings it up off the ground to about a foot. And then you don't hear nothing, absolutely no sound, and then it just picks up, and it sits on about 2 inches of air.
This was another attempt to get a better drawing of the craft in Bay 2, 3, and 4 from another angle.
Can you describe the shapes of the openings or the way the doors opened on the craft?
Most of the time they had them turned around so we couldn't view it, but one time I seen let me find the one. On the ones, they got 3 identical ones in Bay 2, 3, and 4. These right here. Something like this will just open up. Not from a hinge either. Just all pop up. A whole section will just pop up. There's no stairs or nothing. They had a stair system that would go to it. This is just a view that I seen.
The whole thing just popped out all the way out and they laid it on the floor?
No, it would pop up and just sit there with some kind of a hydraulic, not anything like we've seen, not hydraulics, but from a view like this, it would look like this. pop up, and that was me. But anyway, I mean, when it came back down, you could barely see a crack. Barely. I mean, it almost looked, if you were looking from 15 feet away, you couldn't see it.
So the door basically just lifted up and
Lifted
out.
up, and that's all I'd ever seen of anything being open. Most of the time they'd have them turned around while they were working, while you were walking back and forth. I mean, we weren't privy to no kind of information whatsoever.
So you could never see a glance of any kind of
any kind of control or monitor, nothing of that sort at all. When there was people in the saucers, we had duty detachment in the hangar area and G level you know what I mean? We would walk back down the hallway, do an about face, walk back, and just to make sure. I mean, if somebody sabotaged it, then we would catch anybody that's coming in or out. There would be two people. We'd pass each other in the middle, go down, and keep doing it until they were done. I know they activated I've seen them activate one, and that was the ones that all the three of them looked identical in bays 2, 3, and 4. I mean, I would assume it was some kind of a reversal of gravity or magnet. I mean,
When you say you saw one or more craft activated?
One craft at a time.
One craft activated. When you knew that it was activated, did you notice anything different about it? Did it seem to come alive in any sense of the word, or was it just as inert as it always was?
It was inert as it always was, with the exception of the bottom of it being kind of blurry, like I explained, the heat coming off of the hood and the first time they activated it, it knocked out completely the whole top facility in electric.
All the power.
Yeah, then they rigged something up or something, and they did it again, and it didn't, but the static electricity was so intense that even being around the disc, we would oil our hair down. I mean, oil it down with baby oil to keep it, and put baby oil on us to keep our hair from just staying straight up on that at all times when you pass and walk by them. Especially, I mean, some of them were nothing. They were just inert, but the ones in 2, 3, and 4, I think they feel that they're still, I don't know if they're flying them or not. I would take a good wild guess and say that they probably were. I don't think they fly them in daylight though. I've seen them activate in daylight, but I've never seen them flying.
Did you ever see any pilots going to the craft or coming from the craft that might indicate?
No, they wheeled out. The one in Bay 3, which is identical to 2 and 4, they wheeled it out and activated it. I mean, I was still back by Bay 3 walking, doing my periodic up and down route, and I seen it. I mean, it just kicked on and we lifted right up off the top about 2 inches. You can see it just sitting above the ground on a cushion of air.
Did you ever see a glow of any kind, a dim glow associated with the activation phase?
No, because when they did activate, it was in the middle. I mean, the sun was out, and the sun was bright. I mean, in Nevada, it's pretty much all bright. There was no cloud. I mean, that you could see. I mean, I was looking out from the building, so the big door there. I was looking at it through the building. As I said to do, turn around and keep coming back. I could never take a peripheral vision of it, except when I'd be walking back. You had to turn around, and that was it. It stayed activated for about, I'd say, 4 to 5 minutes. The second
shut
time,
it down.
Then it would just shut down, and it just set right down. As I say, a little flat black substance would automatically pop out of the protruding part, and it would just pick right up. I mean, instantaneously pick right up. There was no noise from what I could hear, unless you got up close, but I wasn't that close. I could see it out there. As I said, I could see the blur of substance. The ground around was not, it was all pavement, so I couldn't see if there was any movement or...
no leaves or dirt were blowing.
Yeah, no leaves or dirt or anything like that. I couldn't see it or anything like that.
Well,
or any pilot or anything. I mean, they turn around and wheel it right back in again.
Did you ever get a chance to look into any of the discs at all? Open
No.
doors?
No, we weren't allowed. I just say I'd go up and I went up one time and put my breath on one, really just touched it, and it felt very warm. But we were never allowed anywhere near or to get near the discs when people. I mean, we do what we can, you know, but we never look inside. I never looked inside. I never had any observation of inside.
Did you ever get to see any of the craft fly?
No. I've seen them sitting on the ground on, like I said, that one sitting on a 2 inches of cushion there. I've never seen any of the craft fly. But then again, they could do that on different ships when another sentry was there, and he could observe it, but I didn't. You know. I've heard that they've flown them, but you know, there again, we didn't ask no questions. Yeah, asking questions meant termination of your career immediately.
This is the ship that he saw in Bay 5. It was different from all of the previous ones.
And as he's describing these and drawing them for you, what kind of remarks is he making about these?
He's just describing that this was, he gave me colors too that I don't remember now exactly what it was. As he was sketching, he'd say that this was a kind of a yellowish and this was kind of a copperish.
What's in Bay 5?
Okay, Bay 5 is kind of a unique one. It's got some hieroglyphics on it. Now I know because I've seen this one rotate. I've never seen it leave the ground, but I've seen it rotate. This one is really streamlined. I would say this one's about 7 meters diameter.
Which is about 21 feet.
21 feet. This is this is the smallest disc here. Now this one's got a port bubble. You can't see through it. This is a total polished. In fact, it looks chromed. It looks like somebody is. I mean, it looks chromed.
How about solarized glass? Could it be something that's transparent?
Yes,
one direction.
It's possibly that this. I mean, the whole thing is the same exact, but you can see the different parts.
Oh.
This part right now, this is a rim going around it. Looking from this point of view.
Projects.
Now, this is the outer rim right here that circles the vehicle. I've seen this. I mean, they've managed to do this. This sits flush right just like this.
Right on the ground.
Right on the ground. I have no idea what kind of propulsion, but they're doing a lot of work. This has been moved to the levels, sub-levels 3 and 4 quite a few times. This has got hieroglyphics on the bottom. Right here.
Where would you show the hieroglyphics?
It's like it's a name tag, like say an identification for a vehicle. Symbols of sort, like United States warships or something. They got their numbers on. The hieroglyphics are, I mean, I never have got a close look. It's something. We have photos of it. We can take a look at the photos.
And then the one in Bay 6 was entirely different. It was flat top and flat bottom.
Okay, then there's a gold anodized vehicle that is. It's never been activated. I've personally never seen it activated. It's flush on the bottom all the way.
Flat.
And it comes up with a square protrusion.
On top.
Now it looks to me like, I've never seen it do it, but it looks to me like this part circles around this part. Rotates around this part. Now underneath here, I've never seen the underneath of this vehicle. It's always sitting on a ramp that is movable. They move around. It's like a lift. A little lift.
Sits right down on the ramp.
It sits, and they're not doing a lot of work on this one right now. It's a goldish color all the way, completely.
These are relatively sharp corners.
Very extreme. I mean, everything is extremely. It looks like it was machined. I mean.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Is there any more bays?
There's 10 bays.
10 bays. What's in 7?
Okay, now bay 7-1 is one they've just pulled in. I was there when they brought it in about 4 months ago. They pulled it out, which was covered with a lot of sediment and dirt. I was told it was brought from the southwest region. I don't know for sure. I'm not going to say I do. But it was apparently brought from south region, and it was apparently buried deep in sediment, at least 1,000 to 2,000 years old. Now that's a round. It has a round dome top, and it too has a little protrusion down here of about 6 inches. And this one looks like a smoked, a grayish. It's not shiny. It's smoked. It cleaned up real nice. I mean, but it looks like it hasn't changed its color. I'm not any authority in there. There's no visible writing on this, and there are no visible machine parts that look like they move.
No seams or joints.
No, there's just a seam right here, but it's like, I mean, no bolts, no nuts, no any kind of interlocking parts that is keeping this vehicle. They're still trying to figure out how to get in this one. I left 6 weeks ago. They haven't yet to figure out without destroying or how to get in it. I've seen it twice. They just don't. It's been down in level 4. It was brought in. We've seen it. I watched them clean it up. Then they sent it down to level 4 up one more time. Kept it for about 2 days in bay 7, and then they brought it right back down again. And
why don't you write the 7 on the corner there so we can remember which bays these were. Was there anything in bay 8?
No, they're empty.
8, 9, and 10 are all empty.
8, 9, and 10 are empty. These are all second level. They can be brought to the first level and on up to the top when they want to. Or as I say, I don't know what's in level 3 and 4 or beyond that. But I think all these vehicles have been to another installation sometime or another before they got here, with the exception of the one they brought in from the southwest region that they dug out of the ground. That they dug out of the ground. I mean, they were very excited with it being there. I mean, I overheard him saying that it was at least 1,000 to 2,000 years old in rock sediment. The vehicle itself,
that was based on the sediment
in the
that
rock.
It was found in.
Yeah, it was found in. How they found it is beyond. I have no idea. I'd say one of the most outstanding events is the arrival of the 7th disc, the one that was supposedly buried in sediment, which had sediment all over the rock. So the people there were extremely excited, which went against what we talked about before about the place being a museum. You know, I mean, I don't really know, but the facility was in a kind of an uproar. I mean, not an uproar for the good. You know, they were kind of like, the people that were there were very excited to get this disc. I don't know how it was found, how it got there, or any of that information, but I know that they were very excited. They cleaned it off and put it in hangar 7 and dropped it to level 3, and they brought it back up about a good 3 months. I mean, a good month later. And then it sit up there for a couple of days, and they dropped it again.
And to your knowledge, they were trying to open it up and get it open?
Yes, I observed a couple times them trying to open it up while it was up in a G level.
How were they attempting to open it? What kind of tools were
They had like a scanner thing. They were walking around the thing trying to look, and one guy had which is similar like a pick thing, just in the crevices looking for it. I mean, this is when it was rapidly new. I think they brought it down to level 3 for, I don't know, a radiation check or quarantine it for the first 30 days to make sure nothing's going to come getting out of it and causing a mass, biological plague of some sort. I think that's what I observed hearing talk. I don't know if that's the truth. I heard a thing called Project Ghostwalker referred to it a lot too. I think
people coming and going.
Yes, I think they referred Project Ghostwalker to the disc that was picked up, the most recent one found and brought there. I believe that's what they consider Project Ghostwalker.
Did you ever hear any other project names mentioned?
No. I overheard that name mentioned once, and so did one of my colleagues there. Heard it.
We have operational discs that our government has built from back engineering in the projects.
You said that we had craft that were up there on patrol. Tell me what sources you have for this information, and then tell me what craft are being shot at and shot down, and why this scenario is as it is.
Our operational discs, we can keep them secret because they're all operating in a special program. And the people that are in the program are recruited in a recruiting stage. We identify people that have limited family ties, foster parents that they don't maintain contact with, or they're outright orphans, or they've lost their parents or something like that. So they're unmarried, young men that are unmarried, fit, otherwise qualified in every way, but don't have strong outside contacts. And they recruit them, they identify them early on when they're processing the incoming cadets to the academy, assigned to the secret Air Force Academy on the other side of the mountain, out there in Colorado Springs. And few of the instructors know anything about the other academy, which has special instructors, special trainings programs, and they train the disc operators and the disc maintenance men. And they're all trained in a special facility. They come out with special grades and special pay scales, and they're assigned to special organizations that are closed organizations. People don't rotate in them. They're assigned there for their career. They don't talk because when they're recruited, they're shown that they're getting better paid than anybody else. They're getting all the perks life can give them. They have their internal recreation. They have their internal facility. Get the best food, the best pay, the best clothes, the best environment, everything the best and top of the line, and they're constantly reminded that they are a special elite force. And to break any of the rules is not only to be kicked out of the force, but probably if you're not allowed to leave the force alive. So it often means a death sentence too. And they know this. And they live that lifetime. It's a career lifetime. In all the other services you rotate on your job. Here in this group you don't rotate. The organization remains the same. There remains the same people in it for an entire career. And when they retire out, they simply move from a high-level active position to a high-level support position in the same facility. Stay there till they die. So the perks are great and the punishments are severe. And there's very little comes out.
Discovery Houston, while you're looking at Orion, we're getting a pretty tremendous light show. We're looking at the lightning on the Earth.
Yeah, I was looking at that myself, and looks like we're coming up on sunrise.
To orient you, the glowing curved line, unevenly dividing the dark upper right portion of your screen from the larger gray tone portion to the lower left, is the airglow layer of our atmosphere. It begins about 40 miles above the surface of the Earth and dissipates at an altitude of approximately 60 miles. Don't confuse this glowing line with the actual solid horizon of the planet, indicated on the NASA video by the little electronic registration marker at the upper left. This real horizon is slightly darker, opaque, 40 miles below. That's the actual Earth's surface. Remember, the shuttle's flying 355 miles above that surface, about 300 miles in airless space above the airglow. Now pay attention to your screen at the top center. You will see a dot of light appear. and begin to move from right to left. Watch carefully. The dot will turn hard right in apparent response to a brief flash from the lower left. 3 seconds later, 2 contrails move sharply upward from the lower left. In my opinion, the NASA shuttle video you have just seen is among the most extraordinary pieces of footage in television history. Some of you may have seen parts of this extraordinary NASA footage elsewhere. It's made the rounds of several national television shows. It's also become something of a classic among UFO enthusiasts who see the extraordinary physics and automatically assume we're seeing aliens. From NASA, the official explanation of what you've just seen is that it's anything but aliens or high-performance spacecraft. When you see the shuttle video in fast motion, the stunning anomalous movement of these anomalous objects really stands out. When I first saw the shuttle tape, I was overwhelmed. If these are not mere ice flakes or something equally mundane, their existence and their behavior is confirming the fundamentals of our entire hypothesis and 10-year investigation. If we can prove that these objects we are seeing are in the atmosphere, then they have to be at least several hundred miles from the shuttle's camera. To see ice or other debris at that distance, it would have to be bigger than the shuttle itself. The physical horizon of the Earth is the distance reference visible throughout the entire NASA video. The fact that one key glowing object come up over that horizon was to us a vital clue to the possible importance of this fixed reference point in space to solving the entire distance problem from the shuttle. So let's look at our video again in close-up. Pay careful attention to what I call the target object, which now suddenly pops on, then moves smoothly to the left. Its behavior is exactly like something suddenly popping into view by coming over the physical, very opaque horizon of the Earth. Let's take another look at that. If we can prove that that's exactly what we're seeing, then this simple fact, if we can establish that it is a fact, automatically fixes the object's distance in relation to the shuttle as the distance to that horizon, and the airglow 40 miles above it. At the peculiar flash, the dot immediately turns hard right and undergoes extreme acceleration, heading upward on our two-dimensional TV screen across the airglow limb. This limb, which we have just established is some 1,700 miles from the space shuttle, physically marks the boundary between the upper atmosphere and airless space. At the precise moment that our object crosses this bright limb, it dims out as if someone was turning down a light. The glowing object we are seeing is at the physical horizon of the Earth, in the atmosphere, some 1,700 miles from the shuttle's TV camera. If the glowing dot were only debris lit by sunlight, as NASA flatly argues, the object's sudden upward motion must make it brighter because it's flying into growing daylight. Instead, the dot grows dimmer, consistent with a much more distant physical location, because the Earth's horizon, 1,700 miles behind the shuttle, is still in total darkness. NASA's explanation for the flash is that you're seeing a thruster firing aboard the shuttle. If this were true, the thruster firing would change the attitude of the entire shuttle and therefore the direction of the setting stars. Since this does not occur, this cannot be the explanation for what we've been observing. The calculations say that this object had to also be at least as far away from the space shuttle as the airglow, therefore fixing its distance in terms of simple physics as 1,700 miles away. Since we have now established beyond any reasonable doubt this fascinating object's distance from the shuttle, the rest is easy, if slightly unbelievable. Our little dot is in fact drifting along at a leisurely pace of some 15 miles per second. That's about 54,000 miles per hour, We say it's drifting because when you see our little target object react to that peculiar flash that you're quite familiar with by now, the undisputed star of our update accelerates in less than 2 seconds to over 200,000 miles per hour. And for those of you who may be wondering how many G's this little guy experiences when it accelerates in reaction to that flash, its numbers clock out at a cool 14,000 times the Earth's gravitational acceleration. A force of 14,000 G's is roughly equivalent to dropping a 10-story building on top of you. 200,000 miles per hour in less than 2 seconds, 14,000 G's. Obviously, nothing in our space technology can even begin to approach numbers like this and have pilots survive. In fact, nothing in our known laws of physics provides for propulsive performances and capabilities such as those we've just observed. But this is well within, in fact, it is implicit in any hyperdimensional technologies capable of literally altering gravity. We have calculated the actual velocities of these two peculiar streaks of light. They are indeed consistent with a much publicized Star Wars weapon system from the Pentagon called Brilliant Pebbles, essentially a high-tech shotgun burst of thousands of tiny plastic pellets accelerated to about 1,000 miles per second by an electromagnetic accelerator called a railgun. If this is true, the flash you're seeing is not light. It's an effect in the camera created by the electromagnetic pulse that accelerates the brilliant pebbles. Quite a weapon, but no match for a vehicle capable of nimbly darting away at over 14,000 Gs, as we've seen. The target, you now see why we've been calling our little glowing dot by this peculiar name, in fact evades this shot with ease. This and a host of other actions by all the other anomalous dots present in this sequence, which we haven't time to talk about, has led us to this amazing conclusion, that the shuttle cameras that night somehow showed us an active Star Wars weapon system in Earth orbit, and the system is using our own American hyperdimensional technology.
At the time that I first saw that tape, I didn't know that we had this shaped craft on patrol with beam weapons. I didn't know that. But since then, I've learned that we have them on regular patrol.
U.S. military has disc-shaped.
Military has disc-shaped craft that patrol in orbit, and they do shoot down visitors.
First off, how are they able to go undetected?
Well, we know where they are, and we know that the Russians have some up there too.
Where are they?
They're not in orbit because they move around. They're not confined to orbits. They're on patrol up there.
How many?
I don't know how many are on patrol at a time, but we have 2 squadrons of them that are running these patrols.
Squadron being how many in the squadron?
A squadron of fighter airplanes is 15 airplanes, 15 vehicles.
So
I don't know what a UFO squadron is or a disc squadron is, but if it's 10, even 10 vehicles, that's 20 vehicles available. There's probably 2 on patrol all the time.
Are these the result of successful back engineering projects?
Yeah. The discs are not built by one company. The modules are built by different companies, so no one company has the whole vehicle.
And then assembled?
And then assembled by the government out at Lancaster, and then flown to their...
Lancaster where?
Lancaster, California.
What base is that associated
with?
Edwards
Air Force Base.
Edwards.
And then they're flown to their operating facility. I understand there's one out in California near Point Mugu and one under Beale Air Force Base. But the operational discs were built, the ones that are on patrol were built over 10 years ago. And they evolved from the gravity control technology that was developed at Alice Springs out in Australia. And from that we designed operational discs to go on patrol. This was the original Star Wars project that was envisioned by President Reagan. Yeah, the money that was put up for Star Wars was really put up to finish the development of the operational discs, but we let the public think we were spending it on telescopes and other research materials. They're probably doing that too, but the impetus for the Star Wars program was to get patrols in space. I think that
operational discs were used the first time on the first Iraq War. When we went in there and pinpointed all the command and control facilities and took them out in one night, we alleged that the F-117s did it, but the F-117s couldn't sit still and target an object and remain on it, hold a laser beam on it. And the F-117s made a noise. There's a lot of reasons why it probably was not an F-117, although that's what we said did it. I think that we used our operational discs that are nearby to go in, and they're invisible and they make no noise and they can sit still in the air, and they just put the beam on the targets, and the missiles came in and homed on the beam.
These organizations they have they operate under their own command structure. They don't report up through the Chief of Staff of the Army, the Air Force, Navy, or anybody else. They have their own mind, and it probably reports only to the secret government and not anybody else in between. They are on patrol, have been for 10 years. They carry beam weapons. They've solved the gravity control problem. They don't carry a lot of fuel. Gary McKinnon, the computer nerd in London that broke into black projects and got this information. That hasn't been published in the newspapers. We've been very carefully trying to cover up what he might have known, but the underground knows. I think one of the reasons we're trying desperately to get Gary McKinnon in our hands here in this country is to successfully discredit what he has said about the black projects that involve a space carrier fleet. He says that he have 3 super space carriers out there, like aircraft carriers, that carry operational discs that have beam weapons. He even found the names of the 3 craft. They're christened with names like battleships. And he found the complement of discs that are aboard and who's managing them and a number of things he claimed in the black project research he was doing. He's trying to deny that he saw this information now. We want to get him here to silence him, because he apparently discovered something that we don't want our public to know. That we do have patrol craft out there, carrier size, that carries a number of patrol discs aboard and can launch and recover them anytime and any place they want to. When they return to the surface to be serviced, their operational facilities are entirely underground, just like the deployed squadrons. All he found was names, that they were carrier craft, that they have a live aboard complement, that the names of the commanders are not known because those that enter these programs have their names changed and their families are notified that they were killed in a military accident and can't come back to an identity again.
What's your overall opinion then about us having a UFO fleet? Valid or? Well,
yeah, I think we have. I think we probably, I'm aware of 4 squadrons at least, and there may be more, and a squadron of aircraft, fighter aircraft, consists of 15 airframes. So I would guess that a squadron of discs must be 12 to 15 discs. The crew members are all picked out from the plebes that go into the Air Academy, and there are probably some taken from other academies too that are identified when they clear in as being unmarried, have no close relatives, they're orphans or have foster parents that not making close contact with, not going to be missed. And once they get in the program and experience the perks and the benefits and the dangers of trying to get out of it, they're there forever. It's a career job, and they don't change positions. They remain in the same job until they retire, and they work in it again in civilian status after that.
I am a big fan of some very small particles that are brilliantly lit up like luminescent.
How did you happen to meet Bill Uhouse?
He came to me one time, a long time ago.
Back about what year?
Oh gosh, about 1990.
1990, and how many years did you keep in contact with him? Or are you still in contact?
I was in contact with him up till a year ago. I haven't heard from him. He may have died now. He was an older man.
What city was he living in?
He was living in Las Vegas the last I knew. He went back, he was from Kansas, and when he retired about 10 years ago, he wanted to go back to Kansas, to where he was raised, his boyhood hometown. And he and his wife began making plans to go back and look at property there. As soon as they made several telephone calls and began firming up their plans, his wife came down with a brain tumor. They took her to the hospital, military hospital, of course, there in the facility at Area 51, where they removed a tumor bigger than a golf ball. And that incapacitated her for a long time. And it took her a couple of years to recover. As soon as she got where she felt reasonably well again, they began the telephone calls once more, and then she comes down with a second brain tumor, fast-growing brain tumor. This time it was bigger than an orange when they took it out. And she never fully recovered from that. So they stayed out there in Vegas, where she had to be treated regularly. She had to keep going back to the neurosurgeons. And he couldn't afford to do it anyplace else, so they had him captive there, where he couldn't go anyplace, and they had him under control. And in my own mind, I'm not so sure that wasn't induced just to keep him there and keep him out of circulation. He was a simulator engineer, started out as a link trainer technician, and then as the science grew, he grew with it, going to the schools as it evolved, until he became a simulator technician and builder out there, building the machines to teach pilots to fly airplanes that had never been flown before. We began to assemble our new airplanes at Lancaster and take them out to Area 51 for testing. So that Bill Uhouse was involved in that also, and in the simulator training of the pilots.
After some experience flying in World War II, and as the first generation of jets were being developed by the U.S. Air Force, Bill Uhouse gradually became involved in the development of jet simulators. These simulators were built alongside the jet prototypes and were exact replicas of the jet aircraft, from the cockpit down to the steps on the side of the plane. The simulators were programmed to allow the pilot who was training on the jet prototype simulator to experience anomalies that he would likely experience in the actual jet. Changes to a jet's production design would come into the engineers even up to the last days before coming off design, going into its initial production run, or even just before its test flights. Uhouse and crew would have to repeatedly modify the simulator's complicated and bulky electronics, instrumentation, and avionics to make the simulator remain identical to the jet prototype.
So S4 became a simulator facility mostly to train pilots to fly our new aircraft, our new generation aircraft.
After nearly 5 years in jet simulation, Uhouse claimed that he was recruited into a very secret project. I didn't know what it was. We didn't know. The fellows I was with at the time, we had no idea what we were doing and exactly what we were going to build. Everything is compartmentalized. You have your electrical design, your mechanical, your instrumentation, and so forth. And if I had a question that might have been related to instrumentation or some electrical portion, I'd have to go back through my boss, and he'd have to go through various chains, and then I'd get the information back. Uhouse claimed that the strictest security was employed, which he labeled BS, humiliating, and degrading. When Uhouse decided to relocate to Las Vegas, security officers went through every possession in his home and then physically searched him, even looking over his skin to see if he had written down anything top secret on his body. The only thing they can't take away is what I've got up here, and he pointed to his head. That's the only thing. And I want to say again about the security, in this particular level of security and activity, it's a different type of security. You have permanent security officers that are assigned to you. I know I had one for 20 years. 20 years this guy was my security officer to monitor me. Uhouse testified at the 1993 International UFO Congress in Nevada that the secret project was specifically for gathering crashed extraterrestrial avionics that had been seized from private and public lands by the U.S. military from the late 1940s and early 50s, and taking the retrieved flying discs apart and back engineering the avionics. Uhouse named Roswell, Aztec, and Kingman as sites of these crash retrieval operations. The one at Kingman was more or less the one that came down where there were some live bodies. That particular one, I know about the flight deck and the instrumentation that they brought in. Uhouse explained that not even the best American pilot could fly an alien disc because of the vast differences in avionics and propulsion systems, along with vast differences in the language used in transmitting flight data to the pilot. What we were doing was taking the technology and transferring it into known technology with instruments that we are aware of that our pilots could use and people on Earth were familiar with.
They were trying to bridge the gap between the alien technology and ours so we could learn to operate their ships. And they never succeeded in bridging the gap. They could never convert the alien controls to toggles and switches and buttons. And so in 30 years of trying, they never succeeded in it. We saw solutions, but we couldn't reach those solutions by their method because we didn't understand their technology. However, knowing that a solution exists, we found other ways to some of these solutions, like solid-state electronics and laser technology and a number of things. The first thing they noticed is when they pulled the modules out of the panels, the modules continued to work. There's no wires, no lights or nothing. They could put them any place and they still operate. And then plug them back in and they function.
One of the first things that we were on was to join metal without nuts and bolts. That is to put two pieces of metal together without glue, nuts, bolts, or whatever. What we were going to do is make the aircraft lighter. Uhouse goes on to explain the details of this phase of mechanical engineering. We finally did it after about 3 or 4 years of putting these two pieces of steel together. Of course, there were curvatures and so forth, and angles that we had to make to, with this material, and we finally did. It was years later after we got through our training with the simulators in this particular portion of the project before we found out exactly where and how this process was going to be used. On the simulator, since it was large, I'm going to go with the 29-footer, which it was, it had to be done in sections, and these sections had adjoining L-type separations. Some were pi sections, some were hexagons, some were squares, and the equipment that we built was in individual pods, so to speak. For example, the flight deck, the avionics, that was split up into about 3 different ones. But when they broke it all apart and shipped the unit, and they put it back together, it would all fit just like a jigsaw puzzle. It worked out well, real well. Like I said, all I did was the mechanical part of it. I knew nothing about the instrumentation on it. We were the mechanical design engineers for the avionics, that's for the flight deck. On this particular thing, the portions that I was involved in were the flight deck and the equipment bay being the bottom of the particular disc. Uhouse claimed that these top-secret disc projects went quickly into development in the 1950s. He also testified that he had seen operational discs flying in New Mexico. Sure, there are flying discs around. We started back on the simulators back in the 50s. Uhouse admits that he has very little knowledge of the disc's propulsion systems. Whether or not they go into time warp, that I don't understand. I know they go into some other mode of speed that I'm not familiar with. The reason why you see them go so fast, you see it now and then you see it over there, is because they power down and the ship is visible. They actually power down the ship, so now the ship's visible, so when they power back up and reappear over there, that's what you're seeing. Referencing Bob Lazar, Uhouse has several observations. If everyone here has seen Bob Lazar's poster, that's the closest thing you'll see until you see the real one of a flying disc. The reason why Lazar got out there so fast was because of Teller. All Teller had to do was write that letter and sign it. And I'm sure they were investigating him while they put these Gestapo guys on his butt, and that's like it is. I met a fellow and his name was Gene Huff. As a matter of fact, he knew Bob Lazar and he did the appraisals on my house. He had mentioned UFOs and so forth, and of course I didn't say anything. He gave me some information. I bought some books and started reading and so forth, and then of course Bob Lazar had come on TV and I had watched that program and I said, boy, stuff is leaking out fast.
The Alien project was a side project that very few people know about. It was a highly classified side project. The habitat was apart from everything else in S4. They keep their ship there. They can come and go as they please. They're not detained.
Uhouse refers back to the live bodies from the Kingman crash and claims that he had several occasions to work with a living extraterrestrial during the engineering process. When they first introduced us to the Greys, it was sort of a long period of sessions that we went through, but finally they did, but it was only on a limited, like 2 or 3 minutes or whatever. And the other thing, if they speak to you, you're going to hear it in your own voice.
The agreement, as I understood it, was that the aliens would give us some technology, help us with some technology, and they did this in the form of delivering one of their spacecraft with 2 operators, pilots. And before they delivered the spacecraft and the pilots, they laid a requirement on us, which I got this from the man that built it now, a requirement on us to build a proper habitat for their visitors, for them to live in. And so we did this out at Area 51, in the S4 area of Area 51, where Bill Uhouse, who I later made the acquaintance of, and he told me that when the agreement was reached and they got the specifications for the habitat, he was given part of the job. He was an engineer at Area 51, and he was on the team that was given the job of providing the habitat. He particularly worked on their sanitary facilities. He said the bathroom had 2 nozzles in the wall, one for water and one for an enzyme that the aliens brought from their home planet that was carried, it was held in a tank. It was evidently a living enzyme. It was held in a tank, and it was dispensed through a nozzle which they lathed over their skin, then rubbed it in and stood there for a few minutes until it cleaned their skin, whatever it was, and it might have nourished it too. And then after that interval, it was washed off with the shower nozzle, and everything was collected in the basin. The enzyme was filtered out, put back in the enzyme tank, and the water was flushed away. And so I said, well, what did they eat? He said that was another problem. He said they brought a culture from their home planet of primary order foods like fungi and spores and chlorophyll, and I don't know what was in it, but it was all simple foods that require less digestion. What we eat is complicated. It starts with the simple foods and gets more complex and more complex and more complex until the meat we eat is about 4 or 5 or 6 generations away from the primary source. And there are things that are added and things that are lost in the process. So our food is not very nutritious. Their food was supremely nutritious for them. And it took little to digest it because it's in lower forms already. And so we had to culture that and provide it to them as a diet and a proper eating facility. All these had to be built to make them comfortable. Sleeping, they had special sleeping requirements, and all this was built in to their little habitat facility out there in S4. And they when it was complete, they came in and inspected it and left the ship and 2 men and took 2 American scientists back to their home planet on a trade-off, reciprocal.
They wore a shirt and a pair of pants. Their shoes were a little different. And this guy's name is J-Rod. Imagine that. J-A-R-O-D. That's a translation from whatever they had given the translators at the facility that I worked at. There's a lot of linguists. There's so many people involved in this whole particular project. Describe fully what this alien looked like.
Well, he had a disproportionately large head, disproportionately large oblique eyes, black. Very little nose, just 2 vertical slits for a nares, for a nose. The ears had no shell on the ears, they were just a slight bump and a membrane. The mouth was just a slit, a narrow, no fleshy lips. It was almost a lipless mouth. And the chin was kind of pointed. The neck was slender and weak looking. No hair at all. The skin was a different skin texture. It was more like the skin of a fine-skinned beaded lizard. And it seemed to be very flexible in all directions. There was no muscular activity in the face. The creature couldn't smile, couldn't grimace, couldn't laugh or anything like that. Could openly close his mouth, but he only, his expression was all in his eyes when Bill could see him around the table. It's too dark, the lenses are too dark to see anything. So he didn't manifest any expressions, possibly motion of his hands or something of surprise.
Did Bill say what planetary system or solar system?
No, he said that he had a feeling that he came from Reticulum, but the alien couldn't talk because he has no vocal cords. He has no opening in the back of his mouth at all. The mouth cavity only went back about 4.5 inches, and the mouth cavity was filled with many folds of tissue. And they took the alimentation into the mouth cavity, and a stiff, raspy tongue in the back of it moved it around among the tissue, and the nutrient was absorbed directly into the bloodstream through the tissues in the mouth, and the waste was just spit out like that. And the alimentation that was provided to the aliens at Area 51, Bill said, came in two forms. One was tablets that we made of their nourishment, was pressed into tablet form, and so they could carry it around in their pockets. And the other form was a paste that was put in a tube, just squeezed in their mouth.
It was confusing for me for many years since I didn't know what the heck I was working on. After a while, it became apparent that what we were doing was a little bit different than what we normally do on this earth with our sciences. It was sciences from somewhere else. This J-Rod fellow, he was a science translator. We had these big groups of people that were taking information, all these characters and symbols and so forth and so on, and he was assisting those people. We didn't see him very often. Maybe I saw this gentleman about once in a year.
So Bill Uhouse spent 20-some years trying to bridge the gap, and he often would find himself working under the instrumentation consoles of theirs or ours in a situation where he could see an iris and a pupil behind that black onyx-looking eye in bright daylight. So whatever that was in the eye, it was light sensitive, and in dim light it became more transparent. In full sunlight it was black as onyx, solid opaque black.
And what did he describe the eye under this shield to look like?
It had an iris a little bit bigger than ours, and a bigger pupil. It was probably one reason why they had to use the shield. They had more sensitive eyes.
And the shape of the pupil and the eye?
It's round, it's just like ours.
And the pupil as well?
Yeah. And he said that that in 1968, a progress review conference was called at Los Alamos with Edward Teller heading the table, and they took him and his...
The one who eventually hired Bob Lazar.
Yeah. And they took Bill Uhouse and his counterpart, the alien counterpart that he was working with regularly, to Los Alamos to sit around the big oval table with 18 participants to discuss the failure in making any progress in the technology assisted we were supposed to be getting. We haven't learned a damn thing. And they took the alien there with Bill Uhouse. They put him in a white shirt and slacks to make him look less alien, but his proportionately large head and proportionately large black eyes with no hair and everything stood out starkly in contrast to all the other participants around the table. So Bill Uhouse, most engineers are pretty good sketch artists. Bill Uhouse, while he's sitting there, as things were moving along, he's doodling on his pad, and he sketched a portrait of J-Rod, is what they called him out there. And even after a while, they began calling Bill Uhouse J-Rod too, because he was spending so much time with the alien.
What did Bill talk to you about the possibility of disease, non-terrestrial diseases that might have been...
He said that we didn't understand all of the physiology of the aliens. The alien couldn't talk, but the alien was telepathic, and he tried to communicate with Bill enough so that Bill finally learned to pick some of it up. So what he couldn't pick up telepathically, the alien could make symbols and motions with his hands and sketch, like trying to, if he's thinking about making a connection from here to here for such and such reason, he could communicate the idea, but he couldn't write it down, he couldn't articulate it. And Bill eventually got to where he could understand the guy pretty well, and that's why he was at the conference with the alien, is to interpret for the alien and tell them what the alien was thinking or saying.
So let's get back to that conference now then. You've got the 18 people sitting around there at the table. And what happens?
Well, I wasn't at the conference. I don't know.
What did Bill say?
He said that the conference lasted about an hour and a half to 2 hours, and the various departments made their reports on their attempts to solve some of the technological problems that they that were involved in understanding the spacecraft, and each department made their report on their failure to accomplish this or accomplish that, and the reasons for it, to Teller, to head the table. And when they adjourned, they agreed that they hadn't made a great deal of progress and may not make a lot of progress.
There is much more disturbing information that Uhouse offers that confirms the basic tenets in the Connor Orion case. 1. That a group of multinational corporations, along with the U.S. military, are covertly hiding the existence of extraterrestrials and their secret flying disc back engineering program. And equally troubling, that 2. These bases of operation within the United States are behaving as separatist nation-states, headed by leaders of these multinational corporations and high-ranking military officers who don't answer to either the President or Congress. Uhouse explains what he observed from the inside for over 30 years. There are little countries within this country. You've got one not so far from here. It's part of Area 51, but a portion of that facility is a separate country. It's run by certain individuals. They've got their own rules, their own laws. I've been out there many times. I've been in some of the tunnels. But New Mexico has their own little country, and that is not the government. That's a separate entity in its own. And there's certain levels of clearances that you'd have to go through for certain aspects of that particular work going on, whether it's the flying discs or other things that they're doing. You're not going to get into any of these facilities. Now, these little satellite countries here in the United States, they have nothing to do with the government. As a matter of fact, if anybody read the paper, you'll find out that this suit that's against Area 51 for burning toxic waste, they wanted to set it up so that it would be held in Washington, D.C. And of course, the justices there said no, they wouldn't take it, and it's transferred back here to Las Vegas. They won't even handle it. Impossible. They just can't do it. And I'm sure Wendelle knows about some of this stuff. He's probably been involved, and a few other people here that I know that are very familiar with the way certain parts of this U.S. government interact with these particular areas. There are certain people up there in D.C., I'm sure, that are aware of everything that's going on, and there's a wall that's put up between that group and the groups that are at these satellite facilities. I mentioned Teller's name before, and he's probably one of them. They have their own organization that's controlling all of this, and it's their own government. It's Gestapo, really, it's Gestapo, and these guys are tough. Until all the information is going to come out, which is going to take many years before it does, you're going to keep getting trickle, 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 and maybe one day, if we're still alive, maybe we'll understand everything as our little satellite governments know it here in the United States.
The aliens are still there, by the way.
In S4.
One of them is ill, yeah. They're still here. We rotated our scientists. We wanted them to bring our exchange scientists back in 2 years, which they did, and we sent 2 more. And I think we rotated them every 2 years. So we must have a dozen or more scientists that had been to that home planet for a year or more and come back.
Now also down in level 2, there are 7 gray bodies, little humanoid type creatures. We're in a solution. About how tall it is. I would say max 3.5, maybe almost 4 feet max. Oh, they're absolutely identical. I've never had a chance to sit and observe them for more than maybe a minute, but I couldn't see no individual identification on any of them. I mean, no different lines on their face or anything. that sort.
And you said a little earlier that they called this place the museum. You got any idea why they called it that?
Yes, I think it's because, I mean, we all referred to it as a museum because I think that all of this stuff has basically been analyzed before.
Yeah, he said that he saw 5 or 6 tanks, the vertical cylinders that held a human-sized cadaver pickled in some kind of solution and visible through the glass tank, like a big glass test tube. But he could only see the front two, the details of the front two, because the rest were obscured by the front two in the line. It looked like the bodies were held erect by a metal band around the waist. Otherwise, they were completely naked. The eyes of one of them was sunken back quite a bit, indicating that it had been there for some time.
Now, over on this, there's a hallway down here that breaks off, which is there's a big computer system right here. I believe it's a computer system. I'm not going to say for sure. Right here is a level. There's 7 tubes. These tubes are about 2 feet in width. They're about 6 feet in height.
They stand on end?
They stand on end on end. Now, as you walk in and you look at these tubes, I'm just going to go push up one. They're all exactly the same, and the creatures inside are completely identical. There's absolutely no way that I can see of identifying each and every one of them individually. Now there's an aluminum part right here. I don't know if it's covering genitals of them or not, but the rest is filled with the solution. There's a couple tanks right here. I don't know if they're oxygen. I don't know what they hold. There's no identifying marks on them whatsoever. There's absolutely no air in the tanks. It's all solution. And the grays are just in here, right here. They're suspended, so I imagine they're being clamped somehow, some way to hold them in this where their feet is completely off the ground and stuff like that. And under here, there's about a 1-foot pedestal of black iron steel, it's polished, but it looks like a black polished anodized iron. Now the things inside resemble what everybody sees, and the only thing that's different about them from what I see on all the pictures is the eyes appear to be have deteriorated, or they look like prunes. They're like your fingers get pruned. They're all shriveled up, and you can't see no eye sockets, and there's no visible eyelids or anything like that. They have a grayish, a grayish pigmentation. It's not scaly or anything. It's like a pigmentation. There's no apparent hair on them. There's little holes, not really slits, but a little hole, maybe an ear cartilage. I don't know. Maybe hearing slits are really kind of small for the nose and the mouth. The bodies themselves are very, very thin. They appear not to have any breast or navel or anything like that. Not that I can see.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to sit and study them in full view for a while. But I don't think I have heard talk there that I know their systems aren't like ours. but they're very thin and they look very, very frail.
Did you notice the hands?
The hands got a little bit of webbing. Minute, very minute. There's 4 finger-like things, and they're very, very minute piece of webbing. There appears to be no fingernails. As I say, I couldn't look in detail because the hands are turned like this. They're just like a full view, so I really can't see. You can see where there is one joint in each finger, it looks like. I mean, where like ours has 2 joints, I think they only got 1. I'm not sure. I mean, you can just see the crease in where they only got 1. And 1 acts as a thumb like what we do. The feet are not in view. The pedestal from before covers the feet completely, so
Didn't get a look at that.
I didn't get a look at the, and they are all completely identical.
This is his sketch of the tank that the cadavers were suspended in. And he mentioned that this was some kind of a regulatory panel that controlled the temperature and the solution in the tank. This is his sketch, rough sketch, of the alien figure in one of the tanks of liquid. And he said it's not a very accurate sketch, but it's the best he could do.
One of our colleagues there, the rest of the people there are sentries. That there are 4 people there that believe that are working to try to get this on me. And one of them is a biologist, which I guess he's personally performed the autopsies. I can't say for sure, but we have those reports, so we can, when we receive them, we go over them in detail and see what you think.
Have you taken a look at the autopsy report yourself?
Yes.
Can you describe some of the anatomy of the...
I don't know too much about biology and the anatomy. I'm not a pathologist, but I didn't go into detail in reading it. I'm going to be honest, I didn't read it. All I did was look at the pictures of one of the autopsies. And they had the extraterrestrial gray, little gray, opened up. They did what they call scalp, and they cut the top of his scalp off, and we're looking in there. I know there's brain weight, they weighed everything, and the organs are in a little bit similar to what a human Homo sapien anatomy is.
So they had an epidermis, they had eyes, they had a mouth, throat, a brain.
Yes, and they have a small Adam's apple, because you can see that through the what they're kept in. Now the autopsies are performed in level 3, I believe. As I say again, I didn't go into detail in reading the autopsies. I'm just going to leave that to someone else because I really don't understand a lot of the words. I'm a grunt. I know they have some kind of a pump system that pumps some kind of a chemical blood, I guess you would say, to keep them. I know I've heard it mentioned that their eyes are, because of the gravitational pull, there are no gravitation, so their eyes tend to go up in there something like that. That's about all.
What scientists did Connor O'Ryan mention by name who were involved?
He didn't give us the names. He said that the biologist that had charge of the cadavers in the glass cylinders was one of the defectors, one of his co-defectors that were disappointed by the what they thought was unnecessary secrecy, because they thought that they were guarding museum material, and why did it have to be so secret, and it's tying up their lives so seriously they didn't have any liberty or they had no freedoms.
What did Connor O'Ryan say the biologist's position and information was?
He said he just took care of the bodies in the containers, regulated the temperature, regulated the chemical balance in the solution. He
escorted people that were brought in to view the bodies and described what they knew about the bodies. He kept the records on them. They only met him when they were both out of the facility. They weren't allowed to talk to anybody in the facility except in front of the TV set or eating lunch at the table. And they had to address each other by number. They couldn't use names. The numbers were on their tab on their suit. The biologist had a number tab also. They never knew his name. They weren't allowed to give each other their names. So when the Marines were out, they did exchange names. He knew some of the other Marines who they were.
Did Bill Uhouse's testimony coincide with that of what Connor O'Ryan said the biologist within S4 was saying? Did any of that information corroborate each other?
No, because Bill Uhouse said that the two alien beings that he helped build the habitat for they weren't detained, they weren't cages, they weren't restricted, they could move about. They chose not to move about a whole lot because we were as different from them as they were from us. They didn't really like us. Their facility was a special construction facility apart from all the others that we've discovered. Not a part of Groom Lake. It was in Papoose Lake in the S4 facility, but another part from where the craft were stored. After Connor rested up and got some, we took him to the restaurant and had something to eat, came back. He told me what he was there for. He said that he had become disenchanted with the security there. And he, on their R&R, he discovered, when they could talk, he discovered that there was some other security guards that were equally disenchanted and didn't think that thought the security was overplayed and that they didn't like living that way under the security under. And they thought they ought to make a record of it in case something happened. They knew they'd been in, all of it were Special Forces troops. They had been in military security long enough to know that it's dangerous to break the rules. But they really wanted up, they weren't allowed to transfer. They knew too much.
There are some colleagues there that believe that it should be brought out into the open, and that's what we're doing right now. We want to do it slowly and surely, but I don't want to mention no names.
No names there, I was just wondering about
ever. I know who they are because I spent my leave with them and we discussed it in detail, how it should be done and who we should contact in this situation.
On their rest and recuperation, they could talk where they couldn't talk in the facility. And they talked a lot. Yeah, they found out that the biologist was disenchanted too and approached him. And when they asked him what he could do for the project, to safeguard themselves by stashing information that could be released if anything happened to them, because they're all thinking they're vulnerable because of what they know and what they're doing. And he agreed to furnish documents and papers from his files when the time came to let some of it out.
Did any of that information get out with the 52 photos? There was
a statement on paper by the biologist along with some photos of the bodies in the tanks.
I would buy books. I bought a lot of books. Not a lot, but I'd send home my mom. I'd read them. When I was on leave, I'd go to the libraries and read what I could. I read Light Years at the library. I mean, I didn't really do too much when you were on leave because, I mean, you just, after a while it became kind of an obsession to find out what I'm really dealing with here because I kind of almost feared for my own safety. I mean, I don't want to walk away with some incredible, crazy-ass disease or anything like that, you know, I mean, plutonium poisoning. I've been discharged now for almost 7 weeks. I met them in Vegas. I met two of them in Vegas 3 weeks ago. And we discussed MUFON. And I did a little bit of calling and stuff, and we came to conclude that MUFON is an organization with way, way too many leaks. We thought it best to go with the private person that is not going to get greedy and ignorant. And sit on the information until we can get it all out. We feel that a big organization like Center for UFO Studies and any nation abroad won't sit on it like we want them to. We need it to be sit on. I mean, we need it to be hidden away and sit on.
So you guys are basically looking for us to do is to gather the information
and store it.
Think of more that we need so that we can put it together into a good, logical, solid format, and then eventually
a documentary of what it would be to bring out and basically to shove it right up the governments, you know, and to make them. Naturally, they're never going to admit it, right? But the people the other 4 people that are still currently working there will be willing to come and testify when the time comes. But they have to be ensured that they're going to be safe, because they do have families, and you know, we don't want to destroy their family structure or ruin their credibility like what had happened if we went to a big organization. It would be destroyed within hours. I mean,
have you ever been
I called MUFON. I did call MUFON. I didn't discard myself. I just asked them what their procedure was for investigating government secrets, and they gave me some big old line of, I just hung up on them. They don't. And we knew about Mr. Stevens here, and we know he's been in trouble before and on trumped up stuff, and we just decided that he'd be the best private person to investigate this for us and document it the best they can be documented.
He said we went to the library looking for somebody to approach for this purpose, and we rejected all of the names available to us down to yours. You didn't seem to be a member affiliated with any UFO organization. You were familiar with the APRO people, but you weren't an APRO member. You didn't. You seemed to be working alone, and less chance of you being infiltrated. And so we decided to come to you with the pictures. This could all be published on a signal to raise the profile of the group in case any of them were harmed. They hoped that a public outcry would result, and this would leave this would save some of them from internal executions. Such an outcry could lead to lawsuits against the government, subpoenas of evidence, and finally bringing down the house of cards of security over those important matters affecting us all, our society, and our world. That was probably pipe dreaming, because they're too secure for that to happen.
In terms of the guards conspiring together, did they do all of that on leave?
They could only communicate on leave.
And did Connor say...
Everything inside the facility was monitored and recorded.
Did Connor say how he was going to stay in contact once he was out and over here?
Through the one guy's girlfriend that he was seeing every R&R in Vegas, his girlfriend would come see him.
Do you think they already figured out who she was? And
I'm sure they did, because when she lost contact, she was sure that her boyfriend had been picked up. If he was picked up, they would be aware of the others. And yeah, you've seen those little cameras. They just fit a roll of 112 film, and they managed to bring the camera in with a roll of film in it. They even got another roll of film in later. Some of the guards were strict and some were not that strict, and so they were very careful about bringing the camera in and the film out. So they had, when they were out on R&R, had conspired to bring in one of those little tiny Instamatic 110 cameras that just fits the reel of film, and they watched the guards. They knew which guards, screening guards, when they came back through, were lax and which were strict. And they were calculating their schedules, and they started calculating the shift to figure out which guard might be on when they came back in. And they got the camera in on one of those calculated risks where the guards stripped it, searched them, everything, but didn't go through the pockets. And they got through okay with it. He didn't. They got it in, and they got it. It was on a package of film, and they got
later they got a second package of film, but they used that and began to take pictures covertly at their levels.
These guys weren't all the same. He was a Marine Black SEAL. They weren't allowed to discuss their history, so he didn't know what the other history. They were all in a nondescript coverall uniform. They didn't know what other services they belonged to. They were not all Black Marines. He was a Black SEAL Marine. He didn't know what the others were because they weren't allowed to discuss it. But they discovered early on that the curator, the caretaker of the cylinders, a civilian biologist, was also had the same feelings about the overplayed security and wanted to get out of there. And he became one of their co-conspirators in getting out, and he had agreed to supply documents and photographs of the bodies in the cylinders. And the first deposit in the locker in the Las Vegas bus station included pictures of the bodies and material from the biologists also.
And he said the thing that sparked my interest, he said that there were hangar bays, small hangar bays at level 2, and there were craft in 7 of them. And he said that they had taken pictures of all the 7 craft, and that they took a picture of Dick Cheney standing in front of one with one of the lab people from above looking at it. He said, they want to say he wasn't there, we got proof. And I thought
Secretary of Defense at the time.
He was Secretary of Defense at the time, Dick Cheney was, yeah. And he's in there looking at one of the craft in level 2.
Were you able to recognize any public figures that ever came through there of any kind?
Yes, I did. Would you like me to mention?
Yeah, let's mention a couple.
Okay, 3 of them we haven't identified yet, but I believe that they are high CIA from the science department. One of them I've seen his picture before. I've looked for it in libraries, but I haven't placed it yet. One more key figure was the Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney. He was there about 6 months ago. He was observing with I guess you could say it was a fact-finding type thing. They were walking around, just looking around. I didn't identify the other 3 people with me.
Okay, this is about the time we were beginning to schedule a cutback in military force structure, right?
I believe so, yes.
And they were going to close.
That's when they're starting to close the bases and stuff. That's around the talk of that right there. This base has been here for a long time. Mr. Cheney, his reason being there, I have no idea. I can only begin to just theorize on why he was there. He was, I assume, wondering what's going on. I mean, being the Secretary of Defense and the unique quality of these things, I'm sure they're thinking some kind of weapons they can use or whatever there. I don't know. As I didn't have a privy to any information. They would have to go through 3 gates once you get onto the thing. Once they got through those 3 gates, which I've never been a sentry to those gates. If you were on the facility, you were all right, as long as you weren't putting in. We were just standing there, I guess, for an invasion, possibly, or to make sure saboteurs. We had orders to shoot, to kill if anything looked suspicious. Anything.
Was Cheney escorted by anybody?
He was escorted by three. Yes, he was in 3 individuals, which I don't know who they were with Cheney. There was 2 people from the facility that were there, that walked with him through the complex. He went to level 2, level 1. He did not go to level 3 and 4.
He only went to levels 1 and 2.
Because I was in level 2 at the time during his visit. I was by elevator door number 3, and I watched him go in, and he went into the back building, and we were called up to go guard it into the front of the hangar area as we went up there. So I was relieved for elevator door number 3, and I went over there.
So he visited levels 1 and 2, so he was able to see the spacecraft in level 2
yes.
and the bodies in the cylinders.
Absolutely, without discussion, he's seen the spacecraft. Without discussion, he's seen the bodies too. The 7 little gray people. Now, I mean, just like I said before, I'm on the run and I know my time's limited, so...
Okay, well, it sounds like you and your colleagues have thought this out a little bit. What is your best goal for getting this out in the open? Did you guys want to put it together into a movie format?
No, we don't. I mean, it's not, we don't want no money. We don't want no publicity because these guys have families. I don't. What happens to me is irrelevant, and I've always been an expendable being, what I've always done in my life. So it's, but these guys have, they want to remain anonymous until the time comes. But they don't want no stardom. They don't want no, we don't want no movies. We don't want books. We just want the American public to know that what is really happening behind closed doors. I mean, the government is massively deceiving people, and many lives are being destroyed because of their debunking processes. There's safe to say that there's probably many people in prison on, you know, that have tried to do this before. So we want to take it safe and slow. That's why I have contacted you. I mean, I'm just the first leg of hopefully a massive, something massive that we can bring this out in the open someday. It was very irregular of a military base, and we weren't allowed to go into the parking lot area and look at license plate cars. Look at I mean, we weren't allowed to, I think that's why they give you a polygraph to see if you memorize any license plates of any cars or anything like that. I mean, you're not allowed to keep any notepads whatsoever. The only time you're allowed to write letters or anything is when you're on your own leave. And then you go through a polygraph when you get there. So if you made any mental notes, they're going to know about it. When we would meet and talk when we were on leave, it was like, sometimes they would ask you questions and sometimes not. We took a big chance a couple times, you know, talking about it. Because sometimes they would ask you a couple questions and you'd be out. You know, and like, did you talk, did you call anybody? No. Or like, sometimes they'd ask you 3 questions. Sometimes they'd barrage you with 30 if they suspected anything, you know.
And all of them had been subjected to hypnotic control. They had different controls, but their controllers knew that either a tone, a flash of light, a touch on a certain part of the body would put them in an altered state of consciousness, and then they could be controlled, instructed.
Or interrogated.
Or interrogated.
We go in a room, they would hook us up to an IV, and that's basically, then you wake up about 50 minutes later and the physical is over. Counting, you know, they tell you to count to 10, make it to about 7, and that'd be it. Wake up with a tremendous headache. We were told that if we breached any kind of security system, then you'd be terminated. I mean, if you were on the facility and you breached the system, you'd be terminated. Period. They've already done 9 years in covert operations with the SEAL team, so I think they pretty much trusted me in that concept to keep my mouth shut, which I would have. I mean, I don't want to be the one for ringing the bells, but this goes way beyond covert operations and stuff.
Yeah, this was a dangerous situation. They were tempting fate every time. And they risked discovery, and they didn't know what was happening in the hypnotic inductions. And he knew.
Now I found out, I mean, my last physical, they told me I've contracted a form of Hodgkin's disease, which is a cancer of the blood. And to be perfectly honest, I don't know what the truth is or not.
On the last annual physical, done quarterly, after a few days after the physical was over and the blood test and everything had time to get reported back, they called him in and told him that he had a fatal disease that would take him out in 2 or 3 weeks, and they were going to discharge him and let him go home and straighten out his personal affairs before his death. And right away he knew that if he had a disease in the sterile conditions he was living in, it had to be introduced by his own superiors. And at that point he decided that he's going to bring the House of Cards down before he goes. He's only got a short time to do it. And they discharged me. He said, for that purpose, he said, I am prepared to bring the House of Cards. And then I began to think, well, this got to be a ploy because they're setting me up. And that's why I held off for 10 years, because I had to find out if if he was true, if what he was telling me was what he truly believed, or whether he was a plant. But I now am convinced that he truly believed what he told me. If he truly had the disease, it had to be given to him, and if that's the case, he's not going to defend the situation anymore. He's going to bring the whole house of cards down before he goes. I wanted to take him to a doctor and get an examination, but he didn't want to go. He said, I do not want to know for sure. He said, I'm doing this because on the mites, if they did give it to me.
I had to sign numerous National Security Act papers, polygraph examination, 2 polygraph examinations. I don't know if they hypnotized us or not. Somebody told me that they will, but I never remember being hypnotized, so I could not reveal and say I was or I wasn't. We were told I was never ever to speak about this again. That I could go back into they were going to put me back into the regular Navy. I could turn my time out, but I told them I didn't want to do that because I've always been in the SEAL team. So they promised me that I would be taken care of medically. But I had talked to my other colleagues there at the facility, and we decided that since I'm in this kind of a situation, that I just personally decided that we're going to try to bring it out in the open slowly and surely.
I felt that he was very sincere about what he was doing. He'd been living in a sterile environment. He looked in perfect health. He didn't want to know if he only had a week left. He didn't want to go to a doctor. He wanted to take his own revenge before he died, if what they told him was correct. He also knew that they used very virulent strains of cancer and other diseases because he had been involved in some other operations involving the diseases and accidents too that were contrived. So he knew what was up against, and he feared that he was the victim. He had saved over $300,000. He didn't want that just to go back to him. He wanted to live the good life, and now he's faced with only 2 weeks to live, and he can't get the money because it's been blocked, frozen. Felt that his revenge was really sincere and that they had discovered it. I don't think that it was a ploy. It could have been. It could have been an intelligence ploy, but he wasn't that good of an actor. He was truly afraid for his life. When I showed him the first letter from behind the numbers on my house, and he looked at it, sweat popped out on his forehead, just popped out, just like that. And he turned kind of a palish, whitish green, and he said, oh my God, they're here already. He thought it would take him a few days to figure out where he was or what he had done. But they were there the next morning. He was truly worried that they had been discovered, and he knew that the results were certainly going to be fatal to everybody involved, that they didn't hesitate to take care of the problems internally. He worried about having all that money and not being able to get a penny of it. He couldn't even draw out $1. And he was really serious about revenge, bringing down the house of cards before he died a week later. And I had heard of this before, but had never been exposed to it this close. And I thought, if this is really true, and if it's really going on, this is certainly not a sane operation. It's the work of mad scientists.
Is a project that recovers crashed UFOs and has custody of the ones that have been picked up. They're the ones that run S4 and Area 51.
I thought that was something like Snowbird.
Snowbird is an Army project to recover crashed vehicles. Project Pounce takes all the other recovered materials from everybody else and takes it to Area 51. Colonel Steve Wilson, who was the head of Project Pounce in Area 51 before he retired. And he headed the recovery project, and the same people who recovered them have custody of them out there in Area 51. It's in S4. And a time came when he knew too much. They also have live aliens, alien extraterrestrials living there. And a time came when apparently he knew too much, and he was given one of these fast-moving cancers. And when he was near death, he retired, medical retirement, and he came to the realization himself that it had been introduced because of some recent information that had just come into his possession that was super sensitive. From Korea, he was a lieutenant colonel, and he was assigned to Vandenberg Air Force Base, where he again fit his classification. He had no ties. He was not married. He didn't have any children. He didn't have any family. And he was quickly recruited into the program and taken inside and transferred from Vandenberg to S4, where he got further indoctrination. Steve Wilson was born in 1930. In 1930, just 7 years after my birth. And like me, he first became an aviation mechanic and then a flight engineer on a bomber. He applied for cadet training. He worked for General Crabb, was accepted for cadet training, and went to flight school at Kelly Field, pretty much as I did. He became a pilot from being a flight line mechanic, career flight line mechanic, became a career pilot. He flew F-86 Sabre jets in the combat in the war in Korea, where he took a bullet in the abdomen that left him bleeding heavily in the cockpit. He was trying to hold his guts in as he radioed a position report and his remaining fuel supply, and then he seemed to pass out, lose consciousness. What followed after that seemed to demonstrate some extraordinary assistance taking place. The air traffic control officer for the 67th Fighter Squadron control tower saw an unannounced airplane entering the traffic to land. The airplane was strangely surrounded by a green glow as it made a correct approach for landing. The airplane is still flying, approaches in the landing pattern with the engine running, and the engine quits on the rollout on the runway out of a good landing. The airplane flared out, made a perfect landing, rolled out, and as the mechanics ran to the airplane to get him out, the engine was stopped, and they found him unconscious in the cockpit. Now this is days later, after he took the bullet. He doesn't have gasoline but for a couple of hours, and he's out of fuel. They took him to hospital. He recovered quickly, and on subsequent tests they discovered that his IQ had gone to a high figure from a normal figure. He had suddenly acquired a very high IQ that they couldn't account for. His IQ had gone from 162 to 232, a very high figure for anybody. And as after this, he noticed an impressive increase in his extrasensory perception, ESP ability. Upon recovery from this, he was assigned to the 1st Air Force Special Services Command at Vandenberg Air Force Base. And I found that very interesting because shortly after that, and directly from there, he was transferred to Papoose Lake, S4 facility, and there he was briefed by a colonel that he was replacing on the security measures taken in transferring special craft from one part to another in S4. He was briefed by a new colonel that he was replacing about the movement of ships in S4. In time, he became the project officer in charge of Project Found. The project is responsible for the recovery and storage of crashed UFOs. As I understood it, Project Found, created near the end of December of 1980, was in charge of the recovery of captured alien aircraft. And this recovery project was made up of elite Black Berets, Special Forces troops, and special components collected and used together in the recovery of crashed alien discs. Project Pounce dispatched recovery troops to the site where they closed off the area, effected the recovery, and then sanitized the area afterwards and restored the ground to its appearance before the event happened.
And he first reported this in Italy in an interview he gave there just before he went into the hospital to die of cancer. Colonel Steve Wilson was now enjoying cosmic top secret clearance. Cosmic clearance is level Q27. And in this capacity, he was in charge of storing the captured alien vehicles and the bodies of the occupants in Area S4. When he retired after some 40 years of active service, he was much decorated. I was sorry I didn't get to know him better. But he came, after he came back from Italy, he settled in Phoenix, and he was being treated there for his fast-moving cancer. And he had opened a website so he could publicize what was going on in S4. He had the same feelings as Connor Orion. He felt if he had a fatal cancer, and which he now knew he knew it had to be introduced by his own superiors, and he knew that it had to be because he now knew too much himself and became a liability to them. And so he, also feeling that this security was misplaced, he intended to bring down the whole house of cards himself, but with his website he was going to reveal all that he knew about S4, but his cancer worsened rapidly and he had to go into the hospital. He was under special control in a close observation ward in the hospital, where he and Bill Hamilton, decided to stage a conference in Phoenix, a UFO conference, where he would make his presentation and officially announce the opening of the website, and that he was going to publish everything he knew about S4 on the website. And the conference was scheduled to be developed quickly. It was going to come off in less than 2 weeks from the time they got the idea. They rushed out literature and information to everybody they could. And I was going to speak at the conference, and when I got there, I learned that Colonel Steve Wilson had died of his cancer the day before the conference opened in Phoenix. The conference went on anyway, but we did not get the publicity release we expected Steve Wilson to engender when he made his pronouncements from the platform just before he was going to die.
A tragedy that he never got to speak.
It was controlled that way, I'm quite sure. This painting that was published in the Italian magazine Notizie UFO, put out by Roberto Pinotti and Maurizio Baetta. When Colonel Steve Wilson was visiting Italy and dying of cancer, Wilson told him that he was formerly head of Project Punks at Area S4 and lived in the S4 facility for a great deal of time. He said that he was dying of cancer and suspected that cancer had been administered by his own security forces because he was about to retire, and he had remained on active duty for over 30 years before he decided to retire. But they weren't going to let him do it because he now knew too much. That's what his feelings were. They gave him a fast-moving cancer to keep him from going very far, but he was visiting Italy in his final days, and he heard about a UFO conference going on there, and he went to see what was being put out about the unidentified flying objects. And he met Baetta and Pinotti, and after he told them who he was, they persuaded him to give them a deathbed statement to be released after he was gone. Baetta and Pinotti had a magazine staff painter with them, one Agnes Shojak, and they had a copy editor doing the review work, taking down the questions and answers and all kinds of additional notes. Agnes Shojak painted this painting by verbal description from Colonel Steve Wilson as she painted, with him correcting as she painted. You notice the one in Bay 1 is identical to the one that Connor Orion sketched. Notice Bay 2, 3, and 4 have identical craft with the same ship as Connor also substantially sketched in his drawings. I don't know whether Colonel Steve Wilson had access to my private files or not, because I didn't publish anything that I had up to 2001. But this painting seemed to confirm what Connor Orion had told us in great detail. This is what the corridor looked like also, according to Connor Orion. Now, Connor was sketched and had also sketched a tank holding the alien bodies, and Agnes Shojak had made the same painting under the detailed description of Colonel Steve Wilson that shows 6 cylinders which show bodies in tanks being held by a band around the waist. And notice the regulator on the side of the tank. just exactly as it was sketched by Carter Ryan 4 years earlier. So I thought that this might be enough confirmation, since we had no other information which we could rely on to confirm the Connor Ryan story, and I decided to release it at that point. He came down with a brain cancer, which is the kind that's introduced by intelligence to terminate people.
Similar to maybe what Jim Lorenzen had?
He suspected that he knew too much and that his own superiors were getting rid of him. He died in a hospital in Phoenix.
Steve Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
And wasn't that the same thing that Jim Lorenzen had? He died of a brain cancer.
So did Dr. Hynek.
And Dr. Hynek as well.
When they get too much, and if it looks like they may be approaching a point where they might spill the beans, they terminate them. And that's the cheapest way, is to give them a fast-moving brain cancer. Colonel Steve Wilson, in his terminal cancer stages, he wanted to go back to Italy, and he went to a UFO conference to see what the world knew about UFOs. And he met Baetta and Roberto Pinotti, who was a vice president of Fiat Motors at the time. And when they found out who he was, they tried to get a good statement from him. And he agreed to give them a statement there in Italy as long as they didn't publish it until after he was gone. And he didn't want it translated and published in this country. So they brought in their staff painter, staff illustrator, to illustrate what he could describe at S4, and he described level 2. He described it to him and the craft that were sitting in the bays there. And this Shojak, I think her name was, the artist, painted a good picture with him correcting it as she painted, and then she painted the bodies in the cylinders in the liquid bath in the cylinders, held erect by clamps. And they didn't know anything about the Connor Ryan case. They were getting this from Steve Wilson. So when that painting appeared, then's when I tried to find out more about Steve Wilson. Found out that he actually helped promote a UFO Congress with Bill Hamilton in the Phoenix area, which I attended. I made a presentation at it. But Wilson didn't make the Congress because he died the day before the Congress started in a Phoenix hospital. So I never got to meet Steve Wilson. I didn't know who he was until after that. And you know, the Dr. UFO research, Richard Boylan, did the last interview with Steve Wilson in Phoenix just a week before he died.
In the last days before Colonel Steve Wilson's passing, he granted what became his final interview to Dr. Richard Boylan. What follows are some of the most important elements of those conversations. Wilson claimed that Project Pounce does not exist as a unit in order to maintain the utmost security, but instead only came together for UFO crash retrieval incidents. Members of the Project Pounce team were summoned only when necessary. They did not know each other and joined the team because of their very specific areas of expertise. Wilson claimed that there were 33 levels of cosmic top secret, an interesting number in that it mirrors Freemasonry. At the top of the totem pole, Q33, is the Military Agency for Joint Intelligence, or MAGI. Wilson said, "No person knows it all except for level 33, people like Henry Kissinger and Edward Teller." MAGI's executive board includes its chairman Henry Kissinger, Q33, and atomic scientist Edward Teller, also Q33, now deceased. Interestingly, during the World War II era, history records that both of these men appear to have been simultaneously in the United States as well as in Germany at the University of Heidelberg. Wilson explained that level Q32 is Majestic 12, or MJ12, a leadership board for field operations related to the UFO cover-up. Of Kissinger and Teller, Wilson said, "Both
are MJ-12 members, which number 36 in all as of 1994. It might interest you to know that they go back as far as Project Paperclip, which was a secret program that relocated Nazi scientists into America to push forward the military, aerospace, and rocket programs being developed in the U.S. Level Q31, according to Wilson, are certain aerospace manufacturing executives like Ben Rich of Lockheed Martin Skunk Works in Palmdale, California, whose statements on exotic aerospace technology are discussed in the UFO Hypotheses film Michael Schratt, Volume 1. Among other Q-31 aerospace manufacturers, according to Wilson, is Northrop and its facility in the mountains northwest of Lancaster, California, and Boeing's Phantom Works facility in Seattle, Washington. Leading the scientific apparatus at S4 for many years was Edward Teller, Q-33. It was Teller who cleared naval intelligence physicist Bob Lazar to work at S4. Teller led teams of scientists who back-engineered the crashed alien UFO vehicles into functional U.S. anti-gravity aerospace craft that human military astronauts could operate, like Lockheed's X-22A disc. Wilson claimed that this program, headed by Teller, was not responsive to command authority of the United States President. Wilson also informed Boylan that space warfare operations against selected alien visitors were being executed by military astronauts trained at a secret Air Force academy. At Boylan's request, Colonel Wilson drew up a chart of the operating structure of Strategic Defense Initiative, a diagram he nicknamed Star Wars City, made up of government, military, and elite defense contractor corporations. Wilson said that it was common practice for military officers to rotate out of military leadership into executive positions at these defense contractor corporations, a good old boy network, if you will. Wilson also singled out Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, whom he claimed had control over Decision Science Applications Incorporated. Wilson said, Decision Science Applications Incorporated is a group made up of all the heads of the military hardware manufacturing in the Black area. Another elite defense contractor Wilson highlighted is the Rockefeller Company, a huge beneficiary of the Strategic Defense Initiative, also known as the Ballistic Missile Defense Organization, also known as Star Wars. In this photo, Henry Kissinger is seen with fellow collaborators David and Jay Rockefeller. David Rockefeller has long been associated with high authority over the Council on Foreign Relations, the CFR, whose long-term globalist goals are widely known. For a more detailed report on Rockefeller influence on the U.S. government and military, see the UFO Hypotheses film, Aztec, Volume 1. Kissinger, said Colonel Wilson, is a key figure in MK-Ultra, which according to Dr. Boylan is a secret, ongoing mind control research and development project directed by the CIA and employs psychotronic devices, selective use of drugs, hypnosis, and signals and frequencies designed to influence people's thoughts, emotions, and behavior. Boylan sees a strong link between mind control and the UFO cover-up. Mind control research may have even earlier roots than is made obvious from the CIA and its Robertson panel of 1953, perhaps originating within Nazi Germany with Dr. Joseph Mengelé's vicious experiments and Joseph Goebbels' Nazi propaganda machine. Additional information on mind control is available in the UFO Hypotheses film Peggy Kane Volume 2, NASA Upside Down. During author William Steinman's investigation for UFO crash at Aztec, Steinman discovered that Captain Henry Kissinger was a leading figure associated with the first Interplanetary Phenomena Unit, IPU, out of Camp Hale, Colorado, just after World War II. Shortly after publishing his investigation, California police warned Steinman and his family that they had apprehended a man who appeared to have marked Steinman for assassination. Steinman quickly dropped his UFO research investigations due entirely to these threats. Wilson reported to Boylan that Magi employs Wackenhut as a private contract agency for assassinations and security under the moniker 1010 Special Security Squadron, and that the next level of clearance, Q30, is given to Wackenhut's 4 highest officers. According to Wilson, this 1010 Special Security Squadron reports directly to the National Reconnaissance Organization, but is funded by the tax dollars of U.S. citizens. Recall that chairman of Magi, according to Wilson, is Henry Kissinger. Wilson admitted to Boylan that even as director of Project Pounce, his own clearance was much lower. I was only level 27. That's as far as I could go. Boylan remarks that Wilson was sickened by Kissinger and Tuller's lust for power. Both acted as if they were above all laws in Wilson's view. Appalled by their unethical and unconstitutional behavior, Colonel Wilson tried to go public with his information on a short-lived website and gave interviews to Roberto Pinotti, Maurizio Baiata, Bill Hamilton, and Richard Boylan in his last days to thwart Magi's evil plans once Wilson realized that he had been poisoned with cancer by his superiors. Wilson understood that Magi's plans include both controlling the most advanced exotic aerospace anti-gravity fighter vehicles from back-engineered UFOs, as well as manipulation of the masses through propaganda and mind control in order to force with invincibility their designs for world power upon an unsuspecting global population. Before his death, Colonel Steve Wilson, like Orion, Lazar, Uhouse, Schneider, Bill Cooper, and Philip Corso, helped immensely with shedding light on the Machiavellian world of black budget defense and the UFO cover-up within the United States.
But he came out and told about the secrets of S4, and he quickly died after that. He died right up here in Phoenix. But he had a real colorful history. When he discovered that his own people had poisoned him, had given him the disease that he was dying from, he opened a website and tried to put as much information on there as he could. I don't remember what it is now, but he died shortly after that in hospital in Phoenix. But he knew that we have craft. He knew where the bases were. He knew that we had a base at Beale and 100 Beale and 100 Vandenberg. Yeah, 4 in the United States, in the zone of interior, and 4 deployed overseas. And the ones overseas, the host countries don't even know they're there. They're dug into excavated facilities. All of them are underground. All of the craft always leave from underground and return to underground when they come back with their missions. The Russians are shooting some down too. I don't know how they distinguish which ones to fire on and which ones not to. But he said that the Russians had brought down 3 or 4, and we brought down like 8 or 10. Either brought them down or driven them off. And you know, that's a dangerous operation. Those people are coming from power sources a lot more sophisticated than ours, and somebody may want to retaliate someday, and we're stuck here. We can't go any place to escape. When he first called me, he said, I'm bringing something I want to give you. I said, well, I don't know, I get a lot of junk. He said, this is not junk. He said, these are some pictures. And so I said, oh, pictures, okay, I'd like to see them. He told me that one of the pictures showed Dick Cheney standing with another scientist from that level there in a smock in front of one of the craft in one of the bays. And this was about noon. And about 30 minutes later, I got another call from him. He said, I checked out of my apartment and went to the bank to get money, and he said, I put my card in, and the sign came up on the screen, the account's frozen. Can't draw any funds out. So he said, I went to another bank and used a different card, tried to get money, got the same thing. He said, I got all the good cards. He said, I got $300,000 in the bank. He said, I can't even get any out of my checking account, which is also frozen now. He says, I can't come over there, I can't get any money in it. If you want to send me a ticket, I'll come over. I'm bringing some pictures. I'll be glad to show them to you. And so he called me back and he said, I fear the worst. He said, I can't get a dime from anywhere. I got $300,000 in the bank and I can't get a dollar. He said, I'll come over if I can get there, but he says, I can't get there. I can't even buy a ticket. I said, how much is your ticket going to be? He said, about $100. I said, okay, I'll wire you $100 right now. Look for the nearest mailboxes outlet near you. Whoever has a Western Union sign, give my name as the code, and I'll send you the money and come on over. And I did. Within 10 minutes, I wired him $100, and he got it $100. He said he was carrying the package of 52 photos on him. Becoming fearful, he decided not to carry the packages on him. He went out behind and got a box, a strong box, put starter box as a matter of fact. Then he put the package of pictures and rocks in it, had the Greyhound station people wrap it, address it, tried to get it on a bus with him. They said they couldn't make that bus and be in on the next one. And he had to leave because his bus was leaving. We got in from the bus station about 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, now he's at my house waiting for the box to arrive. We went down there the next morning, and the bus station said they couldn't account for the loss because it was logged on to a bus in Los Angeles for that morning, and it was not on the bus when it got to Tucson later that morning. And they were making a search for it. We went back again another day later, and they were still searching for it. Never did find how they lost the package. Logged on a bus at one point and not off at another.
What would you guess his height and weight were?
He probably weighed 190 pounds, 190, 195.
Is that typical for a Marine SEAL?
Yes,
yeah. Yeah? They don't want him too tall?
Yeah, well, he wasn't too tall. He was, he might have been as much as 6 feet.
Did he have any unusual tics or behavior or mannerisms?
No, he didn't. He was calm and collected all the time. He never got excited. He didn't seem to be worried. He didn't fidget or anything like that. He didn't volunteer any information about anything. He was concerned about his health. He thought he was near death, and he was worried about his $300,000 stash going back to the government, because he knew that those bonuses are paid in such a way that if he doesn't succeed or something, they can collect it back. So they can always take back what he's been paid. And another reason is because it's always paid out of country in a foreign bank, which is illegal. And it's illegal for Americans to hold it if they don't declare it and pay the taxes on it. It was paid in there in such a way that he wouldn't be a good idea for him to declare it. He wasn't supposed to. Nobody was supposed to know he was drawing 2 salaries, one as a Marine and one as a Central Intelligence Agent. And the Central Intelligence Agent money was paid out of the country. So all that is subject to confiscation if the government gets wind of it. Of course, they have a record of it. All they have to do is move on it, call it, take it back.
Did you, while Commodore Ryan was here, begin to be concerned for your own safety and Jem Cox's own safety, your grandson, if Orion had maybe a psychotic episode and turned on the two of you? Were you concerned?
We never worried about that, but we knew that he was a member of Team 6, Delta Team 6, and we knew that his own team would take him out if he was characterized as a traitor to him, and we knew that they were after. They knew that he had stashed the pictures, copies of the pictures. So they're not going to do anything to him or us until they get all of the pictures. They have to stop that first. And when he left, there was still one stash that they hadn't got to yet. So
and you weren't concerned that he was going to maybe do something to you?
Oh, we were
any
never
point?
concerned about that, but we were afraid if they ever thought they had the last set of pictures, that they would do something to the house, maybe burn the house down with him in it or something like that.
From those threats from
His
the
own
letters.
team, yeah, the Delta 6 team. We saw him going by the house in a white branded carryall a number of times.
You mentioned at one time in one of your tapes his actual name. I'll say the first name, but I won't say the last name.
Okay.
Derek?
That was it.
Right. Yeah. And have you been able to confirm anywhere else in any of the UFO information that you've gathered whether or not anybody else who's talked about having been in S4 had known of this particular individual?
No, I don't know any other people that lived in S4. There were 4 co-conspirators with him that all disappeared shortly after he got here. So they were discovered and moved, at least, maybe terminated, I don't know. The girlfriend of one of them that used to visit them when they were on leave in downtown Las Vegas hadn't heard from her boyfriend in about the same time that Connor had been here. When he explained what the package of pictures was, I became a little worried too. He told me that he was a sentry, a guard at level 2 of S4, and that he had become disenchanted with the security. What he called was the overplayed security, because all they had was junk. He said internally it's called a museum, and he said they had crashed saucers there. He said they had distant 7 bays on roll-around pedestals. I was watering the plants in front of my house, my little flower garden in front of my house, and I decided, and I was warming water for coffee also, and at some point I laid the hose down and went back in to turn the water down so it wouldn't boil over. And when I came out, just minutes later, I found a blue envelope, pale blue envelope, stuck behind the numbers in my house by the door. It wasn't there when I went in, just 2 or 3 minutes before that. And I left the hose running and took the envelope down, looked at it, looked inside. It was an envelope from with return address to the Imperial Palace in the upper left-hand corner on Imperial Palace Stationery. Well, this is the picture of the first message. When I was watering my lawn and I turned around to come back in the house, I saw this behind the sign, number sign, just like that. And there's the message. It says, "It's to come home." And the Delta symbol is pointed up, meaning it's cool. Just come home. This is the original page. The original message, first one found behind the house numbers on my home in Windmill Circle. And that was the first note, letting us know that they were there. And when I read the note, I took it in and showed Jim Cox, and he said, "I don't know what to make of it." He said, "Let's ask Connor." When we showed him the letter, his face turned white and sweat popped out on his forehead. He said, "Oh my God, they're here already." He said, "I was hoping we'd get a day or 2. The visitor now became concerned about how they were able to keep track of him. He thought he might have a tracking device installed someplace in his body, because we had not observed followers. We didn't see anybody at the bus station. Everything looked clean. Nobody around the house until the message appeared behind the numbers on my door. And then an hour or so later, we saw a white van go around the house with 4 men in it that he recognized as Delta 6 members of his own team. He said he was afraid, because he had seen a white rented car go by with 4 men in it. He said, "That's suspicious." And he told us that he was a member of Delta 6. He said, "Those are probably Delta 6 men from my own team. They'll send my own team after me." He said he thought that he had already been compromised. And I said, "Well, if you think that and you got important information, maybe we should document it some way." He said, "Yes, we should." And so we said, "Well, let's go out in the desert. We'll find a high ground where we can see anybody coming from every direction. We'll videotape an interview with you." We did. We went out there and videotaped a 2-hour interview with him, where he told us all of what he wanted to tell us on videotape.
It was a surprise to suddenly hear from you a day ago, and to hear what you could tell us with respect to some things that we've been doing for a long, long time.
Right now, I'm basically kind of scared. I mean, I'm on the run. I don't know what everything holds for me. I just want to get this out in the open.
You said that they had 7 discs there. You're talking about disc-shaped flying vehicles or something.
Flying vehicles. All the vehicles are of extraterrestrial origin. They are not. When I first got there, it took me a good couple weeks before I could fully comprehend and realize this. I've always been an avid believer in life in the universe, that we're not the only ones, but this confirmed it for me in my own mind, and there are other people there that believe and feel that this should all be brought out too. But it has to be done slowly.
So we took a little camera like that. We went out there and set it up, and we videotaped the full 2 hours of him describing how he got to S4, how he was assigned. He said they took his S4, how he was assigned. He said they took his name away and gave him a number. Then they weren't allowed to know each other's name. They could only address each other by their number. They all had sequential numbers from 119 to 124, or 25 or 26, whatever it was. And from that, he assumed that they all had been assigned at the same time as a whole new team, and that they must have replaced another team that was there because of the sequence of the numbers. And so after he had been with us for a few days, and we tried to find out if the others had been detected. They had all been removed, and a whole new team had brought in again, had altogether different numbers, and we never found out what happened to the team members that were on with him at the time. But we presumed that they were sent to different stations, not in contact with each other for some time if they weren't suicided for their betrayal. They may have known we were there and what we were doing, so when they got back, we had the tape that we had taken out of the high-8 camera and put it back in a cassette case, and about the time we got home, Bob Dean came by. And we told him that what we'd done and that we had this tape that we were afraid to keep. He said, I can find a place for it.
When I retired from the military, I began working for the Sheriff's Department. And I had some perks and privileges. I had a Sheriff's Department car with red lights and stuff on the top. And I used to safeguard information on behalf of Wendelle. Information that he had asked access to that he could not trust keeping it in his house. And he'd give it to me, and I'd lock it up in the Sheriff's Department safe. Of course, the sheriff never knew any of this. But as I said, we go back a long way. We're good friends.
So now we had it on tape, and now he's worried about the tape and what they'll do to get it. And Bob came by his patrol car that evening, and I told him, we've got something here that we're trying to find a way to hide it. Can you find a way for it? So he says, give it to me, I'll see what I can do.
And what'd you do with that, Bob?
Locked it up in the Sheriff's Department safe.
How effective was that? How long were you able to keep it there safely?
Several days, I forget.
Well, you kept it there more than that. You kept it there several months until we thought we ought to take it and make a copy of it before something else happened.
And were you able to do that?
We did.
You still have a copy of that?
Yeah.
Good.
I haven't released any of it yet.
I think we should duplicate it, and I know you guys know what you're doing, you know, I think you should duplicate everything. At least
we need backup.
By 3 times. Yeah, at least duplicate everything, and I don't know, hide it out somewhere in the desert, you know, dig a hole, put it in a safe, do something with it.
He told us that they had made 6 copies of the pictures and had stashed them in 6 different places with responsible people that would turn them over to public news media if anything happened to Connor. He told me that they had taken these 52 pictures, including one of Dick Cheney standing there in front of a line of crashed discs there. So he knows, he's been aware of what's out there and what's going on for a long time. And Senior Bush was head of the CIA at one time when he became involved directly in the need-to-know part of the program and was taken inside. Admiral Bobby Inman is probably the head of the old MJ-12 group, which is now quite a few more members. They all are in this top secret group, have MJ numbers, magic numbers. They all have access to all the classified information in the MJ category. They all are members of one or another of the trilaterals, the Council of Foreign Relations, or one of the other secret societies. And so they're all linked together. Among the group that makes up a council, they sit on all of the information, and control of different parts of it is farmed out to different of these entities. They don't all have all of anything. One of them has supervisory control of one aspect of the phenomenon. Another one has supervisory control of a different aspect.
What is the scenario that they're really terrified of happening?
I think they don't want the public to know what's going on because the box is too full of monsters. You know, you can't open the box and let one monster out. They all come crowding out. I think the problem is it amounts to a loss of power, probably a total loss of power to those that are sitting on it once the monsters are out. Then you can't put them back in the box again. And then the phenomenon will find its own level of acceptance and probably become an everyday reality for most people. Until then, they're keeping it on the lids on. I think that they have successfully made contact with one or another visiting entity and maybe are being helped a little bit in keeping it quiet. But he had it in the sheriff's safe, and Delta 6 did. We were getting notes pinned on my door and in my mailbox, pinched in car doors, from Delta 6 warning us that they wanted Connor to return, and he was still resisting. And we had the tape. He said they're not going to do anything until they get the evidence. They're looking for the pictures, and they're looking for any records we may have made here, and they won't really do anything until they get all of that. But he says they'll get it. And then they did. He kept coming by, and all the time that they were stressing us, it was in the sheriff's safe. They had no idea where it was. See, Connor was a member of that Delta 6 team. They sent his own team to get him. He knew all the members of the team. He knew that they knew how he thought. He knew how they thought. He knew they're not going to do anything to him till they get all 6. And they had calculated they had made 6 stashes, and they got to get them all before they take him out of circulation.
But did Connor and his 2 cohorts leave a set with an attorney?
They did. They took time to go to attorneys that each one, some special attorney that he knew something about that he could go to on a personal basis, and left the record sealed with it. Picture sealed without any identification, but just a package sealed for that attorney to release it if he ever heard of any harm being done to any of the men. They were always intercepted. They found the attorney's house broken into one time when they went there to get him. The attorney was gone. So he knows that they're around. He knows that they're after him. He knows they're not going to do anything to him until they get the stash. We saw him a couple of times in the white van going past the house, but he knew how they operate because he was a member of the same team. He knew that they would take him out if he had been characterized as an enemy of the government. He'd be taken out without any worry on their part, and they'd get their bonuses for doing it. But he knew they weren't going to do it until they had collected all the evidence that could be revealed. And so he felt safe there until he was down to 1 stash, and he was afraid to go to it for fear they were tracking him and could get to it when he got to it, and then they would terminate him. On Friday morning, we were anxiously waiting the shipment of his package of photos when at about 11:30 a.m. I went out to check to see if any mail had arrived, and coming back to the door I noticed another of those pale blue Imperial Palace letters stuck behind my house numbers again. And we got a message from Delta 6 pinned stuck behind the numbers of my house that said that they had indicated that they had intercepted. They showed a circle, a package, bus in the bottom of the circle, and a line drawn through it, like a no parking line. And then, what do you do? What will you do now? A question mark. And a little more threatening, and they had 2 paper matches taped to the letter. This is a picture of the second message with the paper matches showing him, telling him that they'll burn my house down if necessary if he doesn't want to cooperate with them. And that scared him a bit because he thought they might do it before he was able to cooperate with them. This letter had a note and a paper match glued to the page at the end of the note. The arson threat was turned over to the county sheriff and the local fire department for file in case the threat was carried out. If so, it clearly leads back to the Delta Force of Area 51. We also now had the names of the chain of command leading all the way back to the Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, at that time. And we had attorneys who were most anxious and prepared to initiate such lucrative action if it happened. One time we were going to dinner, and after he told us that his Delta 6 people were around. And we told him, isn't it possible that we get intercepted or something? He said, it's possible. He said, I don't know what their orders are or what they're going to do. So we said, well, maybe you shouldn't carry your identification cards with just what you need, a driver's license, and hide the rest, because he had secure cards. And he took them out and buried them under the leaves under a tree in the backyard of the house. And we went to dinner, and when we came back, he went out to get his cards. Cards were gone. The leaves that looked like they hadn't been disturbed, and the cards were gone. So we concluded from that the cards must have had a tracker in the cards, and Delta 6 knew where he was when he's carrying the card, and also knew where the card was when he wasn't carrying it. And they just went over the wall and took him out from under the leaves and took the tracker away, which was also his ID card at S4. And that was scary that they knew that much about him. They knew where he was every minute up to that time. When he lost his cards, they must have had another way of tracking him, but they always knew where he was. We weren't advertising the information that Connor O'Ryan was staying with us. And nobody knew it but Bob Dean, who was the deputy sheriff at the time, taking the police car home with him at night. And he knew that Connor O'Ryan was there, but Dilettoso had something he wanted Jim Cox to do, and they drove up there to do it. And he invited Connor to go with him, and Connor thought he could give him the slip and go to Phoenix with Jim. They didn't know apparently that Jim was going to Phoenix. He rode up with him to get out from under their surveillance here. They knew immediately where they went. They followed him to Phoenix and watched him there.
Do you think Connor O'Ryan was implanted? Do you think he had an implant?
He may have had an implant in his body someplace that they could track. They certainly knew where he was all the time.
Did he ever discuss whether or not these sentries were implanted at any point?
He didn't tell us that. I've never asked him, and he didn't volunteer any information about anything. This is message number 3, drawn in red ink on typewriter paper beside my typewriter in my house at Winona Circle. This is redrawn from the original. I copied the original. I don't know what happened to the original at this time. And then they left us a note on my stationery, my paper, from Jim Dilettoso's office with the NASA letterhead on it that I had by my typewriter in my house. we had gone and we come back, and it's behind the letters, numbers in my house showing that they have been in my house, got the paper next to my typewriter, prepared their message, and put it out the side of my house. So now we know that they can get in and out. And it just went on and on like that for 10 days.
When did you first become aware that Wendelle had this visitor, Connor Orion, Derek Hennessy, staying at his place?
Wendelle called me while he was at his place and asked me if he could stay at my place, and that Jem Cox would bring him up. And that was a few hours before they arrived.
And what was Wendelle's reasoning for wanting him to be up there at your place?
He didn't say, I didn't ask.
You have an extremely close relationship with Wendelle then, I presume.
Well, I've known him since the 70s, and we've worked on many cases together and traveled many, many places, so it was a normal thing for him to ask me and me to say okay without needing to know any more details. Wendelle's grandson, Jem Cox, came to visit me after Wendelle had called and had a guest with them. Wendelle had asked me if Jem and a guest could come and stay at my place in Paradise Valley, Arizona, and I said that would be fine. So Wendelle and this guy came, kind of a tall, rugged-looking guy with a scar across his face, lots of tattoos, kill motherfucker, you know, etc. on his arms, and had military fatigues on and a duffel bag, and was quiet but pleasant. And Jem had his own guest house that he could stay in, and I let John stay in the other guest house. And
Who's John?
Well, that was how he was introduced to me, was as John Connor.
Oh, it wasn't even as Connor Orion, it was as John Connor.
John Connor. I never knew the other name that you just said.
Okay.
It was John Connor, and no explanation was given to me about who he was or anything. It was not necessary, so I had a little guest house, another one that he could stay in. That was fine. As the days went on, Jem Cox let me know that this was someone who needed safe harbor as he was deciding about whether to go permanently AWOL from his job up at Area 51 or whether he would go back. So to me it was, yeah, bullshit. You know, this guy is somebody just wanting a place to stay or whatever his game is. It just didn't compute that a guy who was AWOL from Area 51 would be here staying at my ranch in Paradise Valley, but so be it. Odder things had happened.
What allowed you to let him, a complete stranger, stay there?
Well, first of all, Wendelle had asked me to do it, and second of all, Jem Cox was there. And Jem Cox is no wimp. And he stayed completely invisible. I mean, we never saw him in the daytime, and he really didn't come over to the main house. And we'd see him walking around, and Jem and him were the two people communicating with each other. So even though the atmosphere was that of a violent drama, violent claims, it wasn't going on in a moment to moment. It wasn't obvious. Only occasionally, when people would come over that I was working with, would they see him in the day or night and ask, you know, who's that scar-faced guy with all the tattoos on walking around with some kind of bludgeoning weapon? And I don't remember what I might have said, but it would have been to try to dismiss it.
What did you think was going on while you were doing your other projects with your business and you know, managing your own personal life and you know, daily events? What sense did you get was going on with Jem and Connor during that time as to what they were doing, you know, day to day?
Well, I don't think Jem was doing things on an hourly basis with Connor because he was working on our project, which was developing software for a supercomputer center, which eventually, following year, we did do and did open and did get going. And that's where I had various people from audio and video to computers to image processing coming, and I had little labettes all over the property. And Jim was part of that. So his main reason for being at the ranch was because he was working on that project, not because he was there as the concierge for Derek Hennessy.
So this was just a place for Hennessy to cool while Jim worked with you on his project.
Yeah.
Wendelle thought it was safer up there on your ranch than here at Wendell's place.
I assume so.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And also staying at the ranch was another friend of Jim's, who was a woman who had spoken at the first UFO Congress in Tucson about being a walk-in. Her name was Sheila. She had another name, Omnek Onyek. So it's a real contrast. You know, we're working on supercomputers and recording stuff in my other little labs there on the property, and I got a guy with a scar and a woman from Venus also staying at the property at the same time. It was very colorful. He would stay in his cabin during the day and would literally patrol the property at night. I mean, he was a night walker and would walk around, and Jim let me know that he was concerned that people were tracking him and that they would find him. And the story unfolded in, I guess, a period of a few days, that he had been a security guard at Area 51, specifically one of the labs there. S4, Area 51, all of that was just unfolding at the time. Bob Lazar and the discussions about all that were fresh. So for me, it was none of my business. They didn't report to me on a moment-to-moment what they were doing. And I don't think that if that was genuinely what was going on in his world, and he was continually on the lookout for people finding him, as could have been what those ninja footprints were later, that he would have told me what they were doing if they were going to go do something covert, because that wouldn't make sense for people to know where he was and what he was doing if there were people going to be following him or coming and doing something to us to find out where he was. So at least there's a little continuity there. But they didn't tell me what they were doing. They're doing what they need to do. I'm doing what I need to do of being a good host. But it started unfolding that he supposedly had been a security guard at the end of his career, which had included being an assassin of enemies of the United States, people that were whistleblowers or were dangerous. And he had photographs, which he did show me a couple of.
He did.
Of Polaroids of dead guys. Showed me photographs of alien in a tank, UFO, things that could have been out of a science fiction movie, or they could have been what he said. It was just, that's what he was showing me.
What were the conditions that... Go ahead.
Well, it seemed odd that if someone really had been in these positions of authority and extreme activity, would find it necessary to convince me that he had done these things. But so be it. Maybe I seemed like someone that credibility needed to be acquired with, so I listened, and we'd talk occasionally, 5 or 10 minutes at a time.
Now, can you describe picture by picture, do you see any of those pictures in your mind still that Connor O'Ryan showed you, John Connor at that time to you? Do you see them in your mind at all? And can you describe the nature of them?
Well, 2 of the pictures were Polaroids, and it was of someone dead on the ground. Two different people. You know, I can't describe the person. It's not something I lingered on. It was obvious that the person had been, each of them was dead, and that there was blood in and around the face area. No obvious bullet entry wound that I can recall, but you know, here are these pictures of dead people.
And what was he saying to you as he was showing these to you?
Two different things had been said. One was that his job had been to go on assignment and to take out people that were enemies of the United States, that he had assignments, and that he had to take pictures as part of that. I don't recall that being said while he was showing me the pictures. I assumed that these were pictures related to that because he said that he had many of those pictures as part of his insurance, that he was not going to be killed, and that he had other pictures and had put them in containers in various places, including one or two places on my property where he had dug holes and put these coffee cans with pictures in them. I didn't know where they were.
Have you ever combed your property to find them?
Yeah, I did, sort of. I mean, I didn't. I just looked for where. I mean, it was 90 acres, so it could have been anywhere. No, I didn't find any, and I didn't comb the property inch by inch looking. I assumed
Metal detector or anything like that?
No, because I, you know, when they left, it was plenty of time for him to have gone and gotten them and retrieved them, or maybe he did leave them. I didn't assume that he had left them on my property, which is now a big development, so the bulldozers would have found them if they were left there.
In regard to the other pictures, you mentioned alien bodies. Describe all the other pictures to me one by one as you recall them, and what Connor may have said to you about them as he showed them to you. And was Jem in front of you when he was showing these, or were you one-on-one with Connor at that time?
I don't remember if Jem was there or not. And the photographs were odd looking. Like, I'm thinking these are photographs taken of video in still frame on a screen, and someone shooting the photograph. Because one of the photographs I remember was a bunch of guys, and he was saying, "Look, here's Cheney, here's this guy, here's that guy, Bobby Inman, and here they all are up on the rail in the lab looking down at the body." Well, that picture could have been taken at the State Department. There was no evidence to me that rail that they were all standing on and they were looking at something was there. Another photograph looked like a science fiction movie, a round cylinder, maybe 4 feet in diameter, with what looked like a floating fetus in it. And another photograph of a looked like a funny looking person. Couldn't make out enough detail to respond, "Oh yes, this is an alien in a work suit working in the lab underground." And I saw these pictures maybe a week, 2 weeks into his visit.
And how long did you get to study the pictures? How long did he keep them in front of you?
Yeah, I don't recall. A minute. They were kind of all spread out. I mean, he had a lot of them.
A minute each or a minute total?
A minute total. You know, I was trying not to respond like a kid in a candy store, and I wasn't convinced that what I was looking at was what it was reported to be. And I don't remember exactly what I might have felt. I just didn't take it at face value, what the guy was saying.
In retrospect now, how do you feel about this case, those events during the October, November of 1991?
Well, there's a higher sense of probability of what was said around the whole situation being closer to what was said than I might have thought back then. But by his behavior, many of the things that he did were inconsistent with someone that would have had those kind of skills and that kind of training, unless he had lost control over his functions. And there was lots of talk about he had to hear a phone call with a particular tone on it every 3 days to reactivate the subconscious programming that he had gotten, or he would forget these things, or he would behave different than he was right now. And it was fragmented, and it was difficult for me to put it all together into one package that this all makes sense. Yeah, he talked about his concerns of people looking for him to bring him back, and that he had photographs of the kills he had done. He had photographs of the extraterrestrial activities there at the lab, and those were insurance for him that he wouldn't be killed. He said that he was concerned for his life because 3 out of 5 of his group had died in the most recent weeks before he went AWOL, mysterious conditions.
They offered money to deliver the stash.
How many days along was that?
That was about the 5th or 6th day. And he said, don't let the dollars blind you. He said, you'll never spend them anyway. If we give them the stash and they get the money, you may see the money, you may have it in your hand, but you'll never live to spend any of it. And they'll take it all back. It doesn't cost them anything. They can provide the money to close the deal, and then that's the end of it. So we took his advice and ignored the money, and then they started making other offers about how they could forgive his misdeeds and things like that, and then that we would be safe and all that sort of thing. As long as he went back to San Diego, they kept wanting him to go home, is what they called it, the San Diego Marine Base out there. It shows the delta symbol pointed up, which means it's cool again. It also shows they had succeeded in 2 other intercepts. What are we going to do now, the question was. And offering dollars, $100,000. It says they want all the stashes and no foul play, or the delta symbol was turned down, which Conrad said means termination, and it shows 3 figures, Conrad, Ryan, Jim Cox, and myself, in a circle with crosshairs through the circle. Now this is getting scary. The $100,000 threat was tantalizing. Connor said that they would have the money and they would actually pay it, but we'd never spend it because we'd die before we could spend the first dollar of it. Noon, had dinner with Jim Dilettoso at a restaurant, came home, went to bed in one of the outbuildings that Jim had in his ranch there, a separate small outbuilding, and Jim woke up in the night paralyzed. He couldn't move. But his eyes were open enough so he could see down his torso like that through the slit in his eyes. He couldn't open them anymore, and he couldn't move at all. He was breathing okay, but he was afraid that something might happen to his breathing too. But when he looked down at his torso, he saw the feet of a ninja, black feet with black socks, heavy black socks, and a black tight-fitting garment like underwear, all the way up to a AK-47 pointed at his head. And he heard he saw another one standing on Connor's bed, standing on the bed, straddling his feet. And there was another one standing on Connor's bed with a AK-47 pointed at his head, straddling him too. And there was a man in the room in a suit,
an older man in a suit, and he was going through Connor's little kit, just a little, like a shaving kit with materials, extra materials in it. He found a piece of paper in there, he unfolded it, looked at it, crumpled it, threw it over some fuck or something like that. Jim heard it hit the door and fall on the floor, and he took another paper out, tried to, looked at it, crumpled it, threw it aside also. And Jim lost consciousness. He doesn't know when they left. He doesn't know how they got in. He doesn't know how they got paralyzed or anything. The Connor later told him that they have a gas they can put in around the window for him that makes them, it paralyzes them, and they can then let themselves into the room and do what they want for as long as, I think he said they could do this for about 20 or 30 minutes before the gas began to wear off. They both went back to sleep and didn't wake up until late the next morning.
Did Connor O'Ryan say what he thought they were looking for?
No, he didn't have any idea what they were looking for.
And did he explain why he thought they weren't killed or done harm at that point?
Yeah, he said as long as they don't have the last stash, we're safe.
When Jim and Derek Hennessy, Connor O'Ryan, were staying at your place and out in the bungalow, they had an encounter, they said, during the night, the first night they were visiting with you. What did you learn of that encounter?
Nothing.
They never told you a thing about that?
No.
Okay.
None of these were dated. This is an original. It says, situation extreme, please be patient, three stick figures, $signs, no TV, don't tell the television station. Working on deal. You have 7 days to produce pack or a Delta 6 signal for termination without prejudice. We want GWI to come home, GW1 to come home. Ghostwalker 1, that's the man that was visiting us.
That Ghostwalker 1 is Connor O'Ryan.
That's Connor O'Ryan. That's his CIA code name, Ghostwalker 1. And it said, we'll call again, thanks. And they never called. So then, later in the day, they found another note pinched in the door of Jim's car to go to a motel, a certain motel in downtown Scottsdale. And they would contact them there. Here's one of the original messages. Came on notebook paper from my house. And this was lettered in blue ink.
That says?
Says, we'll meet. Situation extreme. Motel 6, Scottsdale. This is the one that was pinched in the door of Jim's car up in Scottsdale at Dilettoso's house the day after they were gassed. So they went to the motel and rent a room, and the desk clerk had a key on his desk, and he handed it to him. Jim looked at it and says, that's the wrong number. I'm a numerologist said, that number doesn't fit. Give me another room. And the clerk didn't want to give him another room, but he finally found him another key and gave it to him. So they went to the room and checked it, and it looked nice and clean and everything, like nothing amiss. So they went to a store, I think it was Walgreens, and bought peanut cans of peanuts. And they popped the lids off and put them in a crack along the top of the door, so that if anybody tried to introduce anything in there, would knock one of the lids down and make a racket and wake them up. Then one of the lids came down in the middle of the night, and they also bought proximity detectors for outside lights. If you get close enough to them, they pick up the body heat or something, infrared, and they put one inside the door facing the door, and it came on in the middle of the night when the lid dropped, or the lid dropped right after the light came on. So they knew there was somebody outside the door. They tried to be quiet, not make any noise in there until they thought they were reasonably gone. There was nothing going on and no sound at the door. They opened it, looked out, and there was nobody there, but they knew somebody had been there. They could have introduced the gas and paralyzed them again, but I guess they had to get inside first. And They may even have had a key in getting ready to put them to sleep with the gas and do whatever they thought they were going to do.
So they never were formally contacted then?
Yeah, there was another note put in his car outside the hotel, too. This is just right receipt for the Motel 6 in Scottsdale. This is the one that was interesting. The delta symbol is up, meaning it's cool. 100,000 within 48 hours for location. No foul play or termination with prejudice. And the number 7 was also redrawn from the original, which I don't have anymore. I don't know what happened to them. This is the W4 that I found inside of the wallet.
What do we have inside there?
Well,
that envelope inside.
He had gone to take a shower, and he left. You can't show those. They're Polaroids of Connor.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
And you can't show them, why not?
Well, he may be dead, but he may not. If he's not, it certainly would be his death warrant.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
He went to take a shower, and he laid his keys and money and wallet on the coffee table in the dining room. I was sitting there waiting for him. And after I heard the shower running, I decided, I better look in there and see what kind of cards he's carrying. It says he has good cards and a lot of money available, can't draw a dime. So I opened his wallet, and I took the cards out and folded. You can see it's folded 4 ways to fit behind the cards, between the cards, was this W4 from the Central Intelligence Agency at Langley Field, Virginia. And it shows that he was drawing a salary of $72,725. And they were withholding $12,569 from that salary for income tax. He gave his correct name and address, permanent name and address, and was not Connor Orion. He was using a false name. And it gave this salary roughly equivalent to that of a lieutenant colonel or a colonel in the United States Air Force. There was a control number on the paper, 45851, and I don't know what that meant. His employer identification number was 95-659-3572. Wage was $72,725 a year. The permanent address on his driver's license matched the address on his W-2 form. Besides this, he was drawing the full pay and allowances of a special seal, Marine extras and bonuses, on top of the $72,000 a year. I was able to verify the name and ID numbers on the CIA W-4 document through other sources that I have, and found that it was still active at the time he was at my house, and he was still drawing his pay while he was there, in addition to his Marine pay. I knew that Connor Orion was a false name, and that he probably had other false names as well, but I had a permanent name and address which agreed with the permanent name listed on the W-4 statement from the Central Intelligence Agency. And so I believe that I had some substantial information on who this guy really was. He certainly wasn't Connor Orion. Connor was beginning to get scared himself. Up to this time, Connor had never touched anything in my house. We left money out deliberately to see if he was after money. He had been very faithful about everything and right up front with us on everything he said. We knew he didn't have any money, so we gave him money to eat on and for personal necessities, but he didn't bother anything in the house until after his meeting with his mentor. All agents have a mentor who is responsible for the training and also responsible for the failure of their training programs. Every active CIA officer has a mentor above him who is responsible for his training and guidance and conduct afterwards, and if anybody fails, the mentor also loses some stature because he has failed in properly training his protege, and so everybody is affected. He's now failed in his training. He's broken the rules. He calls his mentor, so now the mentor is certainly in trouble also. And like all CIA, you never fully retire. You retire from active duty. Business is brought to you by the government to make you live a good living in retirement. So he had called his mentor. Every agent has a mentor that is responsible for them. He called his mentor, CIA mentor, was a rancher over in Dallas, retired, and they never fully retired. And the rancher says, yes, I've got word that they put a hit order out on you, a termination order out on you. And he said, where is there a little airfield I could land nearby quietly that we can talk? And we told him about Ryan Field, and he said, I'll see you tomorrow. And he came in about 8 o'clock. Connor borrowed my car to drive over to Ryan Field to meet him. And then when he came back, he began to be devious about his answers to our questions. He didn't answer them directly. And he began to act differently. After that meeting, he changed character entirely. He came back, he stole my high-8 camera, hawked it, took the money.
Which leads me to wonder, we never saw any of these photos. He makes a number of dumb mistakes along the way.
Like everybody.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do to verify his story at all. Some of the same stationery that was in your house was used. Was he under your surveillance 24/7? Were there?
No.
So there were opportunities that he had to steal the stuff, type up the letters, handwrite the letters himself, stick them in your... Do you think he was doing...
some of the letters appeared after we left, and at that time I was typing on books too, and I had my typing all laid out there. And we come back, and the typing, my copy had been moved. And under the copy would have been a pad of paper that I was making notes on, which was the pages that you had there. The other pages I used was pages of stationery from Jim Dilettoso's office that he gave me in case I needed to make a note on what he was doing officially and send it up to him to be signed.
Do you think he could have had somebody else assisting him to try and fool you?
I think we would have seen him.
So it could have been that he was just disinforming for the CIA and...
He could have, yeah, been.
Percentage-wise, what do you think the odds of that are as opposed to him being a real legitimate S4 sentry?
Well, I think he really thought he was dying. He was panicked about dying. Finally, Connor asked for my car to go make the telephone call, and he came back somewhat disturbed and said that he had been told that orders had been issued to terminate him, and he was really worried now. At that point, we decided to raise his profile so that such a termination would draw the interest of hundreds of UFO buffs now wanting to check on Area 51 and S4. I called a local ham radio station and asked them to stand by in case anything dangerous happened, either an injury or a murder in my house or burning the house to the ground, or any other threat like that, giving them some clues and contacts to put the whole story together in case any of this was carried out by anybody. All my calls were monitored, so they knew exactly what I was doing, and I also notified the computer mailboxes and had them stand by for a spectacular release or a story about our being taken in by a setup to discredit us. There was no contact with any of us Friday, and that was unusual because Friday was the deadline. On the morning of Saturday, November the 2nd, we found a plain brown envelope behind the house numbers again. This was apparently the end of the negotiations and the final kiss-off. The threat was plain and simple. No more negotiating. They would not hesitate to take out my whole neighborhood if necessary,
And the reference to the term Malakia meant just that. I asked Carter what does Malakia mean. He said it was an entire busload of people were terminated to get one man on the bus. The rest of them were all innocent parties. This is the envelope that the last message came in, was addressed to GW1, Ghost Walker 1. It says, the Delta symbol shows cool. It says, Ghost Walker 1, situation no win. Any attempt to get any of the 6 packages will result in TWEP, termination with extreme prejudice. Dead. Of all persons, underlined, involved, no more games will be played. You have 48 hours, Monday, 600 hours to return to the United States government property, return all the United States government property. You have committed treason against the USA. That means his team will kill him off. Treason against the USA. After all, you are nothing more than a test tube program.
What do they mean by that? What do they mean by that?
Nobody can control you but us. You must return home. Your time is running out. We do have our own fail-safe measures. It shows the symbol, the Delta symbol turned with the point down, meaning killed. Remember the word Malakia. Think about it. Malakia was another assassination where they killed a number of people to get one man on a bus. Killed everybody there. So they're just showing them that you're not worried about people around you. You take out the whole neighborhood if necessary, but we'll have our way.
What did they mean by test tube program? Did you ask him that?
Yeah, we did. He said he didn't know.
That he was a member of a test tube program?
Yeah, he said he didn't know. He was his mother abandoned him when he was an infant, and he was his foster parents raised him. I don't know that he was even adopted by them. He doesn't know anything about his history. So when they told me it was a test tube program, he was ready to believe it because he had no other information about his family.
Wow.
Well, when he really got scared when he found out that a termination order had been issued on him. And he was a CIA agent. When he came back and told me that yes, there's a termination order out, and my mentor told me what to do. So evidently he didn't tell the mentor that he still had 3 more stashes of pictures. And he boarded my car and he went out and he came back. Then began acting a little suspiciously. He took my high 8 video camera and to a hawk shop and pawned it.
He was going to spill the beans, and he was going to go to a conference in Los Angeles, and I think it was Sean David Morton that we were going to meet, or he was going to meet, and he had we didn't see him the night before, and he said he was going to go to the airport, and I forget if we gave him the money for a ticket or what, and they were waiting for him at the airport, and he never showed. And there was a lot of phone calls back and forth, and it wasn't my job to be his manager to get him there. I somehow recall knowing about it or being in a couple phone calls or two.
How many days did he spend with you in total, Jim and John Connor?
Yeah,
Connor.
at least a month.
A month?
At least a month. So it was entertaining. I had other things that I was doing. I shouldn't say entertaining. I mean, it was just what was going on.
You didn't put a lot of credence in what he was showing you and what he was saying?
No, I didn't. Not at the time. Not at the time. But 2 events happened that changed my mind about the seriousness of the situation. He never left the property except one night. It was Thanksgiving night. My brother was having Thanksgiving dinner at his restaurant, so we did talk him into coming with us. We all got in the vehicle. I had an inner gate and an outer gate. So we all got in my vehicle in the inner gate. We left, and I closed the gate, locked everyone in the car, then went down the driveway. Outer gate, open, closed, locked that. Came back a few hours later, it was dark, opened the outer gate, went in, got to the inner gate, There was a note, a bag, a little sandwich bag up on the gate, and it was dark, so I just took it down and said, well, somebody left a note. Must be somebody that knows me to get to the inner gate. So I threw it on the front seat of the car, opened the other gate, drove in, locked it, went in the house. Everyone went to their guest houses. Susan Gordon was in the house with me. I heard a loud scream from the kitchen, went in the kitchen as Susan was showing me the bag, which had a chopped off bloody finger in the bag, and a note that we could read inside the bag that said, "Time to come home, grasshopper," or TWEP, which I came to know stands for Terminate with Extreme Prejudice. It seemed like this wasn't a note for me, so I went to Jim. Jim went to John, also now we knew him as Derek Hennessy, and it was decided that it was time for Derek to go. Derek started making phone calls, made arrangements that the vehicle that he could have come pick him up would only be temporary, and did I know someone else that could loan a vehicle or buy a vehicle. Or I made arrangements. They left in the one vehicle, met the other people, left in a vehicle that was a white van, belonged to a friend of mine who was going to loan it to them, quote, for a few weeks.
What happened to the finger?
The finger was taken by Jim Cox and Derek Hennessy, and I never saw it again.
His last words were that he would retrieve the last stash package and put it in our hands before he left. He would contact us with instructions again in a few hours. He had already lost 2 stashes, and we had the notes, penmanship notes, indicating that they had gotten the stash at such and such a place, and then another. First one in a locker. There's a picture of a locker and a circle and a line drawn through it. And the next one was someplace else, and the third one was someplace else, and he had a 4th one that he had sent over to Florida to an acquaintance there to hold and be released in case something happened to him. So they decided to drive over to Florida to pick that stash up.
Who did?
Jim and Connor.
Okay.
At the time, Omniconic was here in town, and Jim couldn't get anybody to go with him. He invited everybody he could to go along with him and Connor to pick up the note because he wasn't that safe, didn't feel that safe with Connor either. And even though Connor was telling him, Jim, that you're one of us. You and I are from the same, we belong to the same people. And
now, Jim was Navy, right?
Yeah.
Was he Navy at that time?
No, he was out. He was retired.
So did Connor know that about Jim?
Yeah, he knew he'd been Navy. He knew all about it.
So is that what he meant? You're one of us, or?
I don't know what he meant by it, but he said, you know, you and I were born in the same year. We're the same age. We have a lot of the same experiences, and that was true. So anyway, when they're going to go over to Florida, and they drove up to Phoenix first to talk to Jim Dilettoso about something. And there, between the 3 of them, they decided that taking Jim's Jeep at the time was probably not the best idea because it was vulnerable. The lug nuts could be unscrewed. There was no lock nuts on it. And they decided to switch cars. When they left Dilettoso's shop, they decided they were looking for somebody else to go along, a third party to go along with them. And the only one that would go was Omniconic. She had guts. She got in the car with him, went all the way to Florida with him back.
And they headed off for Florida, which I didn't know then. Got a phone call that they were en route. Kept getting phone calls all along the way. Some from Jim Cox, some from Derek, with these emergencies that were going on. People had shot at the vehicle. One call was from Derek that Jim had been shot and that they had to get him to medical attention. The other was the vehicle had been all shot up. They had to buy another vehicle. Could I send money? Could I send more money?
The first day out, near the end of the first day out, I got a frantic call from Connor telling me that they had just been intercepted and the car was shot full of holes and bullet holes in the door, and Jim was wounded, and he needed to get him to the hospital, and he needed $500 wired immediately. And I said, well, let me talk to Jim. He said, I can't. He's unconscious, man. And I said, well, how do I know that he's hurt? He said, I can't put him on the phone because he's unconscious, but I got to get him to a hospital. He's bleeding bad. So I said, okay, take him to an emergency hospital and have them call me.
Are you suspecting a ploy by Orion?
Well, I wasn't sure. I got another call in about 3/4 of the way there from someplace in Louisiana, and he said that he's getting better, but he sure needs medical attention. And I told him I'll take him to an emergency hospital, get his attention, have them call me. I didn't hear anything from that.
Then phone calls were happening. Derek and Jim had split up. Derek was calling me, telling me where he had left the can of film in a movie theater in Florida, that I was supposed to tell Jim where to go, what movie theater, in what seat, in what row, and with a knife to cut the seat open and to get the film. Well, after cutting up a few seats in that theater and there was nothing, Jim left, and that was the last I heard from them. I actually heard from Jim some months later when he was back.
Jim finally decided that this is getting too hairy and that nothing is working out, and he decided to come back without Connor. Now, when they were getting...
Had Jim actually been shot?
No.
So it was just a ploy to get $500.
To get $500, yeah. They're in Florida, and Connor is supposedly out looking for a stash. He's been the whole day for the stash and hadn't showed up or hadn't called him back. And they decided they're not going to wait any longer. It's just getting too hairy, and they drove on back and left him over there.
So Jim and Omnic drove back together and left Connor Orion in Florida. And that was the last you saw of Connor Orion?
No. They got back, and the day after they got back, Connor drove in with another woman from Florida driving her car. He persuaded her to come back with him on some pretext, and they pulled in and they spent the night, and then we're going to go to back to Los Angeles the next day, and they left, and I never saw him again. This is the car he drove back from Florida when he came back with another woman.
Did you ever trace that license plate?
No. Well, we have the number here. The Florida plate.
And you could figure out who it was who owned that plate in 1991.
We could. She had a child in Florida that she was trying to get back to, but he kept keeping her there so he'd have the transportation in the car.
Did he have any family that he spoke of or you knew of?
He never mentioned his family. On the W-4 was an address in Los Angeles and the name of his foster parents.
About a week after that last phone call from Florida, the lights all came on outside. We had motion detectors. And the lights all came on. And they went off. Then they came back on. And one of the lights was on that had never come on before, was bright enough that it woke me up. And as I looked out through the window, I saw somebody running. And got a little bit concerned about that. Turned off the power inside for the outside motion lights, and was looking out through various windows to see if motion. Had called the police, called Paradise Valley Police. And I saw someone go around the side of the house 5 feet away from me that had on what looked like a ninja outfit. All black, hood, mask, and started then powering, power on, power off, overriding the motion detector, turning the outside lights on, off. So the police come, and because of the dew and my little sprinklers on the grass, whatever it was, whoever had run across the yard, their footprints had made wet footprints now across the sidewalk and across the driveway. And they look like a one-toed sock, like martial arts footgear, which for me matched with what I had seen with what the guy had on. And I was a bit concerned about it now, piecing it all together, that people were looking for Derek Hennessy, and we had a chopped off finger in a bag on the gate. And it was all very violent in the attitude that was all around it. I did these things. I'm a killer. I worked in this government military base. They're trying to kill me. They're looking for me. I got to go. There's people coming now. That's a violent attitude. It's not a lackadaisical attitude, particularly when there's people combing my property and there's a chopped off finger in a bag. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Now, with that name, you said you were able to find out from a contact in the FBI more information.
They were able to verify that the F4 was valid, that he was in the employ, and that for a short time after he left here, he was still alive.
And also, so did they verify that he was no longer alive, the FBI?
They was never able to get any information on that. When the guy from level 2 of S4, the Marine Sentry, came to my house to tell me what was at level 2 of S4, he gave me a key to a locker in the bus station, the Greyhound bus station at Las Vegas. He said, there's a packet of pictures in this locker taped up behind the lock with duct tape. He said, you have to feel up there to find them. You can't see it. And he said there's 52 pictures in there. That we have copies of the pictures we take. One of the pictures shows Dick Cheney standing in front of one of the discs in a bay. In one of the bays is a disc with Cheney and another man in a white coat standing there with their hands in their pockets looking at it, talking. And so I called John and I told him what I was coming to Las Vegas to look at something. Would he be interested? And he said, sure. So I went to Vegas. He picked me up at the airport. We went out to his house and had a cup of coffee and everything. I showed him the key and told him the story. And I had taken an 8mm video camera with me, and I wanted John to film me opening the locker and pulling the pictures out. So we went to the bus station together to get the pictures. John Lear, I called John and asked him to go to the bus station with me and videotape me removing the stash from the locker.
Tell me what your feelings are about John Lear.
Well, first of all, when I met him, he's an affable man, and we got along very well. And when he found out that I had been a test pilot before, which he had been, that I had been flying airplanes from the storage center that I had never flown before, which he had done, we had a kind of an interest in common, and he always was very level with me. But to others, he's a tough, outspoken man. He brought me pictures of a runway at Edwards Air Force Base that has a depression at one end and slopes that go down to a black door. He said that's where the discs are. They're behind that hangar door at the end of the runway. And I don't know whether they are or not. But those pictures don't show up on photographs of Edwards Air Force Base because they dodge them all out. The public doesn't see them.
Back in 1991, November of 1991, you got a call from Wendelle Stevens, and Wendelle wanted to come up from Tucson, Arizona, up to here in Las Vegas and have you assist him in helping find something pertaining to the UFO question. In that case, related to the Connor O'Ryan case. A man who claimed to be an S4 sentry, who was discharged for medical reasons, and who had gone down to Tucson, Arizona to speak with Wendelle and basically tell him his story. He felt like he was being pursued by Delta Force, and he gave a map to a locker in a bus station and a key and said, you know, go there and find these photos. I want you to kind of recall as much of that, your participation in trying to assist Wendelle in finding this set of photos in a locker back in November 1991.
Yeah, he said there on the phone that there was photos, information. He needed to get it. He wanted to ride. I said I'd pick him up at the airport, which I did. And we went down. We found the exact bus station, the Greyhound bus station. Found a place to park, and started looking around for the key number, and none of the key numbers matched. And poor Wendelle, he was going nuts because he had the key, he knew the information was in there, he just had to find the right locker. And so finally, after a half an hour of looking, we got to one of the supervisors there, and we said, we can't find the locker for this key. And he said, oh, they were all changed about 2 weeks ago. And so that's when we gave up. I knew if it had been 2 weeks before that somebody knew those pictures were there.
What did you end up doing with Wendelle the rest of
I think I took him back to the airport.
Yeah, it was that quick. He came up, you guys went to the bus station, the locker wasn't there, and then you took him back. Okay.
I'm the one that's doing the filming here. This is John Lear standing in front of the bus station just to verify that it was the station. This is a picture of the Greyhound bus station in Las Vegas, where the locker was that had the stash behind the lock in the front of the door. Well, this is the bus ticket from the Greyhound station with the sketch made by Connor showing exactly where the locker was, where we could open the locker with the, we had the key, and he was showing exactly where we would find the locker to insert the key and get this package of pictures behind the locker. So we went to the bus station together to get the pictures. When we got to the bus station with the key and go to the location of the bank of lockers that key would fit, all the lockers in that bank have different numbers now. The whole bank of lockers had been changed. So we don't have a key that fits a lock there. So we went to the people that managed the facility there to find out what happened to that locker, and he said, that's a concession. They change the lockers every once in a while. He said they must have changed it. I was arguing that I had clothes and money in there. What happened to the clothes and the money? And they said, they gave me the name of the concessionaire. We went to, yeah, this is me inside at the place where the locker should have been, but it's no longer there. And we're perplexed. We're going to go to the contractor and find out what happened to the locker. This was key number 424, and all 420 numbers were removed when we got to the bus station, and this was only a couple of days after Connor left there, well, within 3 or 4 days after the time it was put there. Taped up to above the locker on the back of the front door with masking tape by Connor. And when we never did find the locker bank to look in it. The contractor said he didn't know where it went, which we knew was a lie. And the contractor said he couldn't tell us where it was because he didn't know. It seemed very strange. He knew where all the other lockers were. We went to the concessionaire and asked to have the contents of that, to look in that locker number, and he said, I don't know where we put it. And I said, you don't have a record? He said, we change lockers occasionally. He says, for no reason at all. He says, we just changed the locker. He said, sometimes people lock things in there and go off and keep the key, and nobody can use that locker forever after that unless we change the lockers and change the locks. So we pick them up every once in a while. So we assumed that they had picked up that bank, and that when they opened all the lockers, they may have found the package of pictures. Anyway, it all sounded suspicious, like somebody else already knew that
there were pictures that there was something about that locker. We never did find out what happened to it, never got to see it again. He had no idea why that locker was changed, had no idea where it was, they didn't have a record of it, and there's no way he could find it. He said sometimes they get bad and we just bust them up.
Interesting coincidence, eh?
Yeah. Anyway, John Lear was involved in that, and nothing happened. We couldn't find the locker.
Have you worked with John in any other fashion on
No,
any other
that
cases?
was the only time where he was directly involved. And we were sorry that we couldn't get to the locker, but we couldn't think of any way we could find it after the whole afternoon of trying to pursue it. They kept telling us about each stash being picked up. There were 2 left, the last I knew. And after his meeting with his superior, and then he was going for another stash which never appeared. He didn't come back from that, so I am inclined to believe that his superior got the other 2 stashes back for the government, and then he disappeared and we never saw him. Well, first of all, I don't think many people are going to believe it because there is a very active and powerful government program to persuade disbelief of all of this. So the few people that will believe it are not going to be strong enough to take any action to do anything about it. It's probably going to continue as it has been for the last 40 or 50 years and probably for into the foreseeable future. I don't see this making any big change. I felt that he was sincere in his feelings that if he had a fatal disease and was dying, it had been administered to him by his own superiors in a sterile environment, and it was to take him out because he now knew too much and he had to be terminated. And I suspect that this is what happened to the rest of his Confederates at the same time. The government does not seem to hesitate about numbers of people involved. They could take any, and they even mentioned this in one of the final notes. They told him, remember Malakia. I said, what's Malakia? He said, that's another situation where the Delta team took out an entire busload of people to get one man. I felt at the time that Connor disappeared that he sincerely believed what his superiors told him, that he probably was dying of a fatal disease. He did not want to know when, but he knew that that's how they take care of their own, and he was fully prepared for it. He didn't want to go, and he was going to bring the house of cards down with him. That was my sincere feelings about this whole thing. He really wanted to get even before he was gone, and I don't think he succeeded in doing it. And it seemed to me that he was very sincere about this, and that's why he was trying to give us the information he was. I sat on this story for 9 years, waiting for the hook, waiting to see whether I was being baited or not, and nothing ever happened. And so an event happened in Italy where Colonel Steve Wilson was visiting relatives there, had gone to a UFO conference to see what the world was saying about UFOs, and he identified himself to the Italian sponsors of the conference, and they persuaded him to give him a deathbed statement to be released after he died, the cancer that he was carrying. And he did, and when they published it in their magazine, I noticed that he had correctly described the 7 ships at level 2, and he had described the bodies in the cylinders at the same level 2 of S4, exactly as Carter had described it, which gave me the first serious confirmation of the information that I'd been sitting on for 9 years. But on the strength of Steve Wilson's revelations in Italy deathbed statement and the images painted from his verbal descriptions by the staff artist in the magazine, I felt that he was confirming in substantial detail what Connor O'Ryan was telling me, and that they really wanted to bring down the House of Cards if they were being terminated. And now they're both gone, so we don't know for sure, but the House of Cards is still there as far as I know. The people went. I think that he probably was given a disease. He wouldn't go to a doctor to get a verification on it. He disappeared, and we have had no contact with him since, and it's now been 9 years. So I feel that what he was telling us was essentially correct. I think that
He probably is no longer alive. I know that my phones were listened to all the time, my telephone calls, and even my computer. So there was not a lot of secrets here. He could easily have gotten in touch with me again if he wanted to, and he never did. I think the worst may have happened, and it's not over yet, because now it appears there's somebody that after some other people be responsible for some of those terminations. And it may keep coming up again and again. There's peripheral evidence on something even bigger than this. There's a whole hierarchy of people that are involved in the operations carried out at Area 51. And it's a small percentage of the population of our country. But there's no way to get control of them, no way to get to them. They are operating independently on their own authority. And there are no checks and balances on them that I'm aware of. They can be very harmful to a lot of people. I don't think that we're going to get control of the situation, because I think the situation has had control of us for 40 or 50 years now, and we're not about to change that. It's growing. I was aware of government executions or assassinations internally when I was in the service. And that was 40 years, 50 years ago. So it's been going on for a long time, and it's part of our national policy, I think. I don't think it's going to end overnight. I don't think it's going to change policy. It could cause some heads to roll, but I don't think it's going to change policy. Remember, way back under the other presidents, Bill Casey, who was the head of intelligence. I was aware of government executions or assassinations internally when I was in the service. And that was 40 years, 50 years ago. So it's been going on for a long time, and it's part of our national policy, I think. I don't think it's going to end overnight. I don't think it's going to change policy. It could cause some heads to roll, but I don't think it's going to change policy. Remember, way back under the other presidents, Bill Casey, who was the head of intelligence, apparently was done in by his own personal staff because he said too much to one of the presidents one time, and he died in the hospital of mysterious circumstances. And he was the head of intelligence. So they take care of themselves.
So has this country been basically run by the intelligence agencies since the assassin?
I don't think the country is run by the intelligence agencies, but I don't think that the country controls the intelligence agencies. They do what they want to do.
So who controls the country then?
I think that there's a level beyond elective government that really controls the whole country, that our elective government is a sham to make us believe that we have a government by the people, of the people, for the people, when that's not really true at all. It's just to fool us into being sheeple.
What can the average citizen do at this point in time, being that this is so far along, 40, 50 years into this type of government? What could the average citizen do?
I think it's beyond what any individual citizens can do. I think now that the change is so profound that it has to come from someplace above. The change has to come from within the controllers that control the elected positions.
And you don't see any motivation for them to change?
I don't see any motivation for them to change.
So where do you see this going for the people of the United States?
I think it's going to continue pretty much as it is. We'll keep it all under wraps. We've got a secret cabal that's running affairs that I believe has spacecraft on patrol that they think are protecting the country and possibly even the world, that can leave the surface under their own power, go into patrol, remain as long as their sensory supplies last, go back into their underground bases. I think that we have a surfacing carrier facilities out there now that they can remain on carrier patrol and operate from there for short periods of time. That Eisenhower was right. The military-industrial complex has control, and they are doing what they want to do.
Is there any way the citizens can get that control back?
I don't see how they're going to get it back, because none of those positions are elected. They're all self-appointed.
So basically, we're living in a fascist state that's masquerading as a democracy.
Exactly, and we don't. Most of us don't even realize that.
How do you see it unfolding, say, in the next 100 years? What do you see happening?
Well, when this bunch dies off, it'll like up to now, it'll pass to others that don't want to yield power either. I think that at some point, the activities of the aliens themselves will increase to a point where it can no longer be covered up.
And then what do you see happening?
I don't know what direction our country will go then. We could either accept them as another society like we accepted the immigrants from Europe, or we could find them incompatible and believe they're enemies and try to attack them. They're always going to be stronger than us if they can come here and go back, and we can't even get off the planet. They might destroy us.
Any final thoughts about this whole big mess of a story dealing with Connor O'Ryan and Derek Hennessy?
No final thoughts, because I think about it all the time as an incomplete thought. I don't know what to think about it. Things like the ninja footprints and the chopped off finger don't match up with the fake phone calls on their trip to Florida, unless they were diversionary. Don't match up with the go to this movie theater with a knife and cut the seats open and find the things, unless that was diversionary. If it was diversionary, what happened to the guy? And if what he was saying was real, well, tapes like this will usher his demise. But maybe he knew that he's a sacrifice for the dirty side of covert operations and where it intermeshes with the extraterrestrial situation. But I'm clean. I was there. I mean, and as I said, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. It is as happened. I have nothing to gain by making up for one version of this or the other.
Jim, thank you for spending the time this afternoon. I know you're a busy man. I know you got a big project going on here with Wendelle.
I am busy.
I just got to say thank you very much
You're
for
welcome.
taking the time to do this.
Welcome.
What are your final thoughts on this case?
Well, I think that Connor was afraid, that he was really living the experience, that he believed that he was his superiors were getting rid of him, and he was frightened at that because he was in full health and he had money in the bank and everything to look forward to, and now it's all going down the tubes and he's disappearing. And if he's going to die in 2 weeks, he didn't want to know it because he didn't want to worry about it that long. He wouldn't let me take him to a doctor. And I'm sure that being a member of Delta 6 that he knew that they could reverse it if they wanted to.
And after this case had occurred and you're doing back investigation, you're checking with a friend from the FBI. Can you tell me a little bit about that person? And, can you tell me a little bit about what that person turned up?
That person found that the CIA W-4 was valid, was still valid at the time she checked it. He was drawing that amount of money, $72,000. He was still active, and he had been reprogrammed, gone back to San Diego and been deprogrammed and reprogrammed, and that's all she would tell me.
What convinces you the most that he was not a CIA guy trying to disinform you and
Well, he could have been. That's why we waited 10 years.
Right, but my question right now is, what convinces you the most that this case is still legitimate as opposed to being a CIA disinformation setup?
Well, the thing that I thought was most convincing was when Steve Wilson described the hangars bays at level 2, the same number of ships in them with the same design in them. And he didn't know anything about Connor O'Ryan, or didn't know anything about Connor O'Ryan being in touch with us, and we never knew anything about Steve Wilson until the Italians got those paintings.
Wendelle, thanks for spending time on this case. I know it's a very difficult case. I know you, from what you've said today, you have your regrets about ever putting this case out, but I want to thank you for all of us that really want to know what our government's really all about. I want to thank you for your courage in putting this out and for your steadfastness in continuing to bring to the forefront all the most important UFO cases that are directed and you're exposed to. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
You got some idea, I think, of how thorough the lid on this thing has been, and the extreme that the government will go to. I mean, even by terminating people. As I may have mentioned to you earlier, they not only terminate people, they destroy families, destroy careers, all in the interest of keeping the lid on this, the greatest secret in human history. That is in itself essentially why I violated my security oath in '91 and decided to come out and speak publicly about what I had seen and what I had learned.
And to you, we all owe a great debt for doing that.
No, what you really owe a debt is to Wendelle. He was one of the pioneers. He had the courage to come out and really walk the walk, as the saying goes, you know. When many of us talk the talk, but this man walked the walk, and I admire him for it.
I was still being cautious about what I was doing, and then when Bob decided to risk it, I risked a few things, got a few death threats. Did you ever get death threats over the telephone?
Oh, hell yes. I was intimidated. I was followed in, black cars with no markings, sometimes with 2 and 3 guys in them.
Yeah.
It doesn't take too many guesses to figure out what's going on. But I may have told you earlier in another interview that I've been a maverick all my life, and I've been packing guns all my life. I'm an infantry vet. I'm a grunt. Nobody pushes me or intimidates me because I've said over the phone, I may have said it over the phone with you because we knew our lines were bugged.
Yeah, both.
I says, I'm packing, at the time I was packing a .38. I says, somebody pushes me too hard, I'm going to pull that out and start shooting. Being a vet suffering from post-traumatic syndrome, I can't be held responsible. I might shoot up a bunch of guys, and if they're CIA guys, that's too bad, yeah.
Now, we know we're all really spiritual beings. Are you guys planning a visit in the next life together? Say hello?
Oh, sure, our paths will
I think we've passed before.
That happens all the time.
Yeah, we're looking at a picture of 2 great eternal friends together, and I wish you much longevity and continued happy friendship for the remaining years of both your lives.
Considering that you're 85,
yeah.
I'm turning 79 tomorrow, I'm following pretty closely. And I imagine our paths will cross on the other side as well.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Rick.
Thanks,
I got
guys.
people in there waiting I got to go have dinner with.
All I want to tell you about aliens and the alien agenda. Back in 1954, under the Eisenhower administration, the federal government decided to circumvent the Constitution of the United States and form a treaty outside of the borders of the United States, within the borders of the United States, basically a treaty from entities outside of the borders of the United States, and it was supposed to be secret. It was called the Greada 1954 Treaty, G-R-E-A-T-A, Greada 1954 Treaty. That basically said that the aliens could take a few cows and test their implanting techniques on a few human beings, but they had to give detailed lists of the people involved, etc., etc. Slowly but surely, the outer space aliens slowly altered the bargain until they decided they wouldn't go by it at all. And back in 1979, this was a reality. The firefight occurred kind of quite by accident. I was involved in, we were building an addition to the deep underground military base at Dulce, New Mexico, which, by the way, is probably the United States' deepest base. It goes down 7 levels over 2.5 miles deep. But at that particular time, we had drilled 4 distinct holes in the desert ground, and we were going to link them together with shape charge explosives. explosives. And then we were going to basically blow out large sections at a time. Well, when I was my job at that time was to go down in these holes, gather rock samples, check them for their particularity or particle count, give a detailed account of what kind of chemical explosive or plastic explosive to use, and go from there. As I was headed down there, to my total surprise, we found ourselves amidst a large cavern that was already full of outer space aliens, otherwise known as large grays. I was petrified, as most people might be. The only thing I could think of doing at the time was shooting at them. I killed 2 of them, but by the time I could reload and refire at that time, I had a Walter PPK pistol. I was an engineer, so I didn't feel I had to carry a gun underground. And I always carried this particular one. It's nice and small, and it's quite effective. But anyway, I emptied, killed a couple of these things, and at that time there was several other groups of people down there. It's about 30 people total, and 30 to almost 40 more came down there, and they all got killed. Basically what had occurred was that we surprised a whole under mountain base of existing aliens, and later I was to find out that we are not the highest on the food chain. These aliens have probably been living on our planet for different groups of aliens anyway, short and the tall grays at least, for a million years, living here. And this could explain a lot of the theory behind the ancient theory of ancient astronauts and these other kinds of things like that. Might also explain the bloodthirstiness of different kinds of native populaces like the Aztecs, etc., Olmecs and whatnot. Anyway, I got shot basically here, and their kind of weapon wasn't really a gun-like thing. It was kind of like a box that they had on their body that they could manipulate. And it burned a hole in me, and it split my ribs apart, and kind of gory and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, it also gave me a high dose of rather nasty cobalt radiation. And I have cancer to this day. It's probably a result of it, although I can't prove that. I'm laying down my life by talking about secret things, that I took an oath of secrecy that said that if I broke that oath of secrecy, I am guilty of espionage. I am called a traitor by my own government for blowing the whistle. That's not only a disgrace, but it's an outrage and has ramifications on everyone in this room. And I think we can do better.